Chapter 11:30. Zhang Feng didn't say anything. He soaked an embroidery needle in the water and stirred it 3 times over the fire. Then, he put on a strand of hair and got to work. First, he slowly sewed up the torn flesh. After a while, Zhang Feng took out the dagger that was soaked in alcohol for a long time and was studded with gems. He gently separated the flesh from the mule's leg in a straight line, revealing the deep white bone inside. He cleaned up the residue on the bone, then pulled the flesh apart and carefully joined the bone back together. This was a physical task. Even though it was such a simple action, it still took about half an hour. By the time he finished sewing up the wound, he had already wasted 2 hours. Sun Simiao looked thoughtfully at Zhang Feng as he finished sewing up the last thread. At this moment, he suddenly realized. Are you going to use this method? Are you going to reconnect that brat's leg? Zhang Feng wiped the sweat off his forehead and panted, "It's not me, it's you." At Taiji Palace, Li Shimin had just finished his morning court session and hurried to the imperial study. The moment he entered the imperial study, he saw a young general kneeling in the middle of the hall. Li Shimin asked the moment he entered the imperial study, "What's going on? Did something happen in the military camp?" When the young general heard this, he hurriedly rushed over and kowtowed twice. Only then did he tell Li Shimin about the injury of the ox's leg. When Li Shimin heard this, his expression suddenly changed. His hands trembled as he lit a cigarette and walked around the imperial study twice. However, he seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly asked, "Did anyone go to find Sun Simiao? Also, what did Great Dr. Sun say?" Although he already knew the consequences of a broken leg, he still asked with hope. "Your Majesty, the general has personally gone up the mountain to find Great Dr. Sunday. Great Dr. Sun should have already gone to the military camp." Li Shimin was slightly comforted when he heard this. However, the young general continued, "However, I heard that the general didn't go up the mountain to find Great Dr. Sunday. He seemed to have gone to find the dean of White Deer College." Huh? Li Shimin was stunned. Find this brat? Why did he look for him? She was not a doctor. But suddenly, you seem to think of Zhang Feng. Previously, he had kept a jar of something called alcohol like a treasure, and he had also heard this kid bragging about medicine and so on. At this moment, a thought flashed through his mind, but he didn't know if this kid could save Niu Jianhu's leg. After all, this was an ancient and unchanging truth that everyone knew. Broken legs were basically one of the top 10 terminal diseases. Once a leg was broken, it was very likely that the person would become a cripple. If he used crutches, he could still walk 2 steps. However, the news that Li Shimin received was indeed that Niu Jianhu's bones were already exposed. How could it be reattached? Even if Hua Tuo was still alive, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything. In the end, Li Shimin placed his hopes on Zhang Feng, who had been creating miracles for him. After thinking for a while, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "Quickly send a message to the Imperial Physician Institute. Tell them to go to the barracks immediately. Whoever can help Niu Jianhu connect his bones will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of silver." On the other side, on an official road not far from Shao Mountain, Niu Jinda led his men and rushed unhurriedly in the direction of Chang'an. The mysterious person who had sneaked into Lantian County had been surrounded by him, Li Shaogong, and the others in the depths of Air Pai Gully, in the newly dug mine. However, just as Yu Qigong was about to go forward and conduct the final search, he suddenly received an order from the emperor to temporarily stop the capture. Seeing the mysterious person who was about to be caught escape right under his nose, Niu Jinda was so angry that he broke the mo knife in his hand with a punch. He sighed and left angrily. He wasn't angry at the emperor's secret order. It was because no one had caught the mysterious person, and the person had actually escaped right under his nose. This was a disgrace to him, but he couldn't do anything about the emperor's order. At this time, when he thought of the mysterious person, Niu Jinda was itching with hatred. If he were to find out who the mysterious person was in the future, he would definitely take revenge. Then he would definitely take revenge 10 times over. Thinking to this point, Niu Jinda couldn't help but take out the Mitsubishi military knife and wave it around in his hand. Then he laughed and hid it in his bosom again like a treasure. Although he didn't get the person this time. But to be able to get the 203 rhombus bayonets from Zhang Feng, this was the biggest gain for Niu Jinda. At this time, the sound of hurried horse hooves on the official road made Niu Jinda and the others quickly alert. Everyone gave way to the main road and stood on the side without moving. After waiting quietly for a moment, a Juju-bred horse hurriedly stopped beside Niu Jinda. Niu Jinda couldn't be more familiar with the general on the Juju-bred horse and the insignia on his military uniform. At this time, Niu Jinda's eyes slightly narrowed. That little soldier didn't hesitate and dismounted to salute. After he finished, he said, "General Niu, this little one is under the order of General Yuqi to ask General Niu to quickly return to the camp." Hearing this, Niu Jinda frowned slightly and said, "Did something happen in the army? If it wasn't something that even Yuqigong couldn't handle, why would Yuqigong be in such a hurry to ask him to return?" Hearing this, that person instantly didn't know what to say. He didn't know if he would still be alive after saying that his son's leg was broken. But after weighing the pros and cons, he still gritted his teeth and hurriedly said, "Niu Jianghu Yu Wei encountered an accident during training and broke his right leg." When Niu Jinda heard this, he was instantly stunned. His subordinates' faces also changed greatly at this time. Instantly drawing the long knife at his waist, that little soldier thought to himself that as expected. He smiled bitterly and waited for the judgment of fate. At this time, when Niu Jinda heard that his son's leg was broken, his entire person was in a state of confusion. Although the word impossible kept flashing in his mind, the other voice of his son's leg being broken kept ringing in his ears. After a moment, Lu Juanda angrily roared, "Jia!" Chapter 1131. With his angry roar, the horse he was sitting on instantly felt the pain. Like an arrow leaving the bow, it quickly galloped in the direction of Shao Mountain. Niu Jianghu was his only son, his only precious son. He was already 46 years old this year, and because of years of war and some other factors, he was only pregnant with Niu Jianghu at the age of 37. Niu Jinda was so excited that he didn't close his eyes for 3 days and 3 nights. He told everyone he met that he had a son. He had a son. Thinking of the excitement at that time, Niu Jinda couldn't help but cry. It was as if the scenes of the past had just happened yesterday. Impossible. My son was born smart. How could such a disaster happen to him? I've been honest all my life. I've never done anything heartless. Impossible. Impossible. Why? Why is it my son Jianghu? Why not someone else? Niu Jinda roared again and again as he ran madly to the military camp. At this time, the news that Niu Jianghu had broken his leg was quietly spreading in Chang'an City. After Cheng Chumo and the others finished today's dance training and all the other training, they hurriedly stayed at the academy during the meal break. Only then did they learn of this matter. After learning of this matter, they were stunned for a long time. Then they rushed to the military camp without delay. It was hard for them to imagine how Niu Jianghu had survived. They originally thought that someone in the military had an accident and even made fun of that person for being a coward and needing Fengzi to deal with this kind of thing. However, this person was their brother, so they couldn't sit still anymore. When they arrived at the military camp, except for the commander-in-chief, even Yuqigong could only squat outside the camp and smoke. The people around him didn't even dare to breathe. Li Chengqian took the lead and jumped off the horse. He hurried to Yuqigong and asked, "Uncle Yuqi Jianhu, did something really happen to him?" Yuqigong's bloodshot eyes looked at Li Chengqian, and only then did he let out a snort as a response. "You've got a definite answer." Li Chengqian and the others couldn't stay calm in an instant. "Really, it's all true. How is this possible?" "It was true. Wasn't this kid still alive and kicking a while ago? Didn't we sneak down the mountain and go to Swallow Descent restaurant together? Why is it suddenly gone? Oh my God, what is going on here?" He really couldn't imagine it. He hurriedly pulled the deputy general next to Yuqigong to the side and asked, "Let me ask you, what is going on?" The deputy general naturally knew Li Chengqian. After he explained everything in detail, Li Chengqian couldn't help but be speechless. He didn't know what to say. He could only sigh heavily. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Chengqian gritted his teeth and decided to go in and take a look. Yuqigong had wanted to stop him, but he sighed and ignored him. Cheng Chumo and the others hurriedly followed Li Chengqian into the tent. In the tent, Zhang Feng and Sun Simiao were observing Niu Jianhu's injured right leg and discussing something in low voices. Hearing someone enter, Zhang Feng subconsciously turned around. When he saw Li Chengqian, he waved at him and said, "You've come at the right time. Little Tiger needs blood urgently. I need a few things. Go find them for me immediately. I want to give Little Tiger a blood transfusion." "A blood transfusion?" Li Chengqian and the others were unfamiliar with this term. They all knew what it was. At this moment, there was a commotion outside the door. Zhang Feng seemed to be afraid of disturbing Jianghu. When he went out, he saw Yu Baolin kneeling in front of the tent with red eyes, carrying 3 people in uniform. When he saw Zhang Feng, Yu Baolin looked at Zhang Feng and said, I just eavesdropped on your conversation. I heard that you want to give little tiger a blood transfusion? Do you think these 3 people are enough? If not, we still have a lot more. How many do you want? When he saw Zhang Feng hesitate, Yu Baolin gritted his teeth and said, if it really doesn't work, we can use my blood. Little tiger saved my life before anyway. I'll just treat it as paying him back with my life. Zhang Feng couldn't help but admire Yu Baolin. He couldn't help but give Yu Baolin a thumbs up. What a good man. This was a true brother. When Zhang Feng heard this, he gave a rough explanation of blood transfusions, blood types, and so on. Then, he saw a large hand slap the back of Yu Baolin's neck. Lao Tzu isn't dead yet. When will it be your turn? Yu Gong pushed Yu Baolin aside and stood in front of Zhang Feng. His eyes were red as he asked, Fengzi, does it have to be our own blood or human blood? Yu Gong's killing intent seemed to be brewing. He seemed to be very emotional. Zhang Feng was a little speechless. He sighed and said, yes, old Yu. As long as it's human blood and the blood type is suitable, it won't be a problem. The key is matching the blood type. Before Zhang Feng could finish, Yu Gong roared angrily. In an instant, a dozen Turks who had been tied up with ropes were brought forward. Yu Gong reprimanded them. Look at these guys. Can't they do it? Zhang Feng was a little speechless. He quickly said, I'm not sure either. We'll have to do a blood test first. Then do a blood test. How do we do it? Do we kill them first? Chapter 1132. A blood test could be said to be simple, but it could also be said to be difficult. In the future, a blood test was the simplest thing to do. It only needed a piece of test paper, a straw, and a needle to solve the problem. But where was this? This was the Tang dynasty. Everything had to be made by himself. Just now, he was talking to Sun Simiao about this. The glass was easy to make. Zhang Feng took off the sunglasses he carried with him, but the remaining things were difficult. Zhang Feng thought for a long time before he finally found something that could be used for the blood type test. Zhang Feng did not have time to think about these things at this time. He picked up a sterilized dagger and cut the fingers of the Turks one by one. He squeezed out a drop of blood and dripped it on the self-made test paper. Then, he put it on a large copper tray. Under the tray was a tray of warm water. At this time, the wet paper on the snow was rippling with the water. Zhang Feng's eyes were fixed on the test paper. The mark was very simple. It was 5 red lines, but they were arranged horizontally in an order. It took Zhang Feng a lot of effort to remember the sequence. He didn't know whether or not he had used a red card. He could only pray to the heavens in his heart. But fortunately, Lu Jianghu was a blood player. It wasn't a lot of facts. He just needed to prepare the blood needed for the surgery. As for what happened after, this kid's body was strong and should be able to survive. After all, this was all he could do. He was a little doubtful and missed the medical equipment of the future. If he had a set of equipment in the Tang dynasty, or if he could activate his golden finger, how good would it be? If he encountered such a thing again, he would not have to worry so much. But it was useless to think too much. The most important thing at this time was to quickly think of a way to solve the blood problem. After testing 3 people in a row and still failing, Zhang Feng could not help but feel a little discouraged and anxious. Suddenly, Zhang Feng seemed to have thought of something. In ancient times, there was no scientific basis for the blood test. However, it seemed to have seen a video explanation on Bilibili. Although there was no scientific basis for this method, it could still test the simplest kind of matching or similar blood type experiment. He could not help but feel happy. He hurriedly followed a small bowl of water into the tent. He carefully pricked a drop of blood on Niu Jianhu's finger and dripped it into the bowl. Then, he drilled out of the tent again. After repeating this process 9 times, he finally found 3 people with matching blood types among the 9 slaves. Now that the blood problem was finally solved, Yu Gong wanted to say something but hesitated. But after thinking about it, he held himself back. In the end, Yu Qigong couldn't help but ask with a guilty conscience. This is a matter of life and death. Are you sure you can do that? Zhang Feng carefully searched his mind for knowledge in this area. After confirming that there was no mistake, he said, "Don't worry, we are all brothers. I will do my best." Yu Qigong heard this and sighed heavily. Just do it. No matter what kind of psychological pressure you have, even if you can't save him, I believe old Niu won't say anything. Zhang Feng's eyes reddened as he glared at Yu Qigong. Who the hell said I can't do it? If you are a man, you can't say you can't do it. As he spoke, Zhang Feng blocked everyone outside and went into the tent alone. At this time, Niu Juanda rushed into the tent. As soon as he entered the military camp, Niu Jinda saw the people outside the tent. His heart could not help but thump. He felt dizzy and fell off the horse's back. Everyone was so frightened that they hurried over and helped Niu Jinda up. After Niu Jinda woke up a little, he grabbed Yu Qigong's hand and asked in a trembling voice, "Brother, my family's who, Don't worry, old Niu. With Fengzi here, it should be fine. You know this kid. He has a lot of ideas." When Niu Jinda heard this, he laughed bitterly and did not say anything. He did not want to put pressure on Zhang Feng, but he also wanted to protect his son. However, he also knew the meaning behind Yu Qigong's words. He could only drag his heavy steps to the side and squat on the ground. He stared blankly into the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 1133. At this time, Zhang Feng, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly lifted the curtain of the tent. He shouted to the outside, "Bring in the 3 people who were mocked just now." Hearing this, everyone could not help but be happy. Niu Jinda was still squatting there like a wooden sculpture, pretending that he did not hear anything. After being in the army for so many years, he had also encountered such things. Every time he met those soldiers, the final outcome was extremely miserable. Even now, he could still clearly remember the horrible scene before those people died. He did not expect that it would happen to his son at this time. Niu Jinda did not know if this was retribution or something else. Yu Qigong looked at Niu Jinda and sighed heavily, but he did not say anything. At this time, Zhang Feng looked at the 3 tied-up Turks being brought into the tent and kneeling in front of Zhang Feng. Although they did not know what Zhang Feng's people were talking about, their intuition told them that it was definitely not something good. They desperately shrank back and struggled. Even when several burly men grabbed their hands and brought them in front of Zhang Feng, the 3 people were still trembling with fear. At this time, Zhang Feng suddenly felt like he was a person from Sakura Island. After stepping on the blood from their hands again to confirm the blood type, Zhang Feng ordered several burly men to wash the arms of the 3 people well. He did not know whether these Turks were born like this or what. Their hands were full of greasy stains, as if they had been soaked in mud. Zhang Feng did not want Niu Xiaohu to die of a bacterial infection. The 3 Turks were washed clean. At this time, except for a piece of cloth, their bodies were as red as cooked shrimps. Obviously, the bath just now was very uncomfortable. Although the 3 of them were blindfolded, their instincts made them struggle desperately. Under the efforts of several burly men, they were forced into the tent. The 3 of them were still forced into the tent. On the soft mattress, Zhang Feng used a bamboo pole, the urine bladder he obtained from the mule, and the intestines of a carp. There were also 2 hollow fish bones. The hollow fish bones were connected to the 2 ends of the fish intestines. One end was above the mule's urine, hanging high on a frame, and the other end was dripping with a drop of alcohol. After several burly men knocked the 3 Turks unconscious and fixed them on the frame, Zhang Feng's guilt made him say, "Amit ba," several times in his heart. Just like the Imperial Army, he suddenly felt that in order to be a good brother, Zhang Feng forcibly brainwashed himself. This was the Tang dynasty, this was the Tang dynasty. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Feng rubbed the alcohol on the shoulder of a Turk, and then stabbed the fishbone fiercely. In Zhang Feng's worry, the black blood slowly flowed into the mule's urine. Seeing this, Zhang Feng's face lit up. He hurriedly took out another tube, which was connected to the hollow fish bones and the fish intestines, from the alcohol basin, and pierced it into the urine. After the blood slowly flowed out from the other end of the tube, Zhang Feng carefully inserted the fishbone into Niu Jianhu's artery. After carefully observing for a moment and seeing that the blood was slowly and orderly entering Niu Jianhu's body, Zhang Feng let out a long sigh of relief. However, at this time, Zhang Feng didn't dare to relax. After all, he had never tried this method before, especially when he wasn't sure if the blood type really matched. He waited for another half an hour. Niu Jianhu's originally weak breath slowly changed, gradually becoming longer. His chest also slowly regained a trace of vitality, rising and falling rhythmically. His slightly purple lips also began to have a touch of blood. Only then did Zhang Feng heave a sigh of relief. He quietly walked to the door and waved his hand at Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao hurriedly entered the tent. When he saw this magical scene, he didn't have time to marvel. Zhang Feng hurriedly said, "Let's check his pulse first and see if this method is effective." Sun Simiao didn't dare to delay. He hurriedly put his hand on Niu Jianhu's pulse. When he saw that the pulse was gradually stabilizing, he was relieved. "It's done." This sentence seemed to affirm Zhang Feng's efforts at this time. Zhang Feng sat down on the chair like a deflated balloon. He let out a few long gasps. After hearing Sun Simiao's affirmation, Li Chengqian, who was lying at the door, exclaimed in a low voice, "Xiaohu is alive! Xiaohu is alive!" Hearing this, everyone was pleasantly surprised and cried tears of joy. Yu Qigong instinctively glanced at Niu Jinda and sighed heavily. No one knew better than him how his old friend felt at this time. Patting Niu Jinda's shoulder, Yu Qigong sighed and said, "Xiaohu is fine." Hearing this, Niu Jinda was stunned. He wanted to refute, but when he opened his mouth, he didn't know what to say. He didn't even bother to take the cigarette. He hurriedly got up from the ground and rushed into the tent. He looked at the strangely shaped blood transfusion device. Then he looked at Niu Jianhu, who seemed to be sleeping soundly. Niu Jinda, who was like an iron tower, suddenly burst into tears. Chapter 1134. Zhang Feng was afraid that the agitated Niu Jinda would affect Niu Jianhu's recovery. She hurriedly pulled him back and motioned for him to calm down. However, who could endure this kind of thing? Niu Jinda suppressed the excitement in his heart and took a deep breath before asking in a low voice, "Fengzi, is Xiaohu really okay?" Zhang Feng nodded heavily and looked at Niu Jianhu. Under the first step, Xiaohu's life is saved. However, if he wants to recover his leg, he still needs a few days. At the very least, he needs to recover his lost qi and blood first. Let him recover some of his physical strength before he can undergo surgery. Surgery to set the bone. Niu Jinda didn't know what surgery was, but when he heard Zhang Feng's words, he knew that Niu Jianhu would definitely not die. Thus, he made a gesture to kneel down. Zhang Feng hurriedly hugged Niu Jinda tightly and said, "Old Niu, if you dare to kneel down, then our brotherhood will come to an end. I, Zhang Feng, will turn around and leave now. I will never acknowledge you as my brother again." When Niu Jinda heard this, he didn't know whether to kneel or stand. After pondering for a moment, he rubbed Zhang Feng's head. Although Zhang Feng hated it when others touched her head, she also understood how a father felt at this moment. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, a sudden coughing sound caused everyone inside and outside the tent to hold their breaths. Zhang Feng, Sun Simiao, and the other three hurriedly looked at Niu Jianhu on the bed. Niu Jianhu had unknowingly opened his eyes. Although it was a little weak, Niu Jianhu still forced himself to stay awake. He looked at Zhang Feng with a bitter smile and said, "Fengzi, I'm useless. I've caused you trouble." Zhang Feng's eyes became hot. She patted Niu Jianhu's shoulder and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? You've already done enough. Don't think too much about it. Just focus on recuperating. In a few days, I'll let you witness a miracle. Lao Tzu will let you climb back up just like how you fell." Niu Jianhu laughed bitterly when he heard this. He knew that he couldn't keep his leg. He thought that Zhang Feng was comforting him, so he nodded respectfully and agreed. Only then did Niu Jianhu look at Niu Jinda and call him father with a choked voice. Niu Jinda shuddered when he heard the word, father. Although he tried to hold back his tears, his trembling body betrayed him. Niu Jinda sighed hoarsely. Niu Jianhu comforted him. "It's all my fault. I was careless. I hope father won't blame others. I didn't do well enough." I know. Just focus on recuperating. Fengzi said that you'll be able to walk in 2 months. Don't think too much about it. Otherwise, Fengzi will be busy for half a day. Don't cause trouble for lunatic. However, before he could finish, Niu Jianhu fell into a coma again. When he woke up this time, everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief. When everyone saw that Jianghu had fainted, they wanted to say something. However, Zhang Feng waved his hand, indicating that he was fine and that he had just lost a lot of blood. Then, he asked everyone to leave the tent. At that moment, only Zhang Feng, Sun Simiao, the unconscious Turk, and Jianghu were left in the tent. Zhang Feng looked at Jianghu and said, "Elder son, we only have 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, this surgery must be done. If we don't do it on his leg, the wound and bones will become infected. When that time comes, we'll have to amputate his leg." Sun Simiao frowned slightly. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He just faintly agreed. After all, the military camp wasn't a place to stay for long. When Jianghu's condition improved slightly, Zhang Feng made a stretcher and ordered someone to send him back to the academy. After all, there were many things that weren't easy to use in the military camp. For example, there were some materials for experiments and surgery, as well as some anti-inflammatory and disinfectant items. When they were on the mountain, they had prepared a lot of things when they had nothing to do. When they came, they didn't know what was going on, so they just picked up the important things and brought some. As soon as they left the military camp, Zhang Feng looked at Chen Chumo and couldn't help but ask, "Why haven't I seen General Yuqi or General Chen since I came from the military camp? It's been more than 2 hours." Chen Chumeng had long known that Zhang Feng would ask this. After all, everyone would ask the same question. How could there be such a person in the military camp? He felt a little helpless, but he looked at his shoulder and asked, "Do you think that if someone went up the mountain to look for you, you would definitely be on the mountain?" This question made Zhang Feng a little surprised. Chen Tinyu was right. According to the usual practice of the Tang dynasty, Cheng Yaojin might not be here at this time because of other things. After all, such a big thing had happened before, so it would be strange if Cheng Yaojin could sit still in the military camp. As for Yu Qigong, Zhang Feng really didn't know. Zhang Feng also wanted to meet the 2 legendary gods of war of the Tang dynasty. But at this time, it seemed that it was not fate. Then, he shook his head and went up the mountain in silence. After going up the mountain, Mr. Zhang Feng ordered people to use mugwort to empty a cabin that Chen Chumo and the others had built separately. He smoked the whole cabin with mugwort inside and outside before he let Jianghu in. Chapter 1135. Dugo watched all this with his eyes wide open. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he couldn't say a word. He could only stand aside silently, as if this room belonged to him. But Zhang Feng didn't care about this anymore. There was only a broken wound on Jianghu's leg, but there was also a wound on his arm that seemed to be caused by something. The wound was about 12 centimeters long, but it was only a superficial wound. At this time, the blood had already dried up. Zhang Feng speculated that it might have been caused by a scrape or something on the wooden pile after falling down when climbing the net wall. At this time, it couldn't be seen. Zhang Feng took the cotton dipped in alcohol with tweezers and carefully cleaned Jianghu's arm. He even shaved off the hair on his arm. He didn't want Jianghu, who had survived with great difficulty, to have any sequelae. Therefore, before doing everything, he disinfected with alcohol again and again. At this time, Sun Simiao had completely become his assistant. Each of them took a needle and carefully stitched up the wound. Although Sun Simiao's hands were trembling badly, and the stitches were twisted and turned, he still persisted. Anyway, this Xiaohu didn't rely on his appearance to earn a living. Moreover, only the inner side of his arm was exposed. Ordinary people wouldn't notice the wound on his hand unless they looked carefully. It was already good enough that a man didn't die. How could he be picky? The Turk who transfused blood to Lu Xiaohu had died before the blood transfusion was completed. He didn't die from blood transfusion, but was deeply frightened to death. As for the death of the Turk, although Zhang Feng felt a little guilty, other people didn't have any reaction to it. It seemed that the death of the Turk was not as worthy of their sympathy as the death of a sheep. Zhang Feng also didn't understand what was going on. In the end, he could only conclude that the people at this time were tough. Thinking about it in reverse, if the people of the Tang dynasty fell into the hands of the Turks, their end would be even more tragic. Zhang Feng also thought of this at this moment. He shook his head and reminisced. Zhang Feng invited Sun Simiao up the mountain for a certain purpose. Although teaching was one aspect, he invited Sun Simiao up the mountain in name to make the bone-strengthening soup and 8 treasure porridge. If he really wanted to make those things, He could make them in one day. Zhang Feng had never told Sun Simiao the truth. He was looking for some medicinal herbs to treat red wounds. These things were just some of the things that Zhang Feng thought of according to the formulas in his memory. However, this was not a difficult task for Sun Simiao, even though Sun Simiao did not know what cephalosporin was and what amoxicillin was. But when he heard that it was something to reduce inflammation, stop bleeding, and promote blood circulation, he immediately listed more than a dozen prescriptions for Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was stunned. In the end, Zhang Feng remembered the process of making penicillin mentioned in the textbook before. He simply made a set of experimental equipment and collected some penicillin. This thing was too precious. Zhang Feng hesitated for a long time. Then, he gritted his teeth and took out a porcelain bottle from his arms. The porcelain bottle was not big, only the size of a walnut. But even so, it took Zhang Feng half a month to collect this small bottle of penicillin. At this time, Zhang Feng wanted to pour the penicillin powder on Jianghu's 2 wounds, but after thinking about it, he poured some back and slowly sprinkled it with his fingers. This thing was too precious. He would need it during the surgery. If he gave it to Jianghu at this time, what would happen if he bled out during the surgery? Moreover, these people had infinite strength and were as strong as bulls. Zhang Feng could only hope that their bodies could bear it. Later, he found Li Gan and the others to take care of Xiaohu. Then, he threw the medicine that Sun Simiao brought to them. Sun Simiao also told them how to take the medicine and so on. Finally, the 2 of them walked out of the cabin. As soon as they walked out, Sun Simiao saw Zhang Feng's dignified face and asked with a smile, "Don't you already know how to perform the surgery? Why do you like it now? And you have a lot on your mind." Zhang Feng shook his head with difficulty. "It's no problem to experiment on animals with this thing, but did you see the mule come back to life later?" When he said this, Sun Simiao could not help but be stunned. It seemed that the mule did not come back to life in the end. Chapter 1136. Sun Simiao didn't understand why Zhang Feng was still thinking about the mule at this time. On second thought, he felt that what Zhang Feng said was not unreasonable. If the mule was already like this, then if it was used on people. Although Luozi's leg was broken by someone, and it was broken in 2 or 3 sections, this was not the main point. In the end it was still connected. The main point was the process of how to connect the bones. This was the main point. Sun Simiao was also a smart person. He didn't need Zhang Feng to explain it in detail. He already knew the knack of it. "Do you mean that you want to continue the experiment, and these 3 days are the time left for the experiment?" Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Indeed, but these 3 days are for the 2 of us. I don't know if elder son dares to accept it. After all, I've said before that I only know a little bit. If I really want to use a knife, I'll have to rely on Mr. Sunday. I'm just a person who fishes for fame. If I really want to use a knife, I'll tremble." Sun Simiao laughed and said, "If that's the case, then old man will go back first and think about it carefully. How should we do this thing? But do you think this kid can last for 3 days?" Zhang Feng nodded. 3 days is definitely not a problem. After all, the bone contusion and muscle damage are too serious, so we have to wait for his wound function to recover a little. There are some things that I can't tell you in 1 or 2 sentences for the time being. After dealing with Xianxio's matter, I will tell you in detail. How about the whole process of this operation?" Hearing this, Sun Simiao nodded with satisfaction. But the next moment, Sun Simiao said earnestly, "Kid, I know you are kind, but it also depends on the place. The blood to create life, the blood to return the soul, and the bone connection technique have never happened since ancient times. You should also know what the consequences will be if this matter is spread out." Zhang Feng was worried about this. He sighed and said, "Elder son, I know everything you said, but you have to give me some time. After all, it's a matter of life and death. I was too agitated back then and didn't care about anything else. However, I don't think anyone will care about something like that." Sun Simiao looked at Zhang Feng meaningfully. Then, without saying a word, he went to prepare for the operation on Xiaohu. After sending off Sun Simiao, Zhang Feng dragged his tired body back to the cabin. Just as he was about to sit down, he realized that Chang Yaojin and Yu Qigong were quietly sitting on the side of the recliner, staring at him. This scared Zhang Feng so much that he trembled. Without waiting for Zhang Feng to speak, Yu Qigong stared at Zhang Feng and asked, "Kid, I'm going to ask you a question. You have to answer me seriously." You can steal blood and return souls? Yu Qigong's eyes were fixed on Zhang Feng. He was just short of sticking his face to him. Zhang Feng turned his head with some difficulty. He was not used to talking to people like this. I can't. Yu Qigong's question was too ambiguous. Moreover, Zhang Feng was still thinking about Sun Simiao's words and the look in his eyes when he left. Therefore, he made a prompt decision to deny it. Otherwise, who knew if this old man would think of a way to make him use the blood-stealing soul-returning technique again? That would be troublesome. However, Yu Qigong obviously had no intention of letting him go. He asked again, "Why did you take a section of fish intestines and 2 hollow fish bones to draw blood into Little Tiger's body?" Little Tiger came back to life, but the 2 Jue died. If this isn't blood-stealing soul-returning technique, then what is? Yu Qigong's eyes were burning with flames as he stared at Zhang Feng. He seemed to be trying to figure out something from Zhang Feng's every move. Zhang Feng was speechless when he saw Yu Qigong's burning gaze. How could I tell you this? This is some common knowledge that I need to learn during the military training held by the school twice a year. However, it's only common knowledge. This is the first time I've performed a blood transfusion and sutured a wound. If I say this, won't you slice me up on the spot? Don't you think you'll cut me up on the spot? Just like what the doctor in the military training class said, saving lives was just like that. The more you treated the other person as a human, the more likely you were to save them. Humans were actually very strong. There were people in ancient times who scraped the bones of Guan Yu and Guan Yunchong to heal their wounds. The main thing was that Fei did not remember it. After all, he was not omnipotent. He could remember everything clearly. Western medicine originated from barbers. If one could cut people's hair, one could become a doctor. Perhaps even the stupid pig craftsman could become a founder. Letting blood out was a cure for all kinds of diseases. If the feet hurt, the hands would be chopped off. If the hands hurt, the hands would be chopped off. As for headaches, there was no way to treat them. If Lao Tzu knew how to disinfect the brain with alcohol, it was simply a groundbreaking invention. When it came to the latter, wouldn't they worship him like he was their ancestor? Chapter 1137. Just as a madman once said, "What's so great about a car? It's just an engine, for people, and a metal box." How wise is that? Anyway, I heard that his car company is very popular, and I haven't heard of any major problems. Similarly, what is a person? 2 arms and 2 legs at home, a body full of carbohydrates. If you know the cause, you can treat it casually. Didn't you see that the calf came back to life? As long as the calf can come back to life, it proves that my theory is correct and must be carried forward. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's heart calmed down. Xiaohu had an accidental fracture, so you also saw that bone fragment. If you don't stop the bleeding, he might really die. If he loses too much blood, find someone with the same blood type to give him a blood transfusion and he'll come back to life. Do you still need to ask? Zhang Feng seriously doubted whether he was playing the lute to a cow. Discussing blood types with the ancients was purely because he had nothing better to do. Sure enough, Chang Yaojin and Yu Qigong both blushed and stared at Zhang Feng as if they wanted to swallow him whole. Zhang Feng hurriedly begged for mercy, saying that he had just finished the operation to treat Xiaohu's injuries and had exhausted a lot of energy. Only then did he succeed in fooling the 2 people. However, it was clear that Chang Yaojin and Yu Qigong had no intention of letting Zhang Feng go. After Zhang Feng lay back on the recliner, the 2 lit up their cigarettes and sat on either side of Zhang Feng. They asked, "Fengzi, your medical skills were all taught by your master. Then tell us, other than being able to set bones, change blood, and take lives, what else can you do?" Zhang Feng knew that the 2 of them would not let him go. Smoking, he made up a lie. "My master said that learning these things is only a small path after all. There are many things that my teacher is not willing to teach me. He said that life is full of troubles, and it's enough as long as I don't get cheated by others. The more I learn, the more trouble I will have. He hopes that I can live a simple life. Heaven and earth have their own rules, and forceful interference will only add new troubles. It's better to let nature take its course. I understand. I've seen my master perform these things before, and I'm just copying them." Zhang Feng had no choice but to brag to the psychiatrist during his military training and set up a high ranking for him. Yu Qigong was a bit disappointed that Zhang Feng didn't live up to his expectations. He was a bit depressed, but he couldn't say a word as he looked at Zhang Feng for a long time. In his opinion, Zhang Feng had such a miraculous master every day, and he only learned a little about medicine. Which one of these skills wasn't earth-shattering? However, Yu Qigong looked at Zhang Feng for a long time and didn't know who to blame, so he put down his hand. After all, Zhang Feng had already done a good job, and as he said, his master had only taught him for a very short period of time. It was already enough for him to learn so much. Moreover, it was already good enough that he could change the legs and blood of Niu Jianhu after seeing it a few times. If it was another person, they would probably be scared to death at this time. How would they dare to do such a thing? Chen Yaojin rolled his eyes and said with a laugh, Feng Zi is so capable. As his older brother, I'll be blessed in the future. If I have any difficulties in the future, I'll look for you. Old you, this is Feng Zi's secret. Why do you care where Feng Zi learned it from? A blind cat, a dead cat, a cat that catches mice is a good cat. Don't you understand this principle? Chang Yaojin repeatedly gave Yu Qigong a look, then hugged Zhang Feng and said with a laugh, let's not talk about these annoying things. Let me show you something good. Old Niu told me to give it to you. Chang Yaojin's mind was more lively. It wasn't that he was careless. If Chang Yaojin was really careless, then you were the real idiot. Which person who could become a duke wasn't a shrewd person. However, compared to Chang Yaojin's simple-mindedness, Yu Qigong was somewhat depressed. He walked out of Zhang Feng's small wooden house and smoked while squatting at the door to study the strange blood transfusion equipment. The equipment was very simple. In fact, it was just a piece of fish intestine, 2 hollow fish bones, and a mule whose leg had just been broken by her. Yu Qigong couldn't help but be deeply shocked. However, at this time, looking at the two laughing and joking around, Yu Qigong couldn't help but smile. When a person became younger, their heart also seemed to become younger. Zhang Feng, who was 34 or 35 years old mentally, and a person who was actually close to 30 years old. However, the strange thing was that Zhang Feng didn't have any real generation gap. Compared to Yu Qigong, Zhang Feng preferred to spend time with Old Chen. Old Chen's thoughts were very simple and he was a very good person. This made Zhang Feng very happy. After all, every time he spent time with Old Chen, his mind and body would be extremely relaxed. Zhang Feng couldn't remember when was the last time he laughed and joked around without hiding anything. Maybe it was a month ago. Chapter 1138. Since he had nothing to do, Zhang Feng curiously asked, Old Chen, do you know what's going on with those Turkic slaves in the army? They seem to have just been sent here. You can even tell? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. I'm not a fool. I really can't tell. What do you take your brother for? Chen Yaojin laughed and told Wang Zhong the whole story. During this period of time, more and more soldiers had been garrisoned in the Lanzhou and Liangzhou camps, even extending to Chotzi City. However, with more people, more military supplies were transported. This also attracted the attention of the Turks who were pacing back and forth on the east side of the hall. They were also short on supplies, and they didn't even have enough to eat. When they saw a long line of caravans, there were naturally people who were willing to take the risk. The ones who were caught were a group of Turkic scouts. Half a month ago, according to Old Chen, his camp had been ambushed by these people. After sacrificing more than 30 people, Old Chen's subordinates had finally managed to kill these Turks. Even so, these people were still lying on the salt bags like mad dogs, crazily eating the salt one handful after another. They also lacked salt. Chang Yaojin had kept the price of salt at 1 yuan per caddy. Moreover, there was a price but no supply. How could this not cause resentment among the people? Chang Yaojin opened up the supply of vinegar cloth and a small amount of fine salt to eat. At least it had the taste of salt. Anyway, the common people usually didn't eat much salt. The purpose of this was to strictly prevent the Turks and the streamers from causing trouble and spreading this precious thing. After all, the salt sold to the public at this time was poisonous. This was something only a few of them knew. If the matter of these years was spread out, it would be big trouble. Therefore, Chang Yaojin did not care about anything else and kept these people here. In this regard, Zhang Feng also faintly felt that the Turks lacked salt. The Turks' geographical location was very special, belonging to the high-altitude plateau. No one could last more than a few days in a high-intensity activity. Moreover, the situation was unclear at this time, and the Tang army had dispatched so many troops to sneak here. In order to survive, These Turks were originally good at long-range raids, so they had evil thoughts. They took the risk out of desperation, and when Chang Yaojin and the others were not paying attention, they were able to take advantage of the loophole. However, they didn't expect that this group of caravans was actually the transport team of the officials of the Tang dynasty. Those who could escort the officials were all good men in the army. In this battle, Chang Yaojin lost more than 30 people. One could imagine how tragic this battle was. According to Chang Yaojin, only a few of the 7 Turkic fishermen were left alive. They even knew how to open a trap and brought them back. As for the rest, regardless of whether they were crippled or not, they were all killed. Thus, the scene that her husband saw in the camp happened. Living in a peaceful world, when had she ever experienced such a tragedy? That was more than 100 fresh lives. Just because of a mouthful of salt and a mouthful of rice, they lost their lives. In Zhang Feng's view, this was simply inconceivable. For him, not to mention a gene of salt, even 2,000 gene of 1 yuan was only worth 2 to 3,000 yuan in the future. Even if it broke the sky, it would only be worth 4 to 5,000 yuan. More than 100 Turks were all killed for this thing. Zhang Feng didn't think that the other dozen people who fell into Old Chen's hands could survive safely. After all, Old Chen was only a businessman. The real power to execute these people was in the hands of the 2 great generals in the army. However, even if one's head was cut off, it would only be a scar the size of a bowl. Why did rich people cherish their lives more? As the saying goes, the richer you are, the more afraid of death. This was an eternal truth. Poor people lived a life of suffering. If they couldn't even bear this, there was no need for them to live. They couldn't stay in the house anymore. There were 2 big chimneys. God knew how long they had been smoking in the house. At this time, after smoking 2 cigarettes, Zhang Feng was so choked that he couldn't speak. He hurriedly went out to see the sun. He simply lay on the grass and looked up at the clouds in the sky that came and went in a hurry. Seeing this, Chang Yaojin and Yu Qigong smiled and lay on the grass and looked up at the sky like Zhang Feng. The sky around Xi'an in the Tang dynasty was very pure. There wasn't a trace of pollution. It was as pure as a newborn baby. The sky was so blue that it was a little dark. The clouds in the sky were like a bunch of cotton ready to fight in the air. When the wind blew, the clouds would ripple. Looking at the deep black, there was a sense of vicissitudes of mystery in the dark blue. Unlike in the future, it was extremely rare to see a trace of blue in the sky of Xi'an. Not to mention Xi'an, it was also extremely rare to see such a pure blue sky in other places. Chapter 1139. The weather at the beginning of August was very strange. From morning to night, it was extremely cold. Especially at night, it was as cold as winter. However, at noon it was very hot. It was even hotter than summer. At this moment, the entire academy was filled with people who were moving construction materials in a hurry. At this time, when he looked around, he saw a group of men with their crotches wrapped in cloth. They were carrying construction materials or wood and running around under the sun. Their bodies were as black ghosts. Zhang Fengyu suddenly had the illusion that he had entered a Japanese military camp. Zhang Feng was a little speechless. He was looking for something in the crowd. However, he suddenly saw Cheng Chumo and the others who were carrying food bowls. They were talking and laughing as they walked while removing clothes. His eyelids couldn't help but twitch. These people were also doing the same. This was a disgrace to the educated. Zhang Feng also didn't have the desire to continue looking. He thought that if he really couldn't stand such a crude scene, especially in the academy that he had single-handedly managed, then he, Zhang Feng, would really eat that thing? He found some linen and then found the old village chief. After asking him, he found a few men who knew how to sew in Tonghui Square. He then went to the sticky candy at the foot of the mountain and found some rubber that was dripping and solidifying. It was the kind of rubber that was thinner than chopsticks. The longer the rubber was boiled, the better its toughness would be. In fact, when the materials and people were all here, Zhang Feng even drew and gestured on the paper to let them understand that he was going to make a few pairs of underwear. However, even so, Zhang Feng and Zhang Fei were useless. It took a lot of talking to make these people understand. After all, it was still very difficult to make them understand one thing. After wasting 2 hours, Yu Qigong and Chen Yaojin were a little tired. They yawned and went down the mountain. Zhang Feng didn't know. After explaining for a long time, everyone finally understood. Zhang Feng dragged his tired body and went to sleep. The next morning, Zhang Feng received a pair of boxers that had been made in a hurry. Looking at the size, he was quite satisfied with the elasticity of the rubber. He rewarded all of them with 3 taels of silver each, causing them to tremble all over and repeatedly say that they did not want it. To be able to obtain Zhang Feng's satisfaction was a piece of great news for these people on the mountain. After the tailor finished kowtowing, he walked away happily. As he walked, he muttered excitedly, "The prince is arrogant, the dean is worthless, and he even thanked me with a smile. My God, this is logic. This high and mighty profession actually treated me like this. How dare they treat me like this? The principal even praised me. From now on, I will also be someone who has been specially praised by the principal. Let's see who dares to not treat me well in the future." Zhang Feng didn't know that he had unintentionally become a tiger. He took the pair of boxers that looked a little too big and rushed to the residence of Chen Chumo and the others. At this time, Chang Chumo's people seemed to have just finished their morning exercise. At this time, a group of people were next to the wooden bucket at the door. They took off all their clothes and washed up. Everyone was tired under their crotches. They shamelessly showed off their not-so-perfect figures in broad daylight. Chen Chumo's black hair made Zhang Feng wonder if this guy had completed his evolution. When they saw Zhang Feng coming, they restrained themselves a little. They didn't intend to avoid arousing suspicion. While washing, Chen Chumo waved his hand and said, "Fengzi, why are you here so early? Do you want to wash together? The water has just been boiled and is still warm. The temperature is good for washing now." Zhang Feng looked at them with some disdain. However, he was once again sure of one thing. That was, he must build a bathhouse for these guys. Otherwise, the atmosphere on the mountain would be foul. He didn't want to see a group of people wearing boxers walking around blindly when he opened the door to save people. It was fine for him, but what about Zhang Yuyao and the others? What if they bumped into them? "Tainyo, come here. I made a pair of underwear. Put it on and have a look." "Underwear? What's that?" Hearing this, Chen Chumo and the others looked curiously at the linen thing in Zhang Feng's hand. They didn't even intend to wipe off the water droplets on their bodies and hurriedly gathered around. At this time, after taking a bath, the smell of their feet, sweat, and someone's body odor had been reduced a little. Zhang Feng also didn't feel so dizzy. Only then did he shake the 2 small corners of the thong in his hand. With this, they instantly looked at the boxers under their crotch. Chen Chumo pointed at the boxers and then at his own boxers and said curiously, "Fengzi, I remember that I saw you wearing this thing when you took a bath. Is this?" Hearing this, Zhang Feng's eyes instantly turned red. He bared his teeth and asked, "Tell me clearly. When did you see me take a bath?" Cheng Chumo knew that he had said something wrong. After stammering for a while, he laughed and then bypassed this matter. Obviously, Zhang Feng didn't. He meant to forgive them. Chapter 1140. At this moment, Zhang Feng suddenly caught a glimpse of Yu Qigong walking out of Niu Xiaohu's house. He was smoking and staring at the thong in Zhang Feng's hand. Zhang Feng was a little surprised, but he understood after thinking about it. He asked, "How's Xiaohu's injury?" "He's fine. He drank a bowl of bone-strengthening powder this morning and fell asleep again. His complexion has recovered a lot. Other than his leg being unable to move, he's basically no different from a good person." Yu Qigong's mood was a little better today, but when he saw the strange thing in Zhang Feng's hand, he asked curiously, "What is this?" Seeing this, Zhang Feng shook the thong in his hand and said, "This is that, crotch cloth. I don't know what's going on these days. They all like to wear crotch cloth when running around. It's a disgrace to the academy. So when I saw them like this yesterday, I really couldn't bear to look at them, so I got someone to make one for them to try first. If it fits, then I'll get someone too. Leave this matter to me. You should take a good rest. Treat Xiaohu's legs first. Leave these miscellaneous matters to me." Yu Qigong didn't wait for Zhang Feng to finish and interrupted him. He took over this matter. He also didn't know what this thing was and whether it would be awkward to wear. But since it was made by Zhang Feng, it was definitely a good thing. So, Yu Qigong made a prompt decision and packed it up. After all, he had already taken over the textile factory. In his opinion, this thong should belong to this category. As long as it belonged to this category, he would be in charge. Zhang Feng was a little stunned, but before he could speak, Yu Qigong took the thong from him and threw it on Chen Chumo's head. Go and change it for me now. Ask Lao Tzu to see what magical thing it is. Chen Chumo was overjoyed when he heard this. He hurriedly put the thing on his body in front of everyone, following Zhang Feng's instructions. After putting it on, Chen Chumo really did look better. Chen Chumo walked back and forth, even showing off his butt, twisting it in front of Zhang Feng. Looking at Zhang Feng, Chen Chumo was embarrassed, but he suppressed his embarrassment and pretended not to see it. This guy really deserved to be taught a lesson. Finally, Yu Qigong couldn't take it anymore. He scolded Chen Chumo angrily. That's enough. What are you doing? Hurry up and put on your clothes. Hearing this, Chen Chumo resentfully put away his desire to show off. Anything that happened on the mountain would always reach Li Shimin's ears. At this moment, in the imperial study, Li Shimin was looking at Niu Jinda anxiously. After listening to Niu Jinda's detailed account of Lan Tian's situation, Li Shimin asked, "We heard that Jianghu's leg was broken? Is there such a thing? After hearing about it yesterday, we sent the imperial physician to the military camp. How is he now?" Niu Jinda was stunned when he heard this, then bowed and said, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. My son was blind during training and broke his leg." Li Shimin heard this and his face was full of worry. He got up and came to Niu Jinda's side, patting him on the shoulder and said, "No one wants such a thing to happen, but I heard that Zhang Feng seemed to have gone to the military camp to pick him up. I heard that he has a way to fix his broken leg. Is this true?" "Yes." How could Niu Jinda dare to hide anything? He then told Li Shimin everything he saw after he went to the military camp, especially how Niu Jianghu woke up after Zhang Feng displayed that magical writing technique. Li Shimin was stunned when he heard this. There was actually such a thing in the world. There really were all kinds of strange things. At this time, Li Shimin even wanted to go up the mountain to see for himself how Zhang Feng fixed the bone, and even more wanted to see how he used other people's blood. However, Li Shimin was more interested in the set of equipment that Zhang Feng used to transfuse blood to Niu Jianghu. It was actually 2 fish intestines, a hollow fish bone, and a mule urine bubble. I don't want you to feel that way. He even had the impulse to test it himself, but now was not the time to talk about this. Li Shimin could only suppress the thoughts in his heart and asked, "Was everything okay when Jianghu was here?" 3 days later, did Fengzi say whether the bone could be fixed? Niu Jinda was stunned when he heard this. Not to mention him, not to mention Li Shimin now, he also didn't know. However, he didn't dare to not answer the emperor's question. After a moment of silence he said, "It should be possible." Both of them couldn't help but be silent. Seeing this, Li Shimin sighed and said, "Heaven helps the worthy. Relax a little. If you believe that it can be done, then there should be no problem. Don't you believe in Fengzi's ability?" Li Shimin was also a little uncertain, but since it had happened at this time, and it was such a thing, he knew what to say and could only comfort him. Chapter 1141. Niu Jinda hurriedly thanked Li Shimin and was about to leave. Li Shimin thought for a while and felt that it was inappropriate. If we count today, there should be more. The surgery will be done the day after tomorrow. If it's the day after tomorrow, I'll go with you to take a look. On the mountain. Zhang Feng walked out of Niu Jianhu's room 2 hours later. He then went to change the gauze on Lu Jianhu's wound. After cleaning the wound and making sure that it was not infected, he heaved a sigh of relief. In this kind of situation, the scariest thing was inflammation and wound infection. However, on one hand, it was because of Niu Jianhu's strong physique. Coupled with his anti-inflammatory medicine, the greatest effect was still seen by Zhang Feng. It was the bowl of Chinese medicine that was placed beside Niu Jianhu. One had to know that although penicillin and alcohol could play an anti-inflammatory role, it could not reduce the swelling of Lu Jianhu's injured friend so quickly. Sun Simiao must have used some magical medicine to make Lu Jianhu's leg recover so quickly. After bandaging Lu Jianhu's wound again, Niu Jianhu looked at Zifei, who was meticulously bandaging his wound. He felt a little guilty and said with slightly cracked lips, "Fengzi, if you can't do it, then forget it. Don't force yourself. At most, after 18 years will be another." Before he could finish, Zhang Feng glared at Niu Jianhu and said, "Shut up. If you're my brother, then don't say that. Don't you believe that I'm waiting for you? As long as you don't die, then I, your brother, can guarantee that you will recover. You only need to recuperate in peace. You can eat and drink as much as you want. But remember that you can't eat spicy food during this period of time. You can also not touch alcohol. Your diet can only be mainly bone-strengthening powder and some cooked food. Pork leg bone. Lu Jianhu nodded heavily with tears in his eyes. When Zhang Feng saw this, he felt a little depressed and did not know what to say. He left Niu Jianhu's room. Once he left, Chen Chumo and the others closed the door and started talking at once. It was Zhang Feng's turn. Little Tiger's head and leg injuries shouldn't be a big problem. There's no inflammation or infection at the moment. This is a very good sign. Zhang Feng did not dwell on this matter. After all, it was an endless process. Telling them was like playing the lute to a cow. It was far better than playing the lute to a cow. Sun Simiao was straightforward. After all, if you played the lute to a cow, would the cow understand? Hearing this, the few of them were relieved. They didn't know what was wrong with the weather at this time, but it was slowly becoming hot and dry again. The room was so stuffy that Zhang Feng couldn't breathe. At this time, he realized that the back of his clothes had long been soaked with sweat. Cheng Chumo, as if he was presenting a treasure, revealed a jar of grape wine from under the bed and invited Zhang Feng to drink. However, after filling Zhang Feng's glass with wine, he took a bowl and gulped it down. The warm wine could instantly increase one's qi and blood. Zhang Feng slapped Chen Chumo's hand and said, "How can you spoil things like this? How can you drink this grape wine without ice?" Li Chengqian couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Fengzi, you actually know that grapes taste better with ice?" Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't speak, Li Chengqian said, "After the grape wine is chilled, it is indeed very refreshing to drink. However, at this time where can we get this thing? Even in the ice cellar of the Imperial Palace, this thing is probably very rare." Hearing this, Zhang Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble. Shao Mountain is White Deer College. Tai Niu used some unknown ability to secretly hide a jar of grapes. If it weren't for you working hard during this period, he wouldn't have been willing to take out this plate of grapes. It was said that this grape wine was inadvertently given to Uncle Chen by Lord Zhang's son when he drank with his father last time. Hearing that it was given to Yuqi Jiaoyang from the Imperial Palace, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. He hurriedly picked up the wine cup and sniffed it. It really was different from the usual grape wine. At this time, Chen Chumo, Wei Shuyu, and the people crossing the ditch had already been tempted by the chilled grape wine mentioned by Zhang Feng. Looking at the steaming grape wine, they no longer had the desire to drink wine. Chen Chumo licked his face and shook Zhang Feng's arm. He chuckled and said, "Fengzi, do you have a way to get ice? If that's the case, then it's really great. Tell me, where can we get ice? I'll send someone to get it now. As long as it's not too far away, maybe we can drink it tonight." Zhang Feng only thought of this method of artificial ice by chance. It was also during this period of time when Niu Xiaohu's leg was broken that he thought of it unintentionally. However, after hearing what he said, Zhang Feng also missed the iced grape wine a little. Chapter 1142. It is indeed impossible for others to make some ice now. Where would we get ice at this time? Unless we go to the ice cellar in the palace or go to the depths of the Turks, we might be able to get some if we go back to the Qi nation. But if we go back and forth, we might as well wait for winter in the main hall. Everyone was a little disappointed when they heard this, but Zhang Feng chuckled and said, "But, I am talking about others. As long as you can find saltpeter, I can make the ice for you." Cheng Chumo was too lazy to even ask about the method. He got up and rushed out of the room. Saltpeter was not easy to get, but he vaguely remembered that there were some saltpeter in the barracks at the foot of the mountain. Moreover, there were saltpeter in the smoke. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Cheng Chumo came back with a big bag of saltpeter. Zhang Feng found a water jar and poured the saltpeter into it. Then, he directed a few people to pour more than half of the water into the vat. The water and the saltpeter produced a violent chemical reaction. The water splashed and there were occasional bursting sounds, as if the water was boiling. Those who saw it were greatly surprised. Under the gazes of the few people, the water surface gradually calmed down. Zhao Feng poured the prepared cold water into the copper basin and let the basin float on the water surface. Soon, under the astonished gazes of the few people, some white ripples began to appear on the water surface. Then, the white ripples gradually became clear. The bottomless water slowly turned into the color of rice soup. After what seemed like the time it took to eat a meal, the surface of the water jar was covered in white. It was like the kind of smoke that was spat out. It had accumulated all over the salt city. At this moment, the water in the copper basin began to slowly freeze. Moreover, it was rapidly freezing under everyone's gazes. Cheng Chumo secretly touched it with his hand. Instantly, he retracted his hand as if he had been electrocuted. He sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "F***ck, brother, how did you do it? Isn't this the last few days of the hot summer? This is even hotter than June. You can actually make the water freeze. My God, even the storytellers don't dare to say this." "Shut up. Don't ask if you don't know. We'll be relying on it to make a fortune next year. You don't know how poor I am right now. Do you think it's easy for me to raise 2,000 to 3,000 people on the mountain? Let's talk about this first. Don't tell anyone about this. This is a way for us to get rich in the future. Do you want to drink some cold beer?" Cheng Chumo nodded his head like a rattledrum. He looked at Zhang Feng as if he was looking at a god. Cheng Chumo didn't want to continue talking about this matter. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, he kept his mouth shut. He always felt that it wouldn't be difficult for his brother to earn money. There was no need for him to make preparations now. After all, whether it was the white paper or the braised meat, etc. There was also the matter with those old bastards a few days ago. Those were all ways to make money. Moreover, those dozens of boxes of money were stored in ink. Even if it was the 2,000 to 3,000 yuan on the mountain, if they didn't do anything and just relied on the money to buy rice and food, they would still be able to live in luxury for 3 to 5 years. Why did this kid say that he was so poor? However, this wasn't the time to think about this. Being able to drink the iced grapes was the most important thing. Several people sat cross-legged around the vat. After waiting for the water in the basin to slowly freeze, Zhang Feng took out a small hammer and broke the white ice. Everyone couldn't wait to take the ice and bite it in their mouths. Then, they carefully took a few ice cubes and put them in their glass cups. Lying on the grass and drinking the refreshing iced grapes, they instantly felt very cool. The ice cubes hit the glass cups, making tinkling sounds. At this time, it sounded like a moving lullaby, making people feel refreshed from head to toe. No one was in the mood to talk. They just looked at the clouds floating in the sky, bumping into each other. From time to time, 1 or 2 little birds flew over their heads and played. Chen Chumo was a drunkard. He wasn't used to drinking small mouthfuls of wine. After drinking a bowl of wine, he got up and poured the ice cubes in the half-copper basin into the wine jar. Putting the wine jar beside him, Chen Chumo felt comfortable. He drank the wine and fell asleep for a while. Thunderous snoring sounded. Zhang Feng and others drank the wine in their bowls, looking at the sky and smiling bitterly. The weather in August was so strange and changeable. Sometimes, he was as gentle as a woman's hand gently stroking her cheek. Sometimes, he was as cruel as a strict father, cold and heartless. Sometimes he was as passionate as fire. He just lay there and fell asleep. When Zhang Feng opened his eyes again, the sky was already full of stars. It looked like a jade belt across the sky. The vexed Zhang Feng found the 2 stars, Cowherd and Vega, in the sky. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. They would have a chance to meet each other once a year. As for him, he still had such a chance. The distance between him and his old mother at home was more than thousands of years. This was more than 1,000 years. Not to mention this life, even in the next life, he probably wouldn't be able to meet her again. Zhang Feng smacked his lips and picked up the remaining wine in the bowl. He seemed to be toasting to the Cowherd and Vega in the sky. He said softly, "Take care." Chapter 1143. After finishing his words, he drained his wine and tossed it far away into the darkness of Mount E. During this period of time, Zhang Feng did not feel a trace of danger approaching after agreeing to the clan's business. Every day, there would be a large number of people from aristocratic families coming to visit the mountain, and Zhang Feng did not reject them. Who didn't like money? Zhang Feng's generosity was also deeply liked by these aristocratic families. They had long known about Zhang Feng's character. They had investigated his character and found out that he was so generous to everyone. Therefore, they let go of the last trace of doubt in their hearts and wanted to pull Zhang Feng into their camp. Therefore, they were almost in a state of competition. The things that each family gave out were incomparable. From the beginning, it was gold and silver, to the end, it was rare treasures. Anyway, the rarer the better. No one knew where they got to know that Zhang Feng liked to collect those strange things. During this period of time, among the rare treasures that Zhang Feng received, those strange things accounted for more than half. For example, ivory carvings. Zhang Feng even found a few things like meteorites in this large pile of things. It seemed that Zhang Feng's plan had worked. However, Zhang Feng was not sure if these people were scheming against him. However, it didn't matter because the fish had taken the bait. Just as he was thinking about this, he heard Shiva's excited voice not far away. "Dean, Dean." Shiva's voice brought Zhang Feng back to reality. Seeing Shiva, Zhang Feng hurriedly asked, "Dean, what's wrong? What happened?" "The old village chief of Chong and University is here." Hearing this, Zhang Feng frowned slightly. Logically speaking, the old village chief would not come up the mountain. Could it be that something had happened? After kicking Ching Chumo and the others awake, he went to check on Niu Jianhu's injuries before hurrying back to the wooden hut with Shiva. Yes, the old scholar had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Zhang Feng, the old village head asked, "Back when I was at Chong'an University, I heard that you were in the military camp for old Niu's son. In the end, you even gave him the blood-seizing and soul-exchanging technique? Is there such a thing?" Zhang Feng knew that the old village chief must have come for this matter. He nodded, then shook his head and said, "That's a blood transfusion to set his bones." "This is true. I'm preparing to help little Tiger with Dr. Sun the day after tomorrow. As for the blood transfusion, those are just rumors. You also know that there are some things that I'm too lazy to explain. Even if I explain, it won't make sense." He quietly looked into Zhang Feng's eyes. After a dozen breaths, seeing that Zhang Feng was not lying, he sighed and said, Okay, I just don't want to say anything more. It's fine as long as you know what you're doing. But let me give you a piece of advice. It's best if you don't touch it. If Sun Simiao can do it, then let him see it. After all, his reputation is out there. You should understand the principle behind it. If you kill your way out and claim this matter as your own, I can guarantee that you won't be able to stay in the academy in less than 10 days. Hearing this, Zhang Feng suddenly realized that he understood the old village chief and the old scholar's meaning. Then Zhang Feng helped him with some future arrangements and the old village chief's opinions. The two talked until late at night. Early the next morning, Zhang Feng personally sent the old scholar back to Chong'an. When he went to the tavern to deal with some matters, he suddenly bumped into the steward of the Zhang mansion when he went out. When the steward saw Zhang Feng, he thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. After taking a closer look, he shouted in surprise, "Hey, when did you come down the mountain, young master?" Zhang Feng was a little speechless, but he still made a fist and palm salute and said, "Well, I had something to do, so I went down the mountain early this morning." "I didn't know that you went so early. Where did you go?" Seeing that Zhang Feng was so polite, the old steward smiled even more. His eyes narrowed into slits and he said, "What can I do? A few rich young masters came to the basketball court over there and wanted to eat the snacks of our Yixing pastry shop, so I sent someone to the shop. But it was too early, so the shop didn't make the snacks. So the old master asked me to send them here quickly, so as not to lose our reputation. I just sent the snacks to them, but I didn't expect to meet you here. Miss misses you very much in the mansion." The steward insisted that Zhang Feng go to Fuli to have a seat, but Zhang Feng didn't want to go. At this time, he still had a lot of things to do, so he didn't have time to delay. However, after such a fuss, more people saw Zhang Feng. Helpless, Zhang Feng had to go to Fuli with the old steward. Zhang Feng hadn't been to Chong'an City for a long time. At this time, he was strolling in Chong'an City. Looking at the garbage everywhere in Chong'an City and the dirty environment, Zhang Feng couldn't help but think of the magical country of India in the future. People in the future like to describe the people of the Tang dynasty as dirty and stinky men. But in the face of such people, Zhang Feng could only laugh. It seemed that as long as the rich didn't bind their feet and didn't stick to one person until the end, it was a hurried thing. At least, at this time, although Zhang Feng saw a little dirty and messy, it was only a temporary solution. On normal days, there would still be some people coming to clean these things on the streets. But at this time, the morning market had just ended, and many vegetable farmers didn't even have time to take away the vegetables, so it looked a little dirty and messy. However, compared to the mystical country of India in the future, it was simply a heaven-like existence. At this time, Zhang Feng and the old steward were strolling in Chong'an City. From time to time, they could see a teenager jumping back and forth in a basketball court. They even saw a group of old ladies smiling from ear to ear on the basketball court, which made a group of old men scream. Chapter 1144. Zhang Feng really did not see what was so exciting about this, but perhaps these people had their own interests. Zhang Feng did not disturb them. The basketball court was built for these people to play. After a while, the two walked to the door of Niu Pai Huang's workshop with the billowing smoke. Zhang Feng frowned slightly. The old butler knew that Zhang Feng wanted to go in, so he did not say anything and stood aside to wait. Zhang Feng walked towards Niu Pai Huang's workshop. Logically speaking, the rented house should have been moved to the mountain at this time. Why were there still people cooking here? When Zhang Feng came closer, there were still many people, about 50 at this time. There was a long line here. Everyone stuck their heads out and waited for something. Niu Pai Huang's wife recognized Zhang Feng. She was also a snob. When she suddenly saw Zhang Feng in a sky-blue robe in the crowd, she thought that it was a handsome young master coming to greet him. She rubbed her eyes and found that it was Zhang Feng. She exclaimed, "Oh, I was wondering who it was." It turned out to be Prince Zhang. At this time, the people at this time did not think that it was Zhang Feng. But when they greeted the wife, they reacted and treated Zhang Hong as the master. Zhang Feng smiled bitterly, cupped his fist and apologized to the people. Then they entered the workshop. Niu Pai Huang heard the sound outside and ate a meal with the wife. Then he accompanied Zhang Feng into the workshop. After entering the bridal chamber, Zhang Feng asked, "Old Niu, what's the matter? Didn't I tell you to move to the mountain? Why is it still here?" Niu Pai Huang smiled bitterly and said, "I did want to move to the mountain, but at this time last time when I went to the mountain, the old village head told me to wait. He said that this thing was too scary and would disturb the name of the students on the mountain and ruin the reputation of the academy. So I heard that the workshop is being repaired in a valley downstream of the paper mill." Zhang Feng heard this and understood. It was indeed so. Originally, Shao Mountain was just a barren land. But because of this academy, this barren land gradually gained a way and an academy. Even now, it seemed to be more lively than Chang'an City. He could not help but think of a wonderful idea. Now the basic industries in Chang'an City were controlled by those big families. It was harder for ordinary people to buy real estate and land than to reach the sky. If his brain could develop Xianxia and turn it into a residential area, that would be... Zhang Feng could not help but have his eyes turn into the shape of copper coins. In his mind, he instantly imagined rows of connected villas in the future. If it was built, as long as he, Zhang Feng, was willing, it could be said that in less than a month, there would be no empty space in the whole of Shao Mountain. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng could not help but feel excited. Young Master Zhang sat there alone, giggling and making greedy noises from time to time, which surprised Oxhide Huang and his wife. They mistakenly thought that Zhang Feng was angered by them. Oxhide Huang was so angry that he beat Zhang Feng fiercely. "Yes, it's all because of you, stinky woman. I've already said that we won't do anything here. We'll go to the mountain, even if it's just a shack. It's all because of Mr. Zhang that we have today. It's all because of you, stinky mahjong. Stinky woman, your hair is long but your knowledge is short. What do you think we should do?" Niu Pai Huang's wife had never seen such symptoms before. At this time, she was also stunned by the beating and could only hug her head and cry bitterly. Seeing this, Zhang Feng could only quickly mediate. "This has nothing to do with you. It's my fault. Let's put the matter on the mountain aside for now. Let's talk about the basketball business first. How's the basketball and football business recently?" When it came to serious matters, Niu Pai Huang and his wife were simply like. They spoke excitedly as if they had opened up a chatterbox. "Young Master Zhang, there's something you don't know. Last night, Lord Niu came to me personally and told me about this matter. In the past 2 months, those aristocratic families have been clamoring for it. The orders for basketball and football are terrifying. Yesterday and tomorrow, there were already 1,000 orders for basketball, and about 300 for football. And those people outside seem to have heard about the Imperial College and Hongwen Hall. I don't know why, but they personally went to Fuyang to place their orders this morning. After hearing about it, these people came over like crazy and queued up to buy the basketball." Zhang Feng could not help but feel a little more confident after hearing this. After that, Zhang Feng went to the county yamen again. Niu Weili had already sent the first 2 parties back to Zhang Feng's residence. After that, because he could not refuse Niu Weili's kindness, he could only have lunch at the cliff. Then, under Niu Weili's arrangements, he went to Zhang village. When Zhang Feng arrived at the Zhang residence, he learned that Zhang Yuyao and Zhang Shang had already gone to his residence. He had no choice but to go in circles and rush back home. He was speechless. If he had known, he would have gone straight home. He would not have had to go in circles on Chang'an Street and be looked at like a monkey. Chapter 1145. The news of Zhang Feng's return spread quickly as if it had wings. When Zhang Feng returned to the gate, Jin Shu, Zhang Yuyao, and Zhang Shan were already waiting for him at the gate. Old Wei and Old Feng also crossed their arms and looked at him with a smile. Zhang Feng got down from the sedan and hurriedly cupped his hands. Old Wei, I didn't expect you to come too. Old Master Zhang, long time no see. You've been healthy recently. Then, Zhang Feng naturally took Jing Shu and Zhang Yuyao's hands. Zhang Yuyao's cheeks turned red, but she still sweetly followed him in. He was addicted to holding hands. The first few times he held hands. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, Zhang Feng's list became bigger. As soon as he entered the gate, Zhang Feng was shocked by the scene in front of him. Inside and outside the gate, there were more than 30 burly men standing upright, holding short sticks. When they saw Zhang Feng, they shouted angrily in unison, "Old Master has returned." Those who didn't know would think that he had come to the Duke's public house. Seeing this, Zhang Feng hurriedly asked, "This is?" Zhang Shan looked at Zhang Feng suspiciously and said, "Aren't they the people you asked old you for? Do you still remember that group of veterans?" Only then did Zhang Feng remember this matter. He greeted them and entered the courtyard. The courtyard was very big. It was so big that Zhang Feng and the others had to walk around 7 or 8 corridors before they reached the living room. There were already maids in the living room, who had prepared seasonal fruits and tea. After the guests and the host sat down, they asked almost in unison about what had happened during this time, such as the basketball. They also asked about the dozens of carriages of gold and silver and those rare treasures that had been transported last night. They all asked what Zhang Feng had done and why there were so many things suddenly. They also asked about the 2 guys from the Imperial College and the Hongwen Guan. They had heard that they had always been at odds with him. Why did it suddenly become like this these few days? Zhang Feng also patiently told them about the recent events. Only then did they realize what had happened. They praised Zhang Feng again and again, saying that he was good at doing business. Wei Zhang and Feng Xianling were even more amazed. They really wanted to ask Zhang Feng about the specifics of this matter, but Zhang Feng just said that he had discussed this matter with Lao Li and dismissed them. The 2 of them were not fools. Since the emperor knew about this matter, it meant that Zhang Feng was not willing to talk about it in detail. It meant that the emperor and Zhang Feng had made a plan. As for what the plan was, the 2 of them really did not know. For a moment, the 2 of them were lost in thought. Seeing this, Zhang Shan hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Men, bring the account book. Since the son-in-law is back, it's better to leave this matter to him." The old housekeeper happily entered the classroom and handed a thick account book to Zhang Feng. Zhang Shan patted the account book in his hand and said, "Feng Zi, the money recorded in this account book, as well as the paintings, porcelain and so on, have been converted by old man for you. There are about 20,003 taels of gold, more than 1,000 taels of silver, and more than 50,000 strings of copper coins. As for the other things, I don't know what strange things they are. I have put them in the study for you to see later." Zhang Feng could not help but be stunned when he heard this. Where did so much come from? Without waiting for him to finish, Zhang Shan smiled and stroked his beard. "This is all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, where would we get so much money from by handing over all the branches of Chang and Hotel to them? You let each of the Guanlong 8 great families buy the joining fee of 1,000 branches in one breath. These are only a part of it. There are also some, such as the Xianxia Wang clan, Longxi Li Shi, and others. Recently, they have also been negotiating with us. But we dare not agree. After all, I also know that you have conflicts with them. I was thinking of going up the mountain to talk to you, but I didn't expect that you would make this matter become like this. So, how do you think we should deal with this matter?" Zhang Feng did not have any good ideas for a while, so Zhang Feng hurriedly said, "I can't deal with this matter. You can leave it to Lao Li and Old Wei. After all, they are businessmen. They are very insightful in this regard. I am too busy these days." Wei Zhang and the others' eyelids twitched. This kid is really cunning. He wants to leave this matter to them? Obviously, he wants them to take the lead. Who in the imperial court didn't know that they did not get along with those involved? But at this time they can't say it. After all, the emperor knows about this. Now that Zhang Feng said this, they have to go back and discuss with the emperor before making a decision. After a while, Wei Zheng waited for Zhang Feng to talk about the business before asking, Xiaohu's leg, are you sure you have a way to cure it? Wei Zheng's eyes flashed with a trace of pleading. Although the poison blood life-changing method aroused his interest, he was more concerned about it. What he wanted was the bone-setting method. Chapter 1146. In the early years, it was a clan brother of Wei Zheng's. Because of the war, his legs were crippled. Until now, he had been bedridden. He had thought of many ways, and even invited a miracle doctor to take a look. But all he could do was forcefully stuff the exposed bone fractures back into his body. But even so, he still felt unbearable pain all over his body when he moved. He used to be a man like an iron tower, but after a few years of suffering, he was as thin as a stick of firewood. Today, when he heard about this, Wei Zhang could not help but come forward to ask. When Zhang Feng saw this, although he was a little impatient, he still nodded and said sympathetically, as long as the bones are not broken, it should be fine. The day after tomorrow, I will prepare to set Xiaohu's bones. If you are interested, do you want to go up and take a look? Of course, he had to go and take a look. The two of them decided that 3 days later, they would witness Niu Xiaohu's miracle on the mountain. Then, Wei Zhang left in a hurry, ready to pass this good news back home and let his family be happy. After Wei Zhang and Feng Xianling left, there was nothing else to do. They simply chatted about the recent gossip and interesting things. The servants in the house had just brought the dishes to the table. In the courtyard, a servant rushed in. Zhang Shan was a little unhappy. He frowned slightly and said, "Why are you panicking?" The servant said in a panic, "Old Master Zhang, it's not good." When Zhang Feng heard this, he could not help but frown. Before he could say anything, Zhang Shan's face darkened. "Bastard, tell me what's not good?" The servant looked at Zhang Feng and then looked at Zhang Shan. Then he said, There's an employer who wants to escape." When Zhang Shan heard this, his face turned cold. "Bastard, I'm being kind to them. I've served them good food and drinks for so long, and they want to run away. Do they think this is a charity hall? Chase after him. I want to ask him what he's trying to do." The meal could no longer be eaten. The mansion was in a state of chaos, and some people even brought their dogs. Zhang Feng was looking forward to the two girls following Zhang Shan out of the living room. From afar, he could hear a burst of angry cursing coming from the back pavilion or the east hall. He went forward to take a look and saw a thin and weak body under a wintersweet tree in the east pavilion. He was being chased by people. Everyone picked up their weapons and pressed the person on the ground to beat him. The person was beaten until he screamed in pain and wailed loudly. Seeing this, Zhang Feng hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade them. Only then did they stop. Zhang Feng took a closer look. Although this person was covered in dirt and had unkempt hair and a dirty face, he looked to be about 14 or 15 years old, similar to the dog's age. He asked, "Yu Yao, what's going on?" Zhang Yuyao briefly told Zhang Feng what had happened. After Zhang Feng moved into the villa more than 10 days ago, there seemed to be a lot of food left. Therefore, Zhang Shan decided to give the money to the refugees in Chang'an. However, in this way, the refugees were bound to stay at the gate of Zhang Mansion every day. Zhang Shan was quite helpless, but there were more and more refugees. Seeing that there would be more and more problems if this went on, Zhang Shan picked out some people he was quite satisfied with among these people and handed them to the steward of Zhang Feng's villa. It was a job for them so that they would not be freeloaders. However, after this matter was settled today, these people actually wanted to run away after lunch. How could Zhang Shan not be angry? Zhang Feng also had a rough idea of what he meant. He was also a little angry. This bastard, not only is he addicted to freeloading, but he has also become a dog skin plaster. Not only is he an idiot, he even steals the food of my Zhang family for half a month. If this spreads out, my reputation will be ruined. Zhang Feng patiently followed in front of that person and asked, "Why are you running away?" I want to go home." That person cried as he rubbed his swollen eyes with heart-rending pain. Zhang Feng asked again, "Why do you want to go home? You are here to work. You have to know where your duty lies." Hearing this, the young man immediately wailed and said, "My father wants to work in the field." Zhang Feng was speechless. Seeing that Zhang Feng did not speak, the young man wailed again. "My father wants to work in the field. If he doesn't work, he will starve to death. He won't be able to spend the new year this year." At this time, with the young man's crying and wailing, more and more people gathered. Even the servants in the house frequently looked at him. At this time, Zhang Feng was also close to this young man, and the sympathy in his heart gradually disappeared. If he appeared too weak, there was no way to deter these people. After all, this was a family, and at this time, only Zhang Yuyao and the technical department were in the house. He was often not around. If these people thought that he was easy to talk to, wouldn't the price be chaotic in the future? Who could suppress them? Zhang Feng's face turned cold. He asked someone to bring a chair over and sat in front of the young man. He asked, "What does this have to do with your father?" "My father wants to wait for my clothes. He wants to work in the field." Zhang Feng was stunned when he heard this. The young man continued to cry and said, "If I don't go back, he won't have clothes to wear. If he can't work in the field, I will starve. When the sun is dry, I have to go back. Otherwise he will whip me. Everyone in the family will starve. My brothers and sisters may not survive this year." Zhang Feng couldn't help but be moved when he heard this. He asked, "You and your father wear the same pants?" Chapter 1147. Lowering his head, he saw that the young man was wearing a pair of extraordinarily large breeches. The young man sniffled. In his oily hand, there was actually a lump of dirty booger. He rubbed it against the large breeches with familiarity. Zhang Feng was so disgusted that he almost threw up his dinner from last night. He let out a long sigh and looked at the other people who had caught up. They were the newly recruited workers, and their situation did not seem to be much better than the young man's. Zhang Feng turned around and looked at Zhang Shan. "Pass down the order. Make a new set of clothes for every worker. Hurry." Zhang Shan hesitated for a moment, but swallowed the words he wanted to say and nodded. In his opinion, Zhang Feng was too benevolent, too benevolent. This was not a good thing for such a big family, but after all, this was Zhang Feng's own family matter. It was not good for him to interfere. It was also not good for him to say anything. At this moment, the young man heard that he had new clothes to wear. "I finally have my own clothes." In this era, he did not have any concept of new clothes. That thing seemed to only appear when his mother saw him getting married. To most people, clothes did not exist. He resisted the urge to make a sound. Zhang Feng could not bear to see such a poor person crying. He could not help but have the urge to curse. Zhang Feng turned around and walked away, hypnotizing himself as he walked. Lao Tzu was here to do business and earn money, not to do good deeds. After he finished speaking, he led the two girls away. The young man was stunned, lying on the ground like a dog. He only reacted when Zhang Feng was a distance away. Suddenly, tears burst out from his red and swollen eyes. Then he quickly kowtowed and shouted, "Thank you for the clothes, thank you for the clothes. I will be a cow or a horse for the rest of my life." His head hit the cold rock on the ground. Red blood splattered, dyeing the sparkling marble red. Zhang Feng could vaguely hear the young man's words. His heart twitched, and he did not know what to say. After a long time he whispered, "When will this group of people who want to cheat for food and drink disappear?" Although he was cursing, he did not know that a warm current had formed in the depths of his heart. Lao Tzu was going to fall. Zhang Feng returned to his residence and met up with Zhang Shan and the others. They chatted for a while, and there was even some unpleasantness because of this ordinary matter. According to Zhang Feng, he wanted Zhang Feng to find an old butler himself. Having an old man at home was like having a treasure. Zhang Feng recommended several candidates, but Zhang Shan rejected them all. Under Zhang San's inquiry, Zhang Feng said that he wanted to have the old village chief take over the house, but was strongly opposed by Zhang Shan. He was not related to them by blood. If such a huge family property was handed over to him, who would dare to be at ease? In the end, they were in a deadlock and the matter was left unsettled. Zhang Feng was too lazy to care about these trivial matters. After giving full authority to Zhang Shan, he left the mansion and walked up the mountain. This time, Zhang Feng bought some rare materials when he went down the mountain, especially those rare ores. At this time, He had to ask for them to prepare for the operation, such as the rubber infusion tube, the glass infusion bottle, and so on. These things were indispensable. It was impossible to use fish intestines and other things all the time, right? This thing was really too unsightly, and who knew how many germs it carried? The most important thing was still the needle. He found some strange things in the treasure room at home, and then walked around the streets. After that, Zhang Feng hired a carriage and quickly went up the mountain. At this time, the smelting factory had already entered into a regular operation. Basically, it could produce about 300 gene of steel every day. However, this was under the condition that there was not enough coal. If there was enough coal, it should not be a problem to produce 500 gene a day. By the time Zhang Feng arrived, the sky had already darkened. Everyone was extinguishing their fires and preparing to rest. Arjunan strolled leisurely to the entrance of the workshop. As he looked at the sky, he saw a lantern slowly approaching. Just as he was wondering who it was, Zhang Feng coughed. Arjunan was shocked and hurried to greet him. "Mr. Dean, why are you here at this time?" Zhang Feng did not say anything and asked, "Is Mokido in?" "Yes." "Well, ask him to come out. I have something to discuss with the two of you. Let's go to my cabin." While talking, Zhang Feng left with the lantern. When Zhang Feng returned to the cabin, before the lantern was lit, he heard a knock on the door. When he opened the door, he saw two dusty barbarians standing at the door. They were Arjunan and Mokido, who had just finished work. After witnessing Zhang Feng and Arjunan enter the cabin, Arjunan poured out some of the things he bought from the cowhide bag on the table and said, "I need something good now, but I don't know if the two of you can make it." When the two heard this, they were really not sure about this thing. They quickly asked, "Are you talking about the embroidery needle? Or something else?" Zhang Feng nodded, "Yes, it is similar to the embroidery needle, but there must be a hole in the middle where water can drip out. Can you make it?" Chapter 1148. This time, the two of them were completely stumped. If it was a needle, anyone could make it. However, it required a hole in the middle, which was difficult. The needle was so thin, but if it was like this, Zhang Feng explained the infusion needle in detail. Only then did Mokido realize, if that's the case, this old servant is willing to give it a try. However, I might not be able to make it. Give me 2 days. Zhang Feng shook his head and extended a finger. 1 day, only 1 day. Hearing this, the two of them could not help but change their expressions slightly. However, they still nodded heavily and left in a hurry. When they left, they took away the infusion needle that Zhang Feng had given her, as well as the syringe and the needle manufacturing blueprints. Then he said to Mokido, "I heard that you were a top glaze master in the western region? An expert glaze master in the world?" Mokido repeatedly declined, not daring to call himself an expert. Zhang Feng smiled and said, "You are worthy of this title. Don't decline. I don't have so many rules here. If you can do it, you can. If you can't, you can't. This is what you have to do." Hearing this, Merkel was a little touched. However, she did not know what he wanted to do. She stood silently at the side, seemingly knowing what he was worried about. Seeing this, Zhang Feng said, "Actually, you don't have to worry so much. Here you are just like home. What are you worried about? Actually, I have something here. If you are willing, I can pass it to you now and let you go back to your old profession." Zhang Feng explained the concept of the infusion tube and the infusion bottle. When he went to Chewing Gum's place, Zhang Feng wanted to talk about this. However, although the two of them had been in contact with rubber for a while, if they wanted to make such a high-end product, Zhang Feng was probably thinking about it himself. That was why he asked Mokido. With Zhang Feng's detailed explanation, the glass bottle and the infusion set were easy to make. However, the main problem was the infusion tube made of rubber. He could not help but feel a little troubled. He knew about rubber because it was sometimes used when making glazes. However, at this time, he had to make a plastic tube completely out of rubber. What was plastic? How could it be used to make a rubber tube? Zhang Feng saw that he couldn't explain, so he simply found a piece of rubber from the rare treasures that the 5 surnames and 7 hopes had given him this time. He then found a small copper bowl and placed it on top of the oil lamp to slowly boil it. A piece of rubber about the size of a fingernail was placed in the bowl of soup and let it boil. Mokido's eyes were fixed on the boiling process in the copper bowl. The process was very long. The two of them chatted about other things and Mokito's progress with the firearms. After about 2 hours, the piece of rubber that was originally the size of a fingernail had become as clear as water. Zhang Feng then stood up and took a medium-sized bamboo stick from the broom. He brought it to me and chewing gum and said, "Look carefully. This is the method to make this flexible tube." As he spoke, Zhang Feng used the mud to make a mold that looked like a brick. Then, he slowly pressed the bamboo stick in his hand down and made a mold. Then, he carefully poured the boiled rubber into the bowl. Halfway through, Zhang Feng hurriedly stopped and filled up the bamboo skewers in his hand. He pressed and rolled them in the gaps between the skewers. Then, he poured the real rubber on the bamboo skewers back into the bowl. He increased the flame of the oil lamp and continued to boil. After a while, Zhang Feng took out a sharp knife and cut the solidified rubber along the surface of the mold until it was flat. Then, he carefully took out the translucent thing that was stained with a lot of mud and put it aside. Then, he made another mold and used the same method to pour the other half in and cut it again. At this time, Zhang Feng said, "Look carefully. This is the most important part." While speaking, Zhang Feng used an even smaller bamboo stick to evenly spread the rubber in the bowl on the half of the mold. After he finished, Zhang Feng carefully connected the other half. Only then did Zhang Feng let out a deep sigh of relief. In fact, he didn't know how to make this thing. The key was that he didn't know how to teach, so he could only wait for the plastic pipe to solidify. After that, Zhang Feng cleaned the mud on it. After cleaning it, he left a transparent pipe that was the size of a chopstick. Zhang Feng sent the pipe to Mokito. Mokito was instantly shocked. He took the pipe with both hands. The pipe was very soft, like a dried Yongjing. It was quite elastic. When he looked at the end of the pipe, he saw that there was a pipe in the middle. It was the size of a small bamboo stick. Mokito couldn't help but ask, "Is this the pipe you were talking about?" Gao Feng nodded, "I want this kind of thing." "Now you know what to do, right?" When Mokito saw this, he held the tube like it was a treasure and nodded heavily. "I understand." Then, he hesitated for a moment. Then, he took out a summary of the medical equipment and sent it to Mokito. "Keep this thing carefully. Don't spread it. This is my secret." Chapter 1149. Mokito was so emotional that he almost knelt down in front of Zhang Feng. He grabbed Zhang Feng with his trembling hand and choked with sobs for a long time. In the end, Zhang Feng smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "If you want to thank me, get it out before tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, or better yet, at this time tomorrow night, I want it in my hands." Mokito wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and nodded heavily. Then, he walked out of Zhang Feng's room. It was another sleepless night. For many people, it was an ordinary night. However, for many people, it was the beginning of a difficult month, especially on Shao Mountain. The people of White Deer College. Niu Jianhu's leg injury was imminent. Although the wound's infection had been temporarily suppressed, the result was still imminent. Many people, whether it was White Deer College or Chang'an City, had their eyes fixed on the mountain. They were all waiting for Zhang Feng to succeed. The lights in Zhang Feng's room were not turned off for the entire night. Only when the sound of running exercises could be heard did Zhang Feng slowly drag his tired body to a chair in front of the door and sit down. After washing his face with cold water, he hurriedly walked to Sun Simiao's bamboo house. Sun Simiao was brewing tea. When he saw Zhang Feng, he was not surprised. He poured a cup of tea for Zhang Feng and said, "I heard that you didn't sleep last night?" Zhang Feng nodded. "Yes." "Why?" "Because there is no time. Xiaohu's leg cannot be delayed any longer. Tomorrow is the last day, so..." Sun Simiao smiled. "So you want to let the old man do it now, right?" He nodded and said, "To be safe, I still want to test it to prevent any mistakes." "Old man, I've thought about it a long time ago. Even if you didn't mention it, I would have thought about it too. I'll look for you later. I heard that Lao Li and the others will come to the mountain to watch tomorrow." Zhang Feng didn't know who spread the news, but he still nodded in tacit agreement. Sun Simiao didn't say anything. He just looked at Zhang Feng and received it. "Last night, I heard from old Fat that a lamb in the sheep pen on the mountain broke its leg when it climbed over the fence." Zhang Feng couldn't believe it. How could it be so coincidental? However, he still heard Sun Simiao say, "The sheep are already prepared next door. Let's go to old Gao's place now." There are fewer people there and no one will disturb us. It should be a good place to go. Zhang Feng nodded. Let's give it a try. But there's one thing, Elder Sunday. This time, without waiting for him to finish, Sun Simiao laughed and said, I know what you want to say. I've discussed your matter with Mr. Bo Shi and the others. Isn't it because the situation is unclear at this time? Don't worry. When the time comes, I'll announce that these things were made by me. It won't cause you any trouble. What do you think? Zhang Feng couldn't help but hesitate. He stared at Sun Simiao, who looked indifferent. I didn't expect Elder Sun to do this. I'm afraid that it will affect Elder Sun's reputation. Why don't we think of other ways? A person values himself very much. Zhang Feng couldn't help but think of one thing. That was the profession of a doctor. Especially doctors in ancient times. They all lived by reputation. If such a thing happened at this time, it was very likely that something unexpected would happen. Some people might not be able to practice medicine because of this. However, Sun Simiao laughed and said, Kid, you're thinking too much. What do you think the old man relied on to become a student? He relied on the old man's magnanimity. If the old man felt that it was right, he would do it. The old man never cared about reputation. As long as it was useful, it was the right thing to do. So I'll give you a piece of advice. Sometimes reputation is a good thing, but sometimes it's a poison that harms people. Zhang Feng's expression changed. He hurriedly bowed and said, I'll remember the Church of Grace. Sun Simiao nodded with satisfaction. After drinking a cup of tea with Zhang Feng, he said, Let's go. Let's go see that lamb. At this time, the farm was very quiet. The infusion was basically done here on Monday. Zhang Tufu had already moved to the foot of the mountain. Only Gao Da and Ma Zhou were left here. Although it was a little dirty, it was considered a quiet place in White Deer College. More than half of the pigs in the farm, as well as pigs, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese, and other animals, had disappeared. Some were eaten by the people on the mountain, but more were sent to the tables of the people in Chang'an. As for the farm, at this time, there were only a few boars and sows that were deliberately left behind. There was also a group of piglets that were playing around, as well as a dozen groups of chickens, ducks, and geese that were leisurely strolling around. At this time, thinking about it again, it was simply a world of difference from a month ago. A month ago, this place was known as the first in the entire Chang'an city, and even the surrounding areas of Chang'an. But now, this place seemed so empty. The wild grass frantically exuded its fragrance in the farm. Before it could sway in the wind, a little piglet's mouth sniffed it and then bit it off. Chapter 1150. He grew healthily and became the pig's delicacy. Then, he grew with all his might, and the pig nibbled on him again. The cycle repeated itself. Elder Gao seemed to have known that Zhang Feng and Sun Simiao were coming. He was already waiting at the door. When he saw the two of them, Elder Gao cupped his fists and gestured for them to enter. The second floor is ready. The hot water and all other aspects are also prepared. We can begin now. Zhang Feng didn't say anything. He just followed Sun Simiao into the spacious room that used to belong to Butcher Zhang. It was now empty. A lamb was placed on the table in the middle of the room. It was tied up on the table, and its left front hoof drooped weakly on the edge of the table. When the lamb saw them enter, it looked at them in horror. Its mouth moved as if it was asking them what they were going to do. Zhang Feng patted the lamb's head and said, Then when do we start? Now, let's start now. Sun Simiao said as he organized his medicine box. There was no time now. The failure of the mule experiment last time left a huge psychological shadow on Sun Simiao. At this moment, Sun Simiao seemed to be afraid to face it. Seeing this, Zhang Feng didn't say anything. The two of them carefully cut open the lamb's skin. There weren't any clamps or the like at this time, so they could only let Ma Zhou hold the cut-open skin. After all, it wasn't Ma Zhou's first time doing something like this. Although he was good at it, he still felt a little pale when he made such a big cut on a lamb's leg. Even so, he still wanted to see what Zhang Feng was going to do. He also wanted to see the miraculous result. After doing all this, Zhang Feng basically plucked all the hair off the lamb's leg. The skin below the thigh and the part above the hoof were all peeled off. Because it had been fed the anesthetic soup beforehand, the lamb looked at them in horror. Its head rubbed against Zhang Feng's hand from time to time as if it was asking, What is this? What are you doing? Zhang Feng didn't explain all this to the lamb. He didn't want to. In no time at all, he had separated all the muscles on the lamb's body according to the location of the fascia. The lamb's bones had been broken into two. One of the bones had already popped out, while the other was inserted into the bone marrow of the other broken bone. Zhang Feng looked at the wound. Although he felt a little disgusted, he endured it and cleaned the wound. Then he put down the dagger and looked at Elder Sunday. "It's up to you now." Sun Simiao nodded. Although this was his first time personally handling a knife, he was only an assistant the last time he was in the military camp. Therefore, it was inevitable that he would be nervous for the first time. Fortunately, the lamb's leg was completely cut open. After the muscles that wrapped around the bone were all cut open, the broken bone was taken out and soaked in alcohol to disinfect it. Then, according to Zhang Feng's instructions, he slowly looked for the cracks of the broken bone and pieced it back together. After all this was done, they naturally stitched up the muscle and fixed it. Zhang Feng didn't have to worry about this. After all, Sun Simiao had done it before, so he was quite familiar with it. Although it seemed very simple, it still took a full 4 hours to complete. When the two of them stopped, they were sweating profusely. However, he realized that old Gao and Ma Zhou were staring blankly at the lamb leg that had recovered to its original state with pale faces. The leg of the lamb was restored, and even the outer fur was sewn back. However, the broken part of the leg was firmly fixed with pieces of bamboo. After doing all this, Sun Simiao pulled out the acupuncture needles from the lamb's body one by one. The lamb still didn't seem to feel anything. It shook its hooves and realized that they were touching its hooves. It panicked and used its nose to rub the bamboo on the latter. It even stuck out its tongue and sneezed a few times. Sun Simiao said, "Make it drink all the things we prepared. Let me know when the effect of the anesthetic is over." After finishing all this, the two of them dragged their tired bodies back to old Gao's bedroom. They drank a big jar of water before they recovered. The two of them couldn't help but smile at each other. They couldn't hide the excitement in their eyes. The lamb's experiment seemed to have succeeded. Once the effects of the anesthetics wore off, if the lamb was fine, then it would be truly alive. Chapter 1151. "I didn't expect you to be so talented in this field." Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Feng gave him a thumbs up. Sun Simiao smiled and said, "In ancient times, Hua Tua cut open the skull, and Qin Shi Huang repaired the brain. After that, Bian Ke scraped off the bones of Guan Gong to treat his wounds." Although these stories were passed down by word of mouth, and the old man had also cut open people's chests with a knife, this was the first time he had set a bone. Although he was a little unfamiliar with it, this was still the old man's first time. He had a different understanding of medicine, so he was still confident. Indeed, after coming into contact with Zhang Feng's magical medical skills, Sun Simiao had really yearned for it. However, after personally experiencing it, he felt as if he had opened a brand new door in the field of medicine. After that, Zhang Feng and Sun Simiao once again studied the entire operation in detail. They even repracticed the operation with Jianghu many times. After that, the two of them dragged their tired bodies back to their respective rooms. The moment Zhang Feng entered the room, he went to sleep. Everything was ready. He was just waiting for the night to go over and see how the lamb was recovering. If the lamb was alive. If it was alive, that meant that the success rate of Jianghu's operation was already 90%. If there was even the slightest problem with the lamb, this matter would be a little troublesome. After all, Zhang Feng did not specialize in medicine. He only knew some general knowledge about physiology. Besides, this matter really had something to do with him. He did not want old Yu and old Niu to be so sad. Speaking of which, this was also his mistake. Although his two old buddies wouldn't blame him, Zhang Feng still felt guilty in his heart. After scolding himself in his heart, Zhang Feng slowly fell asleep. He had not slept well for a few days. At this moment, under the exhaustion, he finally fell into a deep sleep. The Mid-Autumn Festival poetry meet was imminent. With the mess at home and the mess at the academy, Zhang Feng did not have time to prepare these things. He could only beg Li Changqian and the others to put in a little effort. After all, if they only trained one kind of street dance in 12 days, as long as they put in a little effort, there should not be any mistakes. After all, the poetry meet was mainly about poetry. Even if they made mistakes, he would be there to support them. Although it would not be perfect, it would not attract too much attention. What Zhang Feng wanted was not just a chance to become a great scholar, but more importantly, he wanted to make his name known to the world. When he woke up the next morning, the sky was still dark. Zhang Feng opened the window and allowed the cold breeze to caress his cheeks. He looked out the window at a few women from Tonghui Square carrying buckets of water, going back and forth between the cafeteria and the mountain gate. In the small wooden house's storeroom, there were faint sounds of people handing over the day's food. Everyone seemed to have been attracted by the sound of Zhang Feng opening the window. They instantly turned their heads and saw Zhang Feng get up. They all went up to greet him. There were even two bold women who joked and wanted to help him dress up. After all, Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu were gone. Zhang Feng had returned to his sloppy appearance. What time was it today? But this was the time when the three major departments of the Ministry of Works and Rights, as well as elders from all parties, gathered at White Deer College to witness Zhang Feng's opportunity. If he went like this, wouldn't he be embarrassing White Deer College? However, Zhang Feng waved his hands and declined. When the two women saw this, they had no choice but to find Old He and his wife. Old He's wife didn't say anything and directly pressed Zhang Feng onto a stool. With Old He's wife personally handling the scythe, he finally calmed down. However, when he saw the scythe in Old He's hand, he couldn't help but feel scared. He asked, "Old He, what are you doing with the scythe?" Old Ho pointed at Zhang Feng's chin and the black hair between his lips and said, "I'm shaving your beard." A man's beard needs to be trimmed to be better and thicker. Don't you know this? Zhang Feng was so scared that his whole body trembled. He was about to go on strike. Okay, I won't shave. I'll do it myself when the time comes, okay? I won't shave today. I think it looks good like this. This is called personality. After Zhang Feng repeatedly begged for mercy, Old He reluctantly put down the scythe. When he left the room, Steamed Bun had returned to the mountain. She squatted at the door with Guzi and Juzi, staring at Zhang Feng. Seeing Zhang Feng come out, Steamed Bun grabbed Zhang Feng's hand and refused to let go. Zhang Feng had no choice but to hug and touch her. Who wouldn't like such a cute little girl? The most leisurely person on the mountain now should be this little girl, right? Zhang Feng took Steamed Bun around the mountain and came to the cafeteria. He chose a few snacks and side dishes that Momo liked to eat. It was not easy to make the little girl happy. However, Old He waited for Steamed Bun to finish her meal before he hurriedly took Steamed Bun away. This time, Chang Chumo's people didn't come for breakfast. It was said that they went to the mountain to run before dawn. It seemed that they also knew that Zhang Feng had been troubled recently, so they didn't dare to bother him. They were practicing the so-called street dance desperately. They didn't let anyone see it and beat up anyone who saw it. Zhang Feng was speechless. He touched his chin and looked at Guzi and Juzi who were eating the food on the second floor. He laughed and scolded. "Did I cheat you on the mountain? Can't you eat more gently?" The two laughed, but they still wolfed down the food. "It's so delicious. Brother Feng, why is the food on the second floor different from the food on the first floor?" Zhang Feng smiled and didn't say anything. After a while, he asked, "Do you want to eat the food on the second floor?" How could the two kids not want to? Their heads nodded like rattles. Seeing this, Zhang Hong laughed and said, "Then I'll give you a task. As long as you can familiarize yourself with the disciple rules at the end of this year, I'll make an exception and accept you as my last disciple. From now on, you'll eat whatever I eat." Chapter 1152. The two naturally didn't know what the disciple rules were. Not to mention these, they didn't even know how to read. Zhang Feng's promise to them was just a joke, but it also gave them a reason to keep up with the others. A goal to stand out. After accompanying the two of them to eat, when they walked out of the cafeteria, they saw Ma Zhou anxiously walking back and forth at the entrance of the cafeteria. He was holding a steamed bun made of brown rice in his hand and eating it with relish. Zhang Feng looked at the cafeteria in surprise and said, "Did you not release the tickets or something? Why are there so many delicacies? Why are you eating this thing?" Ma Zhou smiled awkwardly. "I'm used to it. I still have to save money. Buying books is more important." Zhang Feng was a little speechless. He was too lazy to argue with him. He asked, "Why are you waiting here so early? Tell me." Hearing this, Ma Zhou's face flashed with excitement and said, "I want you to see something good. Now that Dr. Sun has gone, you are the only one left." After hearing this, Zhang Hong realized that he should be treating the lamb. Then she hurried back to the farm with Chairman Ma. In the yard of the farm, the expert and Dr. Sun were squatting in the yard and staring at a little lamb. One of the little lamb's legs was tied with a bamboo splint. However, it was limping and bleeding happily on the grass. While eating grass, from time to time, it would use its mouth to nudge the hooves tied with the bamboo splint and bleat twice. It seemed to bleat twice as if it was complaining to everyone, wanting them to take down the ugly thing. Seeing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but be overjoyed. He asked, "Elder Gao, is this the lamb from yesterday?" Sun Simiao laughed and stroked his beard. "What do you think?" Several people couldn't help but laugh heartily. After laughing, Sun Simiao patted the medical kit next to him and said, "This operation is no small matter. Wait, I heard that it should be at 12:45. They will all come to watch. Where are you going to do the operation?" When Zhang Feng heard this, he couldn't help but have a dignified expression. If so many people came to see it, logically speaking, it should be placed in an open area outside. However, there were too many bacteria outside, and it wasn't easy to do this. After thinking for a while, Zhang Feng suddenly slapped his head and said, "I'm going to put it in the teaching building." "Can't the teaching building do that?" "No. That's a place where we read the books of the sages. If we see something like that, we'll see blood. Moreover, the mountain gate hasn't even opened yet. It's very inauspicious." Zhang Feng waved his hand. "What's wrong with that? Didn't the academy set up military science and medical science for the first time? Let's treat this as a medical lesson for the entire academy. What do you think?" Sun Simiao still strongly objected, but at this time the expert praised, "Prince Zhang's method is very good. I think it's feasible. Old Sun, don't be entangled in these clichés. Which rule in the academy do you think is strictly adhered to?" While speaking, the expert pointed at the lamb's leg. Sun Simiao was stunned, and then he heaved a heavy sigh of relief. "That's right, if I pay too much attention to these things, then I'd rather not do it." In that case he might as well not do it. Everything that Zhang Feng was doing now was so shocking. If he had to take this into consideration, then what was the point of doing it? Fine, fine. Since it's like this, then I'll do as Fengzi said. Today, the sky was still beautiful. In the boundless blue sky, there wasn't even a trace of cloud to be found. Before dawn, carriages appeared at the mountain gate one after another. At first, the old village head at the gate personally welcomed them, but as more and more people came, the old village head became numb. He just nodded and clasped his hands to the people who came. Then he found a student and introduced the academy to them while leading them into the already prepared classroom. Naturally, the old village head didn't need to introduce people he was familiar with. He didn't have so much free time. The classroom was painted snow white, and at this moment, one could still vaguely smell the smell of lime. However, such a bright classroom made everyone abnormally excited, and it added a sense of solemnity to the atmosphere. The tables and chairs in the classroom designated by Zhang Feng were all moved away, leaving only the operating table in the middle prepared by Zhang Feng. A thick white blanket was spread on the operating table, and a sterilized white wool skin was placed on top of it to prevent the blood from flowing. In the classroom, there was a smell of mugwort smoked and baked. Even the ground was sprinkled with a thick layer of quicklime to disinfect. At this time, the smell of lime had already covered the smell of mugwort. Originally, the windows of the academy's teachers were made according to the glass windows in the back room. However, there was no time to make transparent glass, so at this time, although there were iron rods and other things, they were all white pieces of paper. This was also the detestable part of the academy. It was good to have white paper, but at this time, the window paper had already been poked with holes of various sizes. Chapter 1153. A group of people blocked the classroom door, as well as the window, staring. They looked at Jianghu, who was lying on a bed, blinking, discussing something. When had Jianghu ever seen such a scene? These people here were all big shots. Moreover, they had come especially for him. As he lay on the bed and greeted everyone with a smile, he urged Zhang Feng to hurry up. Zhang Feng was so angry that he threatened him that if he dared to move again, his legs might not be guaranteed. Only then did Jianghu hurriedly shut his mouth. Li Shimin did not come. But Li Yuan came late, with his hands behind his back, ignoring everyone's dissuasion. He walked straight into the classroom and sat next to Jianghu. Soon after, A servant set up a small table next to him and put some incense on it. There was even a small tea stove. Zhang Feng glared at Li Yuan and had an impulse to kill someone. But the more Li Yuan ignored him, the more he sat down to boil tea and drink. Seeing this, Zhang Feng could only sigh and no longer care about him. He did not see him at that time. After everyone had arrived, Zhang Feng and Sun Simiao looked at each other, nodded and said, "Then let's start." "Wait for Feng Zi." At this time, Niu Jianhu was anxious and said, "My father doesn't seem to have come." Just as Zhang Feng was about to make a move, Lu Jianhu did not find him in the crowd. Although Niu Jianhu was not afraid of death, he also hoped that his father was by his side. Zhang Feng looked out the window after hearing this, but he really did not see him. He looked at Yu Qigong outside the door and said, "Pervert old you, why didn't old Niu come?" Yu Qigong looked to the side. Speechless, he said, "What, you still want me to invite you?" Hearing this, Zhang Feng knew that Niu Jinda had come long ago, but he did not want to see Niu Jianhu's current state. He heard that his father came. Only then did Niu Jianhu lie down in satisfaction. He put on a generous appearance and said, "Come." Seeing this, Sun Simiao passed a bowl of numbing soup and sleeping pills to Niu Jianhu after getting Zhang Feng's permission. Seeing this, Niu Jianhu gulped it down without hesitation and even waved his hand at the door. Seeing this, Sun Simiao said, "Fengzi, should we make some preparations?" Sun Simiao was the one who had stage fright. Zhang Feng waved his hand and looked at Yu Qigong. "Old you, I remember that there were still 2 Turks left after the blood transfusion. Where are they?" Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Was this kid really going to use the blood exchange life-prolonging technique? Everyone could not help but stare unblinkingly at Zhang Feng. Yu Qigong said, "Wait a moment. That's good. Look at me. I can't believe I forgot something so important." He didn't forget about it. In fact, he had already prepared it. He just wanted to see if this kid really needed it. Yu Qigong hurriedly waved his hand. A person who had been washed clean and tied up like a dumpling was carried into the classroom by 2 strong men. As soon as he entered the classroom, the Turk had already been washed clean. Zhang Feng could even faintly smell the scent of alcohol on him. It seemed like they had learned from Zhang Feng and forced him to drink. However, that kind of alcohol was useless. It could only make the blood more active, which was not beneficial to Niu Jianhu at all. However, Zhang Feng could not say it out loud. He cupped his fists at everyone and said, "For White Deer College, the first medical class of the year officially begins." At this moment, 2 voices sounded from outside the door. "Brother Zhang Feng, please wait a moment. Can we come in and take a look?" The person who spoke was Ouyang Kai. He was standing at the back of the crowd. Seeing Ouyang Kai and the others wave their hands, Zhang Feng was a little hesitant. However, looking at Li Yuan's arrogant appearance, he finally clenched his teeth and said, Come in. As long as you guys can take it, what's the harm in coming in? The premise is that you guys can take it. Don't make a sound." The 2 of them were very excited. They hurriedly swore before hurriedly entering the classroom. Seeing this, He Zhongjing and Old Qian wanted to enter as well. However, the moment the 3 of them reached the door, they hurriedly shrank back when they saw Li Yuan. Ouyang Kai, Yu, and Lu Hongwen also knew Li Yuan. However, they were here on behalf of the Academy for the academic exchange. They had already reached a consensus with Zhang Feng regarding this matter. The 3 academies had formed an alliance, so it was still acceptable. They just pretended not to know and pretended to be calm. However, Li Yuan did not even look at the 2 of them. This made them feel a little embarrassed. After all, why would a person of his level care about a few small shrimps? After everything was prepared, Zhang Feng saw the effects of the Mephisan slowly appear. Niu Jianhu also felt a little sleepy. At this moment, Zhang Feng used his finger to poke Niu Jianhu's leg and asked, "Little Hu, do you feel it?" Hearing this, the sleepy Niu Jianhu shook his head dully. In the end, he fell into a deep sleep. Only at this moment did Zhang Feng let out a sigh of relief and said, "Let's begin." Following Zhang Feng's call to begin, everyone did not dare to breathe loudly. They stared at Zhang Feng with their eyes wide open. That Li Yuan even put down the tea that he had picked up. With his hands behind his back, he stood up and looked at the dagger in Zhang Feng and Sun Simiao's hands. As for Ouyang Kai, Yu, and Lu Hongwen, the 2 of them stared at Zhang Feng with a face full of curiosity. They wanted to see how exactly he would start this so-called bone setting. Zhang Feng fixed the Turk, who had been drunk in advance, on a shelf at the side. Then, he washed the transparent glass flat and the pages of the book that he had rushed to make overnight with alcohol. Only then did he nod at Sun Simiao. Seeing this, Sun Simiao used alcohol to gently wipe the Turk's carotid artery. Then, he wiped Niu Jianhu's arm. After that, Zhang Feng used a rubber bandage to tie Niu Jianhu's arm, making his blood vessels protrude. Then, he used a needle to gently prick the Turk's neck. With this prick, the blackened blood instantly flowed along the rubber tube and into the glass bottle. Seeing what was inside, everyone could not help but be shocked. Was this that kind of blood exchange technique? Chapter 1154. After everything was done, the blood slowly filled up about half of the infusion bottle. Zhang Feng then slowly inserted the needle on the other side into Niu Jianhu's arm. After a cycle was formed, and Niu Jianhu did not have any abnormalities. Only then did Sun Simiao examine Niu Jianhu in detail. He slowly inserted the 99 silver needles into his various acupoints. After that, Zhang Feng covered Niu Jianhu's body with a piece of white cloth. Only his face and injured leg were exposed. At this moment, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Yu Qigong's expression changed slightly. He looked at Niu Jinda, then at Niu Jianhu, and then at Zhang Feng. He saw a flash of disappointment in Zhang Feng's eyes, and he couldn't help but frown. Logically speaking, this white thing filled with bad luck was meant for people who had passed away, right? Why did this kid give it to Niu Jianhu? Could it be that he had no other choice? Was he just doing his best? At this moment, almost everyone present had such thoughts. Even Li Yuan frowned slightly. He coughed softly and hurriedly reminded Zhang Feng, "Fengzi, isn't the white cloth a little inappropriate? What's wrong with it?" However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Feng instantly remembered that this was the Tang dynasty. Moreover, the people were quite wary of these things. 100 steps could not be used by living people. Except for mourning. The expressions of Zhang Feng and the others were very strange. Yu Qigong's expression was also a little pale. Zhang Feng hurriedly explained, "Everyone, don't misunderstand. The reason why this cloth is used is because this is a pure colored cloth that has just been woven. This is medical knowledge. There are irritating ingredients on the cloth that has been dyed. If it covers the body, it will be thick and troublesome. However, this batch of cloth has been boiled in boiling water and then repeatedly detoxified, so there's no other meaning. Everyone, don't worry. It's just for the sake of a more perfect success in this operation." Hearing this, everyone's expressions became slightly better. Zhang Feng heaved a deep sigh of relief. He was very worried that if word of this got out, if he was careless and did not explain, if the surgery failed, how would he face old Niu? In this era, only wearing white things on one's body was tantamount to something inauspicious. Zhang Feng really didn't think of this point. Although this matter had been explained, he was still somewhat skeptical. However, Zhang Feng did not have the time to explain. After all, time was of the essence. If he delayed any longer, the weather at night would be fine, but during the day, the temperature at noon would be too high. The possibility of bacterial infection was very high. After washing his hands, he and Sun Simiao did not hesitate to gently cut open the skin and flesh above Niu Jianhu's calf bones. As soon as the two sabers slashed down, it instantly caused a wave of exclamations. Although Li Yuan was used to this kind of bloody scene, it was really the first time he saw a knife on a living person at this time. His face couldn't help but become somewhat pale at this time. Everyone's hearts were in turmoil. Ouyang Kai's entire body was trembling. This was really the first time he saw a living person cutting open the skin and flesh on the leg. That visual impact. It was simply too good. At this time, Sun Simiao was also not feeling well. He had practiced 2 or 3 times. If he were to do it now, due to the success of the lamb last time, Sun Simiao's mood was greatly relieved. He no longer had the previous worries. Although the saber in his hand was still trembling, the action of cutting open the skin and flesh still leaked out a little. After all, this was doing something on a living person. He did not dare to guarantee that nothing would happen. Now, Niu Jianhu's leg bones had been exposed for 3 days. At this time, the cells at the front of the bone were slightly dry, and the bone stubble was a little black. Zhang Feng took out the 3-edged bayonet that he had prepared in advance and used it as a brush. He rubbed away the broken parts at the front of the bone, trimmed it slightly, and cleaned the stains and coagulated blood on it. This work was very meticulous. Zhang Feng could only do it himself. When the people present heard the sound of the file, they could not help but feel their hearts churn. Even their legs were trembling. After another hour, Zhang Feng finally finished everything. He looked at son Simiao and said, "Elder son, wait for me to count to 3. When I count to 1, let's use our strength together and reset his leg bones. What do you think?" Son Simiao did not have time to answer at this time. He only nodded heavily. At this time, outside the door and inside the door, the 3 people stood on their tiptoes and stuck their heads out to see how they were going to reset the leg bones. At this time, Zhang Feng was holding Niu Jianhu's leg. His heart was beating faster. After he was ready, he looked at son Simiao, who was holding Niu Jianhu's leg, and said slowly, 3, 2, 1. Pull. As Zhang Feng's voice fell, the 2 of them used their strength at the same time. Then, they slowly stretched Niu Jianhu's right leg in the opposite direction. Even though Niu Jianhu had taken anesthetics and sleeping pills, he still screamed in pain due to the intense pain. Ah! But before he finished screaming, Niu Jianhu fainted from the pain again. Chapter 1155. Zhang Feng could not care about anything else. Although the leg bone had returned to its original position, it did not mean that the matter was over. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and stared at Niu Jianhu's leg bone. After hesitating for a while, the leg that did not have much blood to begin with gushed out blood again. It was like a blowout. Zhang Feng did not care about anything else. His eyes were fixed on the bone stubble, looking for every broken crack. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. No one knew what Zhang Feng was doing. After about the time it took to eat a meal, Zhang Feng finally set the bone. However, at this moment, he looked as if he had been fished out of the water. After that, Zhang Feng took out the remaining penicillin that he had prepared beforehand and disinfected the bone. After disinfecting the bone, he quickly stitched up the fascia and muscles. Then, he cleaned up the last layer of skin and flesh. However, the blood was still gushing out crazily as if a gate had been opened. Sun Simiao hurriedly pierced another silver needle at the base of Niu Jianhu's thigh. Only then did the bleeding slow down. However, Niu Jianhu's face gradually turned pale. Although he had been receiving a continuous blood transfusion, the blood flow was too fast and the body could not bear it. Zhang Feng hurriedly urged, "Elder son, quickly suture. You go up and I'll go down." Sun Simiao checked Niu Jianhu's pulse and so on. Zhang Feng checked the eyelids and pupils. After that, the 2 of them hurriedly began to suture. However, the trickling blood instantly fermented in the lime powder in the classroom under the high temperature. The smell became strange. It was pungent and had a hint of spiciness. Everyone could not help but become more worried. This kid. Could it be that he could not pull through? Quick, cotton ball. Elder son. Quickly suture. Prepare the sore medicine to prevent massive bleeding. Zhang Feng looked at the blood that kept gushing out as he sutured. He was also a little panicked. In the future, there were too many of such things. Postoperative hemorrhage was a common occurrence. However, this time, it happened right in front of Zhang Feng's eyes, and he was the chief surgeon. Only then did Zhang Feng personally understand how difficult it was for a doctor to face such a situation. After that, Zhang Feng picked up some bandages that he had prepared in advance to stop the bleeding. He sewed up Niu Jianhu's wound while disinfecting it. In the end, Zhang Feng clenched his teeth and poured all the penicillin he had made himself onto the wound. Just like that, after the time it took to brew a cup of tea and a meal, Sun Simiao inserted the final needle. The surgery was finally a success. The 2 of them didn't dare to be careless. After all, Niu Jianhu's right leg was still bleeding. If it weren't for the free blood transfusion, Niu Jianhu would probably be. Sun Simiao checked Niu Jianhu's pulse and nodded. Then, together with Zhang Feng, they wrapped the bandage in their hands tightly around the wound. Basically, after wrapping a layer of gauze, they had to put a thick layer of medicine on the wound until the entire right leg was tightly wrapped. Only then did the 2 of them hurriedly put the bamboo splint that they had prepared in advance on Niu Jianhu. Until now. Only then did Zhang Feng and Sun Simiao start to pant heavily. Zhang Feng glanced at the Turk. They didn't know when the Turk had completed his mission. The blood flowing out of his veins was also intermittent. Seeing this, Sun Simiao looked at Niu Jianhu's leg again. Only then did he hurriedly insert needles on his leg and chest again. Zhang Feng's eyes were also fixed on Niu Jianhu's leg that was constantly bleeding. Gradually, the bleeding stopped again. Seeing this, Sun Simiao pulled off the infusion tube on Niu Jianhu's body. After doing all this, the two of them basically sat down on the ground at the same time. Zhang Feng and Sun Simiao looked at each other, then hooked their fingers at Li Yuan. They pointed at the cigarette in his hand. Li Yuan rolled his eyes. He fumbled around in his arms and took out a pure gold cigarette box. He took out 2 cigarettes and handed them to the two of them. He asked, "This is it? This kid is fine?" Zhang Feng didn't say anything. After taking a few deep puffs of the cigarette, he stood up and glanced at Niu Jianhu. He then said, "Everyone, Brother Xiaohu's leg is saved. If there are no accidents, he will be able to walk on crutches in 2 months. In half a year, he will be able to walk on the ground." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but heave a deep sigh of relief. Even Yu Qigong was so excited that he shouted, "Beautiful! I knew you could do it. Old Niu, listen, King listen, your Xiaohu is fine." Niu Jinda had been listening carefully to all the sounds in the classroom, but he didn't dare to look. At this time, when he heard Zhang Feng and Yu Qigong's words, his tense body trembled slightly. Yu Qigong put his arm around Niu Jinda's shoulder and laughed. "Old man, did you hear what Feng said? Your kid is fine. In half a year, your kid will be able to jump around again. Did you hear that?" "Ha ha ha ha." He heard it. Niu Jinda heard everything. Although he didn't dare to make a sound or look, it was his son lying inside after all. He was more concerned about his son's safety than anyone else. After all, his Niu family only had this one seedling. At this time, when he heard Yu Qigong's words, Niu Jinda grinned. He seemed to want to enter Zhang Feng, but for some reason, his vision turned black and he slowly fell down again. Chapter 1156. At this time, everyone present began to think about what to do next. Although they had seen bone resetting, it was only a minor injury. Before coming, everyone had heard about this matter, but in everyone's opinion, this seemed to be a false rumor. After all, who could have a way to make such a serious broken bone on the street? Moreover, this bone stubble was exposed. Although before, there were indeed people who had heard about leg resetting and bone resetting, but the bones were not exposed and there were no red wounds. Brother Yong used a bamboo clip to pick him up, and after lying in bed for a year and a half, he could still walk with a limp, but this leg, it was basically a cripple. If he wanted to recover, it could only depend on whether he was sincere to God or not. But now, they heard that someone could use the blood of the Turks to exchange blood for blood, and save a person who was already judged to be dead by the King of Hell. How could this not be miraculous? The most miraculous thing was that this person could actually put the leg bone that had been broken for at least 3 days on the street. Even if it was a piece of bone from a cow or sheep, if it was left outside for 3 days, it would have smelled so bad that it couldn't be smelled. How could it be reconnected? If this was not a miracle, then what was it? The most important thing was that the person really came back to life. Although he hadn't woken up yet because of the anesthetic soup and sleeping pills, everything seemed to be getting better after Dr. Sun's diagnosis. This was no longer a problem. The most important thing was that at this time, Sun Simiao didn't say anything. What qualifications did they have to speak? After Dr. Sun's 2 hours of observation and treatment, Sun Simiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It's done. Quickly carry him to the old man's bamboo house. Within these 10 days, the old man will take care of him personally. No one is allowed to disturb him." It's done. It's really done. This is really a miracle. At this time, everyone's mind couldn't help but become lively. The most important thing was that once this thing was done, it meant that in the future the broken leg would be as good as new. "Kid, are you sure it's really done?" Of course, Li Yuan was the first to be in disbelief. He waited for Zhang Feng to catch his breath before asking. Li Yuan was not the only one who had this question. Everyone present had it. Those who were able to come here today were definitely overlords of a region. Zhang Feng also understood the importance of Li Yuan's question. He nodded heavily and said, "It is indeed done." As he spoke, Zhang Feng swept his gaze around the room, before loudly announcing, "Allow me to keep you in suspense. Today's lesson is a medical lesson of our White Deer Institute. Actually, it's quite simple. Actually, you just have to deal with the patient's wound infection and disinfect it with this alcohol that I specially made. Pay attention to your physical hygiene. Zhang Feng explained in detail the physiology and hygiene, as well as those bacterial infections and so on. Otherwise, based on these people's thoughts of Brother Feng not regretting it until he hollowed out the city walls, he could forget about living a good life from now on. After he finished talking about this, Zhang Feng said while panting, "Actually, this blood transfusion is not the kind of blood for life technique that you all understand. For example, if the water in a ditch dries up, the land in the field will also dry up. At this time, isn't the best method for us to carry water for irrigation? Similarly, at the end of the day, what little tiger lacks the most is blood. Once the body loses serious blood, if blood is not transfused, even if a deity comes, it will be impossible to save the situation. But this blood can't be used just any blood," Zhang Feng hurriedly added. "Otherwise, if this group of old fellows really went back and got someone to draw blood from, wouldn't that be a huge sin?" Zhang Feng hurriedly said, "People who need blood transfusions are usually in a situation like little tigers, or those who have suffered serious external injuries and lost too much blood. Also, there are those who have been poisoned by poisonous snakes and need blood transfusions. In this kind of situation, you only need to find a serum and use this set of medical tools that I use. After receiving reasonable training, you can use it. Under normal circumstances, the amount of blood in a person's body is only enough to fill a basin." Hearing this, Li Yuan pointed at the Turkic man on the shelf who had long lost his vital signs and said, "Then what happened to him? Didn't we just draw all his blood? If this isn't blood for life, then what is?" Zhang Feng felt a headache coming on. "This is a little special. Let's put it this way. Actually, in total we drew less than 3 bowls of blood from him. It's just that this guy was scared to death. After all, anyone who doesn't know about this situation will have such a situation. So, we still have to be careful when drawing blood. Also, if the blood type doesn't match, it can also kill people. So, the best way is to use the blood drip method to identify relatives. However, this method is not strict. It can only measure whether the blood type of 2 people matches. It has nothing to do with a paternity test. The blood identification method that you all talked about, in my opinion, is all nonsense. You must not take it seriously. If you don't believe me, Old you also saw that little tiger has nothing to do with this Turkic man. So, we have to be careful." Chapter 1157. After sending off this group of gods of plague and explaining the medical matters clearly to this group of uncles, Zhang Feng dragged his tired body back to Sun Simiao's bamboo house. In the bamboo house, Yu Shernan and the other 3 had been waiting there for a long time. Zhang Feng knew that he couldn't avoid this, but he didn't want to. After all, the appearance of a new thing, if it didn't experience the wind and rain, then what was it? As soon as he entered the door, Zhang Feng told Sun Simiao about the daily disinfection of the room, as well as some common knowledge, after finishing the book. Only then did he pull Yu Shernan, Li Yuan, and the others to Li Yuan's small bamboo house unwillingly. However, when they walked out of the small bamboo house, Niu Jinda was already waiting there. When he saw Zhang Feng, he knelt down with a thud. "Fengzi, you are the savior of my Niu family." When Zhang Feng heard that, his expression changed instantly. He didn't even turn his head, didn't even look at Niu Jinda, and was about to enter the small bamboo house. Seeing this, Yu Qigong hurriedly pulled Zhang Feng and said, "Fengzi, just let him speak. You don't know old Niu's temper. 3 generations of ancestors only had 1 son, and didn't I say before, when we were in the army for a few years, old Niu can't have children now because of other reasons." "So," Yu Qigong said painfully, "you don't have a son, but when you get married and have children in the future, I dare to guarantee that even if you have to sacrifice your life, you will not hesitate to save your son, right?" Zhang Feng was silent. He could understand a father's fatherly love. But, with a sigh, Zhang Feng came to Niu Jinda's side helplessly, and also knelt in front of Niu Jinda. Niu Jinda was so scared that he hurriedly lifted Zhang Feng's knees, his whole body trembling. "Fengzi, are you trying to torture me? If you don't think I deserve it, why can't Lao Tzu do the same? Lao Tzu said that we're brothers. We're also brothers with Xiaohu and the others. What's our relationship? You're someone who's only missing a stick of incense and you're going to kowtow to Lao Tzu? Have you ever treated Lao Tzu as a brother?" You don't even treat Lao Tzu as a brother. Since you want to be estranged, let's see who's more estranged. This. Niu Jinda's face was bitter. At this moment, Li Yuan's eyes flickered as he looked at Niu Jinda, and said, "Get up, the ground is cold, your rheumatic leg problem is also not light, and you still don't know, right? Because of your son, Fengzi hasn't had a good night's sleep these days." Niu Jinda was shocked when he heard this. He raised his eyes and saw that Zhang Feng's face was extremely haggard, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was instantly at a loss of what to do. This. Brother, Niu Jinda was so anxious that tears came out. Only then did Yu Qigong smooth things over. "Old Niu with a brother, why are you still so polite? It would be strange if Fengzi was willing to do this. Moreover, Fengzi said before that other than the parents of heaven and earth, no one can kneel. Have you forgotten? Go to the mountain gate and read the commandments of the academy." "All right, get up. Old man and the others still have important things to discuss with Fengzi. If you have something on your mind, doesn't Fengzi like those strange things? Go and get some for him as repayment. Usually I don't see you being so wishy-washy." Li Yuan urged impatiently. He almost spat out a mouthful of saliva. Fortunately, he reacted in time and disturbed him. Yu Qigong was also shocked. Regardless of Niu Jinda, he hurriedly hugged him and dragged him away. The retired emperor was angry. After sending Niu Jinda away with great difficulty, they returned to the bamboo house. They could understand Niu Jinda's mood. After all, that was his only son. How could he not care? No one would. At this time, after they sat down, Li Yuan said, "Kid, do you know what it means to make it public today?" "I know." Zhang Feng nodded firmly. "This is also specially done." Chu Suiliang frowned slightly and said, "Old man, I heard that you gave your property to these people? And after this mid-autumn hunt, you invited them up the mountain for this?" "Yes." Zhang Feng nodded without hesitation. There were no outsiders here. Therefore, Zhang Feng did not hide anymore. Hearing this, Ouyang Sun coldly said, "Brat, you're playing with fire. Aren't you afraid that the wolf will turn around and eat you when it gets fat?" Zhang Feng laughed and said, "That depends on whether the bait on my fishing rod is tempting enough." Li Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. "Kid, in the previous life, Erlang came to you for this matter?" Zhang Feng nodded. "Indeed, and I asked him to come. Kid, you know what I'm doing now. Didn't those people with the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs and Guanlong want to do something to me? Then I'll have a fight between the sandpiper and the clam. Won't that be great?" Chapter 1158. Zhang Feng was indeed playing a big game this time. If he succeeded, the 5 surnames and 7 hopes would be nothing. Moreover, he knew that Old Li definitely wouldn't be able to handle this matter. With Old Li's personality and industrial power, if he were to fight with any of the families in Guanlong, they would be able to crush him to death with just a flick of their fingers. The best way was to go to the emperor. Only with the emperor as his backing would he have the capital to challenge the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Those aristocratic families had been able to survive for hundreds and thousands of years by accumulating strength bit by bit. Although there was no lack of indifference, it did not mean that they were brainless. Therefore, this trap had to be set bit by bit. For example, the promotion of basketball, football, and morning exercises. Although it seemed that Zhang Feng did not gain any benefits, the production of football and basketball was still in Zhang Feng's hands. Even if others wanted to do it, they would have to get his permission. Otherwise, why would the matter of basketball be handed over to the county government? This was all thought out long ago. If something went wrong, it would be a direct confrontation between the government and these people. In the face of huge benefits, these people would not be so foolish. Moreover, as long as there were some basketball competitions in the future, Zhang Feng would personally train some players. In this competition they would be invincible. How could the name of White Deer College, Zhang Feng's team, not be resounding? This meant that these people were helping Zhang Feng spread the name of the college. Moreover, Zhang Feng did nothing. Moreover, the braised meat would spread sooner or later. Du Lele was not as good as everyone else. If he did not promote something well, then it would be nothing. Moreover, Zhang Feng did not expect these things to make money. What he coveted was the 5 surnames and 7 hopes property, and the Guanlong Group's property. As long as he could trip these 2 behemoths, How much could he eat? Perhaps the richest person in the world would be Zhang Feng. Moreover, this was also a political achievement. When these two mountains were defeated by him, not only would he be a Grand Duke, but he would also be ranked first in the Lingyan Pavilion, and even the king who had always been side by side. It would not be a problem. Given the hatred the current emperor had for these aristocratic families, the sky was already completely dark. However, Zhang Feng and the others were still thinking about their future policy. Yu Shernan and the others were sometimes surprised repeatedly, sometimes frowning in contemplation. At least half of the beard on Li Yuan's chin was shaved bald. The more he listened, the more excited he felt. Who would be willing to be suppressed by the Guanlong Shi clan and the 5 clans and 7 Wangs? As for getting rid of these big clans and being able to truly witness all the imperial power of the Tang dynasty falling into the hands of the Li royal family, Li Yuan was also more and more excited at this time. He even urged him to give up the 10% shares of the paper mill. In the end, Zhang Feng sternly refused. Old master, we have to keep some stock in our hands and keep it attractive. For example, this medicine, the paper mill, the forging workshop, the salt-making workshop, the rubber factory, and the textile factory. These are the foundation of whether we can destroy them in the future or not. If one of these falls into their hands, think about it, what attraction do we have? Humans are greedy like snakes trying to swallow an elephant. When they can't get what they want, they will try their best to get it. Now, these industries are all in a watertight situation. Once they tear a hole in it, think about the result. Although I still have a backup plan in the future, once the canal is opened, the initiative will not be in our hands. Now we want to give them meat to eat. They have it. When the time comes, it will be the meat in our hands. We have to think about how to give it out. Attraction. Li Yuan and the others could not help but feel shocked. They were very suspicious about what Zhang Feng was thinking about, but they also knew that this kid was really annoyed by Guanlong's people during this period of time. From the immortal ointment to the surveillance during the mid-autumn hunt, anyone would be scared, let alone this scheming kid. Well, everyone, I'm really tired these days. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. When Zhang Feng saw that his children were deep in thought, he couldn't help but ask. He hurriedly got up and asked. But when he saw that no one responded, he ran away. Among people, especially that old man Li, it was impossible for Zhang Feng to guard against his cunning ways. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. If he did, then all the ink in his stomach would be taken away. How could he not know what these people wanted? They just wanted to ask him about the medical science, the operation, and the blood transfusion method. If Zhang Feng could explain it clearly, then he would not be here. He would have gone to the Imperial Academy of Medicine long ago. When Zhang Feng went out, his legs seemed to be filled with lead and could not be dragged. At the same time, in the depths of the palace, in Li Shimon's bedroom. At this time, a spy also showed everything that happened on the mountain today to Li Shimon. The ox saw the tiger's leg. It was done. This was, without a doubt, a great piece of news. At this time, Li Shimon could not help frowning slightly and sighing. Feng Zi was really careless this time. Chapter 1159. After Empress Zhong's son instructed Li Tai, she asked someone to send him back. Then she asked, "Second brother, what's wrong with Prince Zhong?" Li Shimon sighed and handed the secret letter to Empress Zhong's son. "Guanyin maid, read it and tell me what Feng Zi is thinking." The day before yesterday, he told me that he wanted to deal with these people. But this time, I don't understand. I don't know what he is thinking. Empress Zhong's son read the contents of the secret letter and couldn't help but feel surprised. According to young Master Zhang's style, coupled with the fact that these people have been targeting young Master Zhang recently, I feel that second brother shouldn't pay too much attention to the subtle matters. Why? Li Shimon didn't understand and asked. Empress Zhang's son smiled and said, "Second brother, don't you understand? Prince Zhang and the people of the Guanlong 5 surnames and 7 hopes were so enthusiastic at the beginning. If your majesty has too much contact with them, everyone will think that you and Prince Zhang are plotting something. What do you think will happen to the 5 surnames and 7 hopes? I think Prince Zhang did a good job. After all, only with a sense of mystery and temptation can the relationship between second brother and Prince Zhang fade. In addition, if second brother and Prince Zhang quarrel over this matter, it will be wonderful." Quarrel? Li Shimon was slightly stunned. But after a while, he suddenly understood. I understand. Li Shimin laughed and said, after tomorrow morning, I will go up the mountain again. You'd better not go anywhere. Tomorrow morning, there will be people talking about today's matter. Second brother, you only need to deny it. Li Shimin heard this and couldn't help but smile. Ha ha ha, Guanyin maid knows me best. However, it would be even better if Imperial Father could say a thing or two on the mountain. At night, news of Zhang Feng's life-prolonging blood transfusion method and his miraculous medical skills had already spread like wildfire in Chang'an at night. It was even more miraculous. At this time, in Chang Yaojin's mansion, Zhang's son Wuji, Wei Zhang, and the others were already sitting in a circle. They were just about to go to the palace to see the emperor, but the reply they got was that the emperor was angry and he didn't want to see anyone at this time. The emperor probably didn't know why they wanted to see the emperor. That was to say, what Zhang Feng did today made the emperor angry. At this time, they didn't understand what the emperor and Zhang were doing. They also didn't know what on earth to them. After all, the emperor seemed to know this matter. But now, it was so obvious that was that. Is the emperor really angry? That's not right. Everyone couldn't help but look serious again. Finally, Wei Zhang looked at Yuqi Gong and said, Yuqi, you know the most during this time. Tell me what's going on. And Fengzi wouldn't do such a thing because of this matter. So, I think this is a trap set by the emperor and Fengzi? At this time, everyone was silent again. They weren't fools. Who was Zhang Feng? He was smart and cunning. Wouldn't he know the consequences of what he was doing now? No. He knew better than anyone else. So, it was too early to say anything now. They discussed for more than 2 hours, but just as it was about to end, little Gizi, wearing a big black robe and holding a gold medal, rushed into Chang Yaojin's living room. Little Gizi was wrapped up so tightly that no one could see his face, but everyone recognized the gold medal in his hand. They hurriedly got up, and little Gizi took off his hood and said with a smile, Little Gizi greets the Guogongs. Little Gizi, we're so familiar with each other. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to be so polite. Wei Zhang hurriedly smiled, but his smile was somewhat unreadable. Seeing this, little Gizi didn't beat around the bush. He took out a bamboo tube and handed it to Wei Zhang, saying, This is the emperor's order. So, the Guogong should do what you should do. It's best if you don't care about this matter. It's best if you make things difficult for that kid. Now, the emperor's order is to focus on preparing the forging workshop and the firearms. As for the rest, it's up to Prince Zhang to play by himself. Play by himself? Everyone's expression froze. They didn't know what the emperor and Zhang Feng were up to. Even if you were beaten to death, you could tell that the emperor wanted Zhang Feng to solve it by himself. Diverting everyone's attention from the front to the back? It seemed that this was the only way to explain the situation at this time. Wei Zhang and the others frowned and muttered for a while, then cupped their fists and said, I'll have to trouble Gong Gong to tell the emperor that we understand. Little Gizi heard this and nodded. The emperor actually understands everything. As for General Niu, I hope you can enlighten him. The emperor will reward the Chong and military camp tomorrow morning. He also wants to see this new training method. You know. As he spoke, little Gizi put the cloak on his head again and cupped his fists, saying, Okay, I won't disturb you anymore to avoid too many eyes. I'll take my leave. Chapter 1160. Dong! The morning bell rang on time. Usually at this time, no one in Chang'an City would have woken up or gone out. However, since the appearance of the football match and the morning exercise, no one in Chang'an City held a teapot for a walk. Instead, they went out for exercise in groups. Chang'an University also opened its doors. All the students opened their doors and ran around Chang'an City for exercise. The citizens naturally followed behind them and ran slowly. What was this? This was a trend. The Imperial College and Hongwen Guan, as well as those high-ranking officials and dignitaries, were all trying their best to learn. Don't ask why. It was because this thing was created by Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, godly Dr. Sun Simiao, and the 4 great scholars of Chang'an City had spent many years reading books. A genius like Zhang Feng had wasted many years in a small pub to create this thing. At this moment, White Deer Academy was basically considered to be a gathering place for those mystical things. Not to mention the rare building method, just the facilities of the academy, and the series of earth-shattering things that appeared, made it impossible to find any fault even if you wanted to. Chang'an University was definitely the first place that White Deer College promoted these things in Chang'an City. Although the public couldn't go to White Deer College, they only had to look at Chang'an University to know what White Deer College had done during this period of time. In addition, the Directorate of Imperial College and the Hongwen Building were also present. Previously, everyone only knew that these two were not on good terms with Zhang Feng. However, ever since they saw this plaything at the autumn hunt, they were truly amazing. They all went to White Deer College in Shao Mountain to observe. That was not all. After watching a morning exercise, the libation lords of the two academies hurriedly drove the students of the academies down the mountain. Don't ask why. Because if these students were to stay here for another 2 hours, then the two academies, he would only be left with the awkward situation of being a teacher. After that, for some reason, the two of them actually begged Zhang Feng for the morning exercises, basketball, and even the football. Although this was said by the people of Tonghui Fang. However, in Chang'an City, the people of Tonghui Lane had become the most dazzling neighborhood in Chang'an City. They were also one of the most important channels for people to get to know more about the mountain. 121. 1, 2, 3, 4. 121. As the horn sounded at the door, the people of Chang'an who had been waiting at the door hurriedly followed behind the students and began to run. It was as if they were competing with each other. At first, Chang'an University was the only big university. In the end, Imperial College and Hongwen Guan joined in. Good lord, these two universities were even more aggressive than Chang'an University. They ran from dawn to the last quarter of an hour before stopping. Their roars seemed to be announcing that this thing belonged to them. They even suppressed the roars of Chang'an University. In the end, Zhang Shan of Eason Pastry, who was Zhang Feng's future father-in-law, and the old village chief of Tonghui Lane, raised their arms and called for the people of Tonghui Lane to join in. Naturally, the people of Hongwen Guan and Imperial College were defeated. However, they didn't lose their temper. If it were anyone else, these two universities would definitely curse them to death. However, one of them was Zhang Feng's father-in-law, and the other was Zhang Feng's neighbor. They could not afford to offend them. Every time they started from Chang'an University, they would go around the Vermilion Bird Gate, and then to the illustrious Virtue Gate. After passing through the two cities, they would stop at the entrance of Zhang Feng's tavern for a while. This was the main point. In the end, they decided to start from the 16 royal cities and focus on Zhang Feng's tavern. Only then did Chang'an City not fall into chaos. Moreover, this order came from the palace. Obviously, this had been tacitly approved by the emperor. What was this? If they did not King run, how could they face the emperor? How could they face the people of Chang'an City? At this time, the officials who were attending the court did not dare to sit in the sedan chairs. Because they were flustered. Although those people who were running did not say anything, they still looked at their sedan chairs or horses and greeted them. They always felt that these people were greeting their ancestors. In the end, Cheng Yaojin had no choice but to take the initiative to pull Wei Zhang and the others to run to the court. This time, it was serious. How could they not go when the Duke had already gone to attend the imperial court? Could it be that they were more powerful than the Duke? So at this time, there was a spectacular scene of first-grade officials and ordinary people going out to run together every day with the morning bell as a signal. At this time, the foreign officials stationed in Chang'an could not help but be completely dumbfounded. They stared at all this in Chang'an and mistakenly thought that the Tang dynasty had entered the stage where all the people were soldiers. How could this be? How the *CK could this be? As the information was sent out of the Tang dynasty and into the hands of the monarchs of various countries, all the countries were shocked. And this Chang'an was the capital of the Tang dynasty. How could the wind and grass here not let those who wanted to make achievements and climb up not see the light of hope? In particular, the Imperial College and the Hongwen Guan Library were established in almost every state in the Tang dynasty. This was an advantage for them. After all, no matter how powerful Chang'an University and White Deer College were, they only had one library in Chang'an City. At this time, if they took the lead to seize resources, the people would say that the things that did not belong to them were theirs. And this was one of their achievements. This was something that the emperor acquiesced to. Look at Chang'an City. It was no longer as lazy as before. It made one's face flush with excitement. Later, because of the matter of basketball and football, the basic Kuju team changed their profession early. They worked harder than anyone else to learn Kuju. This was something that they would have to rely on in the future. In addition, director Zhang Feng's promise was still there. If they won the championship of every season, they could get Zhang Feng's promise. Now, everything that Zhang Feng did was extremely enviable. As long as he revealed a little bit of it, it was enough for them to eat for a lifetime. At this time, as the running team slowly grew, 3 forces were basically formed in Chang'an City. One was formed by the people spontaneously. The other was the students of the 3 academies. The other was the Kuju team and the ministers in the imperial court. This made Li Shimin and Li Yuan, who were standing on the Vermilion Bird Gate and watching, very surprised. "Father, will there be a problem?" Li Shimin said with some shock. On the contrary, Li Yuan laughed and said, "What problem can there be? Our Li family is known for practicing martial arts." Second young master, haven't you always been criticized for being born in the military? This move of Zhang Feng's has simply flattened this matter from the root. Li Shimin heard this and his eyes flashed. "You mean, let the whole people participate?" "Wrong. Do you still remember the teaching philosophy that Fengzi mentioned before?" Li Shimin really forgot about this matter. At this time, he thought carefully and remembered. "Are you talking about military management?" "Yes." Li Yuan smiled and stroked his beard. "Now you should still remember that Zhang Feng's training method is still in progress in the army, right? Yesterday, after coming down from Mount Shao, this emperor went to take a look personally. The running team was exactly the same. Apart from the difference between the morning exercise and the military training, everything else was exactly the same. In this case, if everyone participated in it..." Li Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Li Shimin. "So what if the whole people are soldiers? This is for the good of the people. Let them always remember how our Tang dynasty started. What's wrong with this?" Li Shimin heard this and couldn't help but nod. "I understand." Regarding the Li clan's imperial family being born and practicing martial arts, not only Li Yuan, it was also a huge mountain that Li Shimin was shouldering on his back. On top of that, the crime of murdering his brother and forcing the abdication was added. Right now, forget about the fact that Li Shimin had accomplished so many meritorious deeds, he was still a sinner. Although his father still forgave him, this was still a reason for those people in the court to target him. But now, this Zhang Feng really helped him a lot. This also made Li Shimin feel a little ashamed to face Zhang Feng. "What, you can't help but tell that kid your identity?" Li Yuan glanced at Li Shimin and said. Li Shimin didn't speak, but looked at the students and people roaring under the gate tower and nodded. "Indeed, I always feel a little ashamed to face him like this." Li Yuan smiled. He laughed and said, "It's up to you, but I think it's not the time now. Let's wait until these 2 big mountains are taken down from the Tang dynasty. After all, at this time, letting him stand out is not helping him, but harming him. What do you think?" "Okay, I'll wait here. It's time to go to court." Li Shimin opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he still couldn't say anything. He smacked his lips, made a gesture, and retreated down the city wall of Zhuke Gate. In the political announcement hall. At this time, many ministers were so tired that they were panting like oxen, squatting on the ground with flushed faces, or sitting on the court panting. But everyone's spirit was more than ever. At least, at this time, everyone's face was flushed, and they were full of energy. Although the group of civil officials were panting like windmills, they still gathered together to discuss something. They even looked at Zhang Sun Wuji and others from time to time. As for Zhang Sun Wuji, Chang Yaojin, and the others, although they were a little out of breath, their statuses were still there after all. It was not good for them to say anything. They forced themselves to hold on, straightened their backs, and listened carefully to what the ministers were saying. This made the 2 old men, Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, suffer. At this time, they wanted to sit down and rest, but their identities didn't match and it was inappropriate. But if they didn't sit down, their legs would be numb, not to mention how uncomfortable it was. At this time, little Gizi glanced at everyone indifferently. Everyone hurriedly got up from the ground, thinking that the emperor was going to court, but little Gizi said indifferently, "The emperor has decreed that from today on, all ministers will be rewarded with a futon, and you are allowed to kneel." This time, everyone couldn't help but boil up. This was simply a great favor bestowed by the heavens. Everyone hurriedly bowed, and the white jade in their hands couldn't stop trembling. "Thank you, Your Majesty." In the midst of everyone's cheers, The little eunuchs had already rushed out of the political announcement hall, and orderly took out a futon and placed it behind everyone's buttocks. The ministers looked at the futon and wanted to sit down. But without the emperor's permission, they didn't dare to. After the futon was distributed, little Gizi retreated to the side of the dragon throne and said loudly, "The emperor is here." Immediately, the ministers hurriedly tidied up their clothes, and then respectfully greeted. Li Shimin was very happy today, because just now, he could say that he saw these ministers still stride into the political announcement hall. Although this formation looked a little out of place, it was a good start. "Welcome, Your Majesty. No need for formalities. Please take a seat." Li Shimin waved his hand, but he didn't climb the 8-step stairway to heaven. Instead, he stood in front of everyone with his hands behind his back, and said with a smile, "Today's matter, I have seen it with my own eyes, I am very pleased." Everyone was surprised. Although most of them were unwilling, they couldn't help but be on tenterhooks when they heard that the emperor was secretly observing them. However, Li Shimin didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he smiled and waved his hand to signal everyone to sit down, but before he could speak, Wei Zheng hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, this old minister thinks it's inappropriate." Li Shimin smiled faintly and said, "Let's hear it. What's inappropriate?" "Your Majesty, since ancient times, there has been a difference between the monarch and his ministers. Since the Han Dynasty, there has been a change in the etiquette system between the monarch and his ministers. From the beginning of the previous dynasty, the difference between the monarch and his ministers was even more prominent. This is very useful, at least it can highlight the etiquette between the monarch and his ministers." "Ha ha ha. Prime Minister Wei, you might as well say it in detail." Li Shimin waved his hand and said. Hearing this, Wei Zheng hurriedly knelt and said, "Since ancient times, when has there been an emperor standing, but the hundreds of officials in the hall are sitting? This is not in accordance with the etiquette system. If Your Majesty just feels that the officials have worked hard today, I can understand, but..." Hearing this, a few of the officials also thought it over. Li Shimin stroked his beard, came to Wei Zheng's side, and sat cross-legged on the ground. The officials were so scared that they hurriedly knelt on the ground. "What about now? Now that I'm sitting, can you sit down?" Li Shimin looked at Wei Zheng, who was kneeling in front of him with a smile, and personally helped him up, then said, "In the laws of the Tang dynasty, is there anything I can't change? In my opinion, this thing is actually just a formality. Some people are wholeheartedly thinking about the Tang dynasty, but I know what other people are thinking in their hearts. You all know. Therefore, Prime Minister Wei, you don't have to talk about the etiquette system anymore. I've made up my mind." While speaking, Li Shimin stood up with Wei Zheng's help, and said, "This so-called morning exercise and the 8th set of radio gymnastics were done very well. I've decided, I'll immediately issue an edict." Li Shimin waved his big sleeves, then walked up the 8-step stairway to heaven, and sat on the dragon throne, and said, "I've decided from today onwards, starting from the imperial palace, whether it's the harem or the Minister of Internal Affairs, as long as they're not on duty, everyone must do morning exercises when the morning bell rings. Otherwise, if you don't do morning exercises more than 3 times a month, your salary for that month will be deducted. Little Gizi, I'll leave this matter to you inside the imperial palace. As for outside the imperial palace, I've decided to leave it to the crown prince. Wei Zheng, Zhongsun Wuji, Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, Cheng Yaojin, Yu Qigong, and the others will assist in supervising the morning exercises of all the ministers." When everyone heard this, their hearts trembled. This time they're doomed. This old life will be completely lost. However, just as Wei Zheng and the others were about to receive the edict, a minister hurriedly stepped out and said, "Your Majesty, Chen Yuben wants to submit a memorial." Li Shimin glanced at the person who came and snorted coldly, but he still waved his hand and said, "Allow." During this time, His Highness the Crown Prince hasn't left the imperial court. At this time, the officials have already been talking about it. I hope Your Majesty can make a clear judgment. If this goes on for a long time, I'm afraid there will be chaos in the imperial court." Li Shimin smiled faintly. "Then what do you think?" That minister hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, this old subject has heard rumors before. Although the Crown Prince and the others are in charge of White Deer College and did do some things in the beginning, this is what the Crown Prince should do. However, if he doesn't come to the imperial court because of this small matter, isn't that a little... simply ridiculous? Official Wang, everyone has seen what White Deer College has done during this time. I'm sure official Wang's house still has a large amount of white paper, right? If the crown prince wasn't in charge of this on the mountain alone, would you use such good white paper? Also this braised meat. I heard that official Wang's concubine wanted to eat braised meat, so she stole your family's food and gave it to your son. In the end, you broke her legs. Is this true? You. Chang Yaojin, you're maliciously slandering me. Chang Yaojin smiled coldly and ignored that person. Instead, he cupped his hands and said to Li Shimin, Your Majesty, the truth of this matter has been spread all over the streets of Chang'an. Moreover, all the officials present should know what kind of person this Wang Chenggong is. He is really a stingy person. You. Chang Yaojin, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Old man has no enmity with you. Why did you injure the old man so severely? Your Majesty, you have to uphold justice for this old subject. Hearing this, the group of old subjects who didn't want to speak couldn't sit still anymore. They all shouted angrily, Chang Yaojin, this is the imperial court. You're speaking such filthy words and publicly slandering an official. How should you be punished? Chang Yaojin, you're simply despicable. Do you think that people won't know you're running to White Deer College every day? Surnamed Chang, does old man have to report you to His Majesty for having ulterior motives? Li Shimin looked at the crowd indifferently and didn't say anything. When Chang Yaojin and the others saw this, they couldn't help but understand something. Chang Yaojin became even more furious. He put his hands on his hips and glared at the group of civil officials and started scolding them. The generals on Chang Yaojin's side also found a rare opportunity to angrily scold them for being fake refined. The morning exercises and running exercises were all from White Deer College. They had just heard them say that these exercises were good for the country and the people. Now, they were saying that these exercises were smelly dog shit. One of the generals couldn't help but jointly request, Your Majesty, these people simply don't put Your Majesty and the Crown Prince in their eyes. It's simply a waste of food to keep such people in the imperial court. We don't want to be associated with them. That's right, Your Majesty. These people clearly know about the Crown Prince's great achievements, but they just don't mention it. They're just grabbing onto the Crown Prince's weak points. What is their intention? The civil officials, especially Wang Chenggong, were secretly shocked. When he saw Li Shimin frowning and thinking about how to end this matter, he hurriedly scolded, Chang Yaojin, old man suspects that you did it on purpose. Chang Yaojin glared, Lao Tzu did it on purpose. What's wrong? Come and bite me. Chapter 1161. You! Chang Yaojin, how dare you? How dare you? How dare you act so presumptuously in the imperial court? The crowd roared angrily. Li Shimin coughed when he saw that the situation was getting out of his control. Wei Zhang said coldly, What do you want to do in the imperial court? This old man thinks that the market is suitable for you. Why don't I ask Your Majesty to go to the market today? Hearing Wei Zhang's words, all of the officials fell silent. Only then did they notice Li Shimin's gloomy face. If you don't have enough, I'll give you 3 days and 3 nights to quarrel outside the hall. I'll take care of your meals. How about it? Li Shimin looked around indifferently and said, I allowed the Crown Prince to do this. I'm curious. Beloved Minister Wang, since you've brought this matter up, I'd like to ask, how many of you think the Crown Prince did something inappropriate? Regarding this matter, the group of civil officials looked at each other. No one dared to say anything. What was there to say now? The emperor had given his permission. What else could they say? But Wang Chenggong was different. He was the first to jump out. Hearing the emperor's words, although he was trembling all over, he still gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, this old subject indeed lacked consideration at this time. However, Your Majesty, you have to uphold justice for this old subject regarding what General Chang said just now. Such a bore shouldn't cause a ruckus in this court. If this spreads out, what will the world think of the Tang dynasty? Your Majesty, Chang Yaojin really didn't think it through. This is the imperial court. How can we allow him to make a fool of himself again and again? Such a bore should stay in the military camp forever. Chang Yaojin smiled coldly and did not say anything. He just clenched his fists until they made cracking sounds. Wei Zhang couldn't help but frown. Official Wang, quit while you're ahead. The emperor will make a decision on this matter. Do you want to overstep your authority? Wang Chenggong was shocked. He glanced at Li Shimin, who was staring at him playfully, and felt a chill on his back. Beloved official Wang, do you mean that we should remove beloved official Cheng from his position on the spot? Or do you want me to kill him? Then do you think that if I were to remove Minister Cheng from his post and have you guard the Longyu Road, do you think you would do better than him? Wang Chenggong's expression changed instantly. He hurriedly prostrated himself on the ground. I don't mean that, Your Majesty. Then tell me, what do you want? Do you think the Crown Prince and I did something illegal on Shao Mountain? Li Shimin's anger. One of the Buddha's sleeves said, back then when there was a locust plague in Chang'an, I asked all of you, do you have a solution? When there was a food shortage, I still asked you all to donate some food in the political announcement hall. What did you all do? If official Chang and the Crown Prince didn't find a genius among the people, if he didn't come up with a way to set up an academy on Shao Mountain to take in the refugees, if he didn't take out all his savings to buy 20,000 don of food, I ask you, do you still have a peaceful life today? At that time, don't you think the royal family of the Tang dynasty is a disgrace? Li Shimin asked. Indeed, all the civil officials couldn't help but lower their heads. They knew clearly in their hearts. Your Majesty, we didn't think about this matter at that time, but we really don't have any money left. Wang Chenggong was still making a final struggle. However, Li Shimin had no desire to continue this matter. Li Shimin waved his hand and said, don't mention this matter again. If there's nothing else, the court is dismissed. At this moment, the imperial physician of the Imperial Institute of Medicine hurriedly came out and said, Your Majesty, I have a report to report. Your Majesty, do you still remember that General Niu's son, Captain Niu, broke his leg a few days ago? Li Shimin nodded. Didn't I ask the Imperial Institute of Medicine to go to the military camp for help? How is it? Is that boy okay now? At this time, everyone knew the ins and outs of the matter. But now the emperor was pretending to be confused, so they didn't dare to say anything. Imperial physician Zhou glanced at Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin and said, Your Majesty, please forgive me for my incompetence. Why? Imperial physician Zhou pointed at Cheng Yaojin and said, That day, I led a group of people from the Imperial Institute of Medicine to the military camp under Your Majesty's order, but halfway there, I was stopped by Cheng Yaojin. Moreover, I heard that Zhang Feng, the Chancellor of White Deer College, who won the Mid-Autumn Hunt, personally diagnosed him and came up with a blood-for-life treatment. I wanted to go to White Deer College to take a look. After all, Captain Niu and General Niu Jinda are the gods of war who protect our Tang dynasty. However, when this old subject and the others reached the mountain gate, we were stopped by a group of old soldiers, who used to be Yu Qigong's subordinates. They said that without a letter from Zhang Feng, no one was allowed to enter the mountain. Your Majesty, I have practiced medicine for dozens of years. When have I heard of such a treatment method? It's simply witchcraft. Li Shimin pretended to be surprised as he looked at Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong and asked, My two beloved subjects, is this true? Yu Qigong heard and said, Your Majesty, this is indeed true. Hearing this, all the officials couldn't help but exclaim again. Oh my God! Old man thought that the blood-for-life treatment method was just a rumor. Now it seems like, oh my God! Witchcraft. This is definitely witchcraft. Seeing Li Shimin's expression turn cold again, little Gizi hurriedly flung his fly whisk and said, Silence! That Wang Chenggong wanted to say something. He definitely wanted to say something. Moreover, they had already prepared for today's matter, from everything on Mount E to this witchcraft. They could definitely pull down Cheng Yaojin and the other old bastards, but now it seemed to be impossible. After all, the pain from before had cleared up his muddle-headed mind. The emperor seemed to be aware of all of this. Otherwise, how could these people dare to cause trouble under the emperor's nose? The more Wang Chenggong thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Originally, he had been doing well in the Supreme Court. Usually, he would drink wine, take a walk with his birds, and when he had nothing to do, he would play with his concubines. His life had been quite peaceful. However, 3 days ago, he suddenly received a letter from the family head that he had not contacted for more than 10 years. Meanwhile, it was also at that time that he learned that most of these civil officials had received new reports from their families. These people were all like him. They were also relatives of the Wang clan, or branch families, and even people from the other 7 prominent families of the 5 families. Originally, they thought that this time, the Guanlong people and the Shandong landowning households would act with them. However, just now, he found that the Guanlong scum had actually slipped away. What did this mean? It meant that the rumor that they had been bribed by Zhang Feng was true. Although there were people in their families who were thinking about how to cooperate with Zhang Feng, these people didn't want to do anything. At the very least, they wanted to control Zhang Feng in their own hands. At this time, the 7 major families were in a mess. The family that had nothing to do with them had given them an order to put pressure on the emperor in court. This would help them ease the tension in their negotiations with Zhang Feng. They didn't care for things like braised meat. However, they had to get their hands on Zhang Feng's new diet formula. At this time, Wang Qinggong faintly felt that this matter wasn't so simple. However, he only had a vague feeling. After a short period of silence, Li Shimin knocked on the armrest of the dragon throne and slowly said, "We have heard of this matter. Although we do not believe in such things, we believe that there will be a day when the truth will come to light." "That's right, Minister Yuqi. Tell us what happened afterwards." "We found out that you were in White Deer College these 2 days. Also, we heard that Lu Hongwen and Ouyang Kai seem to have gone to Shao Mountain and witnessed the process of Zhang Feng's medical practice with their own eyes." Yu Qigong had been wondering why the emperor would do this for Hu Xuanming, but now he seemed to have understood something. He hurriedly said, "In reply to your majesty, this is indeed the case. However, this old official doesn't dare to say it now in case some people think that this old official is being unreasonable. It's better to let Lord Lu and Lord Ouyang speak. After all, they were the ones who entered the classroom and personally watched Zhang Feng's surgery." At this time, Li Shimin was also interested. Although he didn't go, he also wanted to know what was so special about it. When the two heard this, they had no choice but to stand up. They clearly explained the ins and outs of the matter. At this time, there were fewer and fewer people in the imperial court who questioned them. After all, the two people's identities were clear. The two even mentioned what Zhang Feng said about medical science and that the blood test wasn't accurate. It was a blood type matching and so on. This shocked everyone in the imperial hospital and made them angry. In the end, Li Shimin waved his hand and let the people from the imperial hospital personally bring the blood test to the political announcement hall and personally test it. This test was really amazing. Many people, who usually used this as the standard for blood identification, began to doubt their lives. At this time, Li Shimin also said with incomparable shock, "Imperial Dr. Zhou, what do you think of this? Could it be that what you did just now was also witchcraft? Or do you think that Lu Hongwen and Ouyang Kai are also in Zhang Feng's group?" At this time, everyone in the imperial hospital felt guilty. Lu Hongwen and Ouyang Kai were the two people who jumped the most fiercely before. They were determined to get this guy into trouble. However, since the end of the mid-autumn hunt, not only did they not take action, but they also got great benefits from Zhang Feng. This made people a little confused about what these two families and the Guanlong 8 clans were thinking. Imperial Dr. Zhou hurriedly said, answering back the emperor, "This old minister heard it clearly just now. This thing was personally operated by divine Dr. Sun Simiao. That kid seems to be just. It seems that this old minister is very convinced that this so-called operation was made by divine Dr. Sunday. After all, I heard that divine Dr. Sun went up the mountain to improve his medical skills." Haha. Li Shimin sneered twice. This laugh scared Imperial Dr. Zhou to the point of choking. Imperial Dr. Zhou really didn't believe that this magical thing was made by Zhang Feng. After all, even if he started learning medicine in his mother's womb, even if he was a medical genius, it was impossible for him to make this thing in a short period of time. He was more willing to believe that this thing was made by Dr. Sunday. However, he also knew that this seemed to be a little impossible. After all, he had never heard of such a rumor about Dr. Sun before. At this time, Imperial Dr. Zhou didn't know what was going on. All of this happened in an instant. Imperial Dr. Zhou hurriedly knelt and said, "Your Majesty, I was confused for a moment, but I did it for General Niu. Please have mercy, Your Majesty." Li Shimin took a deep look at Wang Qinggong again and said, "I have heard about this matter. General Niu didn't say anything. What are you talking about here? This is a family matter. You can ask General Niu personally when he returns." "All right, this matter is like this. Don't mention this matter again. What do you think, Lord Wang?" Wang Qinggong was already drenched in cold sweat. How could he dare to say anything? Seeing that no one spoke, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, Actually, this white deer college's Zhang Feng has indeed disappointed me. Such a good thing is only used in such a small area. However, I feel that this brat did better than all of you combined. If only one of you could do what this brat did, I would be able to sleep soundly every day. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but be shocked. They didn't know what was wrong with the emperor. At this time, he was actually talking about Zhang Feng. Involuntarily, the civil officials calmed down. However, they didn't dare to speak carelessly. They only pricked up their ears to hear how the emperor was going to punish Zhang Feng. Chapter 1162. As for Lu Hongwen and Ouyang Kai, their faces couldn't help but turn pale. However, they were secretly delighted. At this moment, the emperor showed dissatisfaction towards Zhang Feng. That meant that the rumors about this kid and the emperor weren't true. Could it be that the rumors about the emperor and this kid being extremely close and hiding their identities were false? Everyone in the hall couldn't help but start to make small calculations. Chang Yaojin and the others couldn't help but be a little surprised at this time. If it wasn't for Xiao Gizi informing them in advance yesterday, they would have definitely thought that the emperor had taken the wrong medicine. But now it seemed that the emperor didn't take the medicine, and was very good. Ayaya, this kid is really something. Your Majesty, why don't this old official go to Barren Mountain tomorrow and teach him a lesson for you to vent your anger? This is such a good thing. Look at that braised meat. Even your Majesty hasn't eaten it yet. What is this? He doesn't respect you, ah. This kind of person needs to be taught a lesson. Chang Yaojin loudly reprimanded Zhang Feng, angering him. In any case, he was saying it for these people to hear. As long as he saw that kid, it would be fine. Thinking of this, Zhang Sun Wuji also became angry. Yu Qigong even more so. Wei Zhang also couldn't help but say a few words about Zhang Feng. The generals couldn't help but stare blankly at this scene. That's not it. What kind of situation is this? Isn't this kid a close friend of a few big shots in the military? At this time, they couldn't understand the situation and could only stare at the few people arguing. As for the civil officials, seeing that they were arguing fiercely, they also bitterly listed Zhang Feng's faults. However, how could they be a match for Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong? These two were people who could anger an enemy general to death on the battlefield without spitting a single curse word. They were existences who could kill enemies with a wave of their sword. How could they not win against these civil officials? When they heard that these people dared to scold Zhang Feng, they were embarrassed. They would only stop when that person's face turned white and his eyes turned white. As for Li Shimin, he pretended not to hear and quietly walked away. After Li Shimin left, the court became even more chaotic. It wasn't until 2 hours later that Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin finally left the political announcement hall with their arms around each other's shoulders, laughing heartily as if they were extremely carefree. As for Wei Zhang and the others, their faces were filled with shamelessness. There was no need to mention the group of civil officials behind them. For them to be able to stand up at this time was already a blessing from their ancestors. This was the first time that they realized that when these two idiots, Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong, they could take someone's life. As soon as they left the Vermilion Bird Bridge, Wei Zhang and the others, as well as Cheng Yaojin, stood on the bridge with smiles on their faces as they watched the crowd leave. Only Lu Hongwen, Ouyang Kai, and the 3 ministers from the Ministry of Works and Rights were left behind. Gentlemen, let's find a place to have a drink? Chang Yaojin's knuckles cracked as he looked at them and said. How could they not go at this time? They didn't want to experience the tragedy that Wang Chenggong and the others had just experienced. Moreover, the people here were all dukes and first-rank officials. How could they not go? They could only smile bitterly and cup their hands. They followed the palanquins, carriages, and horses into the nearest Chong and hotel. The arrival of the ministers naturally made the manager of the Chong and hotel grin from ear to ear. Although it could be said that this was a free meal, what was this? This was a shop front, a golden signboard. A few dukes, as well as the chancellor of the Imperial College's Hongwen Guan, and the others had come to visit. This would be a great deal of face if word got out. Moreover, the people in the Chong and hotel all knew that these people were the ones behind the scenes. After sitting down in a luxurious private room on the 2nd floor of the hotel, Zhang Su and Wu Ji blocked Cheng Yaojin and said with a smile, Gentlemen, we are all old acquaintances. Let's not talk too much. Today, I invited you here to discuss something. However, there is still a distinguished guest, so please wait for a while. Lord Zhang's son, you are really making us wait. How can we? Before He Zhongjing could finish speaking, Yu Qigong said coldly, I told you to sit down, so you better sit down properly. This time, He Zhongjing and the others were well behaved. They couldn't guess what these people wanted to do. At this time, they could only sit in a daze, uncomfortable as if they were sitting on pins and needles. However, they didn't dare to speak carelessly. After all, they were all sitting here. Although they didn't know why they were called here, they were usually very clear with each other. The reason they were called here was naturally because of Zhang Feng's matter. After all, they were smart people and naturally knew that some things that Zhang Feng couldn't handle were handled by them. However, although they weren't really enemies before, their relationship was naturally not good. Even during the mid-autumn hunt, they had the intention of making things difficult for this kid. Naturally, they felt a little guilty at this time. However, on second thought, they had already established a cooperative relationship with Zhang Feng. They were grasshoppers on the same rope as these dukes. What were they afraid of? Just as Lu Hongwen and the others were thinking about this, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open again. Li Xiaogong slowly walked in. He Zhongjing and the others hurriedly jumped up and stood up instinctively. Li Xiaogong glanced at them and then looked at Wei Zhang. Then he waved his hand lightly. Sit down. There's no need to be formal here. What we are talking about today is not a matter of the imperial court. Hearing this, He Zhongjing and the others sat down in surprise. After they sat down, Wei Zhang cupped his hands and said, Since everyone is here, Your Highness, do you want to speak? Or, it's better for you to do it. After all, old man doesn't know about your business relationship. I'm only here today as a witness. Li Xiaogong said as he drank his tea. Hearing this, He Zhongjing couldn't help but feel that it was as expected. It was really because of this matter. At this time, Wei Zhang said slowly, You've seen in the morning court today. The 7 distinguished families are covetously eyeing our business with Zhang Feng. Now that we're all cooperating with Zhang Feng, I know what you think. Just like what you said to Zhang Feng, we're all standing on the same line of interests, so we're friends. Since that's the case, you should understand why I called you here today, right? How could He Zhongjing and the others not understand? He wanted them to express their stance. At this time, the Guanlong forces were finally ignored by the emperor. Although they weren't afraid of the emperor, once they really made a scene, both sides would suffer losses. Moreover, the 5 families and 7 great clans were eyeing them covetously. At this time, they didn't dare to act rashly. In addition, the people in the clans also knew about Zhang Feng. It was impossible for them to fall out with Zhang Feng at this time. In the face of absolute interests, they couldn't be casually abandoned by the clans. This was the cruelty of the big clans. In other words, at this time, even if they knew that the 5 families and 7 great clans were going to make trouble, they still had to stand with Zhang Feng. Seeing that they didn't speak. At this time, Wei Zhang said in an incomparably dignified voice, This morning, old man got the news that the iron sheet ship designed by Zhang Feng has been built in the Chang'an shipyard. However, the Chang'an shipyard again sent news that the 5 families and 7 great clans have suspended the sale of iron or raw iron. Chapter 1163. The few of them were puzzled. Why didn't the emperor mention this matter this morning? Why did he call them over to discuss such an important matter in private? Could this matter be related to their clans? Zhongjang and the others couldn't help but be even more afraid to speak. Seeing this, Wei Zhang sighed and said, Actually, old man hasn't reported this matter to the emperor yet. The main thing is to ask all of you after court if this matter has anything to do with you. Or rather, have you heard of this matter? Wei Zhang's words were very clear. He meant to ask them if they knew about this matter or if it had anything to do with their clans. His meaning was very clear. At this moment, the people sitting here basically represented the imperial family and those related to Zhang Feng. They just wanted to inform each other. If they didn't inform each other in advance, they would also be implicated if something happened. Although the emperor was verbally reprimanding Zhang Feng, who knew if this was part of the emperor's scheme? Although this was all speculation, but this matter now. Zhongjang and the others exchanged glances and saw that Wei Zhang and the others were also staring at them. They couldn't help but laugh bitterly and say, Prime Minister Wei, we did have some misunderstandings with Brother Zhang Feng. But just like what Brother Zhang Feng said, there are no absolute enemies, only absolute benefits. This time, our clans and brother Zhang Feng have some business connections. If we take drastic measures at this time, wouldn't we be cutting off our own source of income? So, Prime Minister Wei, this matter has nothing to do with us. Hearing this, Wei Zhang and the others heaved a deep sigh of relief. If the 5 families and 7 great families had acted together with Guanlong's people, this matter would really be troublesome. Now, it seemed that there was still a chance. Since that's the case, then it's fine. All of you are aware of the White Deer Academy's situation. Therefore, this old man wants to say that we're all bound together for good or ill. Yeah. Old Wei, we're here to eat. Why do you sound so serious? Chang Yaojin was also a quick-witted person. Seeing that the matter was settled, he slapped the table and said, Come. Let's eat. We can be considered one of us now. As long as we know that this matter wasn't caused by you guys, it's fine. After 3 rounds of drinks, Li Xiaogong said faintly, Zhang Feng is a good kid. Although the old man hasn't been to the mountain, the old man is also prepared to live in the mountain for a period of time when he is free. Since Zhang Feng has taken out such sincerity to make friends with you, if the old man finds out that you have done such a treacherous thing, the old man will have something to use against you. Hearing this, He Zhongjing and the others' expressions changed. He hurriedly stood up and said, Your Highness, what are you saying? Why would we cut off our own ties? Haha, Your Highness, you worry too much. Li Xiaogong didn't say anything, but still got up, clasped his fists, and slowly walked away. This time, the investigation had been made clear. As for Wei Zheng's so-called matter, in fact, the emperor had already known it. At this time, the purpose of his visit was actually to find out the background of these people. After all, in the court today, he didn't see these people express their opinions, so the emperor couldn't figure out the situation. As soon as Li Xiaogong left Chang'an Hotel, he hurried back to the imperial palace. Li Shimin had been waiting in the imperial study for a long time. As soon as he saw Li Xiaogong come in, he hurriedly asked, How is it? The people of Guanlong are not involved, are they? Li Xiaogong shook his head and said, Replying to your majesty, according to this old minister's observation, the people of Guanlong shouldn't be involved in this matter. However, in the end, these people are also people who only care about profit. That brat Zhang Feng has already taken out such a tempting thing. How could they possibly know about this? Your Majesty, you're worrying too much. Worry too much? Li Shimin shook his head. The matter of iron ore was not only owned by the Wang clan of the 5 surnames and 7 clans. The people of Guanlong occupied most of the northern region. If Li Shimin believed that the people of Guanlong didn't have iron or veins, then he, Li Shimin, was really a fool. However, after hearing Li Xiaogong's words, Li Shimin really breathed a sigh of relief. The Mitsubishi bayonet that he was proud of would not last long because of the lack of iron, and this shipyard. Although he said that he wanted to get rid of Guanlong and the 5 surnames and 7 clans in one fell swoop, he really didn't dare to do so at this time. Just dealing with one of them was likely to cause a great disturbance to the economy of the Tang dynasty, let alone dealing with 2 of them. It was simply courting death, unless he had a suitable excuse. But what could he do? But this time, the people of the 5 surnames and 7 clans had finally taken action. Then, he might as well make this matter worse. Only in this way would he have a reason to take action. Thinking of this, Li Shimin said slowly, Imperial Uncle, this time I have to trouble you to come out of the mountain. Chapter 1164. 2 hours later. The gate of the Chang'an shipyard, which had always been mysterious and forbidden from approaching, slowly opened. The Chang'an shipyard was located in the Longzhou Canal between the Daming Palace and Jiacheng. It went up to the Longzhou Mountain and down to the Wei River. At this moment, the sound of firecrackers shook the sky. All the people were shocked to discover a big thing. The Chang'an shipyard, which had been closed for several months, was actually open. After a moment of silence, everyone rushed towards the direction of the Chang'an shipyard. They wanted to see what would happen in the Chang'an shipyard today. After all, such a thing had never happened before. However, before the crowd could get close, they saw a black thing, which seemed to be a lump of iron, slowly sailing toward the outside of the shipyard with the wind. Oh my God! This is a ship, an iron ship. Following a blacksmith's exclamation, everyone then realized that the pitch-black thing was actually covered with a layer of unknown thickness of iron. This time it was incredible. Everyone was in an uproar. It was not that they had not seen the ships of the Tang dynasty, as well as the ships before, but this lump of iron really surprised them. Some of the bolder people couldn't help but head towards the shipyard frantically. This time, the troops stationed at the shipyard didn't chase them away like they usually did. This time, everyone became even bolder. In fact, some merchants even abandoned their own stalls and followed the crowd to watch the show. This time, it was really lively. The ship slowly sailed from the East Longsho Canal to Tunghuimen, and then to Chunming Gate, which was near the East Market. At this time, the crowd of onlookers increased. Firecrackers were set off one after another on the ship as if they were free. The red cloth on the metal ship was also covered with layer after layer. At this time, as the sound of the firecrackers spread farther and farther in the north wind, more than half of the people in Chang'an City could hear the deafening sound. More and more people gathered, to the point that there was already a dense crowd outside the Spring Bright Gate. Everyone was either at the city gate or outside the city gate, staring intently at the big ship in the river. Even the eyes of the city guards stationed on the city walls were about to pop out. At this moment, the iron ship slowly came to a stop in the Dragon Head Canal of the Spring Bright Gate. As the iron ship slowly came to a stop, a huge wave suddenly appeared on the originally calm water surface, smashing towards the onlookers, along with a burst of exclamations. Only then did everyone recover from their shock. Seeing no movement from the ship, everyone gathered their courage and stepped forward to take a closer look. The Dragon Head Canal was originally used as a moat, and the river was at least 10 feet wide. However, at this time, it could only fit one iron ship. Moreover, as the iron ship slowly approached the shore, the water level had already increased by a large amount. The commoners also followed the boat to the shore. When they saw that the people on the boat did not move, they slowly went forward. With this look, the crowd could not help but burst into another burst of exclamations. The entire body of the ship was covered with thick pieces of iron, which were at least 10 feet in size, riveted to the body of the ship with rivets. Moreover, in the gaps, no one knew what was stuffed. At this moment, everyone looked up and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The entire ship is made of iron? Oh my God, how much iron will be wasted? Is this going to start a war? Along with the doubts, a burst of horse hooves sounded behind the crowd. The crowd did not think much and hurriedly stepped forward, hurriedly opening a path. A group of officials from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Personnel hurriedly appeared at the Spring Bright Gate. At this time, the crowd did not even sit in sedan chairs, but instead, rode on horses. As the crowd approached, the crowd could not help but open their mouths wide. Looking at the lump of iron in front of them, all the officials could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. On the ship, the Chang'an Navy Commander Zhang Liang's armor was polished until it shone brightly. He even got a red cloak tied around his neck. As the north wind blew, it was very beautiful. Lord He, I have been ordered to supervise the construction of the iron ship. Today, I am here to report the completion of my task. Please come up and inspect it. At this time, Zhang Liang's voice was also louder. It was as if he wanted everyone present to hear about his great achievements. And this voice was really effective. Once again, it won waves of exclamations from the crowd. He Zhongjing and the others could not wait any longer. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhang Liang, they hurriedly boarded the iron ship. Once they boarded the iron ship, He Zhongjing and the others felt shocked. The entire ship was almost made of iron. Even the 3 incomparably huge masts on the ship. He dared to say that they were 100% pure iron. He Zhongjing had indeed heard that the people in this shipyard were building a new type of ship. Every month, they would directly transport iron ore from the Ministry of Works. The shipyard even had the authority to directly purchase iron ore from the outside. With such a huge number they made this. Chapter 1165. Things were still fermenting. Chang'an was not big, but if Fandong City made a fart, people in Qi City would know in less than 2 hours. What was more, the shipyard made this iron lump in such a high-profile way today. What was it going to do? No one knew. But it just added a topic for people to talk about after dinner. It was rumored that this thing was designed by the Dean of White Deer College. Once this thing appeared, it meant that the waterway trade of the Tang dynasty had officially entered the golden period of navigation. For those businessmen, this was a heaven-sent opportunity. They only needed to build a business transit area at Huku Waterfall. Then they could set off from Chang'an to go to Jiangnan, Jinla, or other countries. It was at least twice as fast as traveling by land. This made those businessmen even more excited. Once the iron ship appeared, although they certainly could not afford it, it meant that the national strength of the Tang dynasty had skyrocketed again. In this way, who dared to compete with the navy of the Tang dynasty on the waterway? Not to mention the small boats of other countries. Even the current five-tooth warship seemed to be unable to withstand the collision of this ship. Although the whole ship was still designed according to the model of the five-tooth warship, the sturdiness of the bow of the hull was more prominent. The collision spike in front of the ship was 20 feet long, and it was protruding from the bow of the ship, like an axe or a sharp sword out of the sheath. Not to mention colliding with it, just looking at it would make people shudder. The bow and the stern of the ship were shaped like an axe, just like a charging boat. However, this greatly increased the wind resistance of the ship. Of course, these people did not know about the wind resistance. Even Zhang Liang and Li Shimin had only seen it according to the explanation in Zhang Feng's blueprint. Li Shimin naturally came. At this time, Su Zi, surrounded by a group of eunuchs and ministers, slowly boarded the iron ship. Looking at the completely new design inside and outside the ship, he could not help but click his tongue in amazement. His bright back straightened even more. "Your Majesty, take a look. This is the cruise warehouse. It's 150 m long. Its draft has long surpassed that of the previous five-tooth battleships. What's more, the cruise warehouse is at the bottom of the ship. Each ship is equipped with 15 cruise warehouses. Each cruise warehouse is equipped with over 100 oars and lookouts. That's..." Zhang Liang had never thought that one day he would be able to bring the emperor to this ship and tell him all kinds of stories on the ship. After the final introduction, they entered the command cabin and the rest cabin of the ship, which was also known as the cruise canteen. On the side of the cafeteria, Li Shimin couldn't help but ask in confusion, "There seems to be a place between these two places. You didn't tell me about it, right?" Hearing this, Zhang Liang couldn't help but be speechless. "Your Majesty, this is also the place this general wanted to talk about. This iron ship, everything can be understood. It was built according to Prince Zhang's blueprint. However, there is a place this general does not know what it is used for." As he spoke, Zhang Liang found a large door between the resting cabin and the lower level. He opened the door and saw an enormous, oval-shaped space that was completely empty. It was connected from the top of the ship to the lowest level of the ship's draft cabin. Standing here, one could even hear the gurgling sounds of the Wei River flowing cheerfully. Not only was Li Shimin confused, but Wei Zhang and the others who followed Li Shimin were also confused. They didn't know what Zhang Feng had left behind this place for. Li Shimin turned around and looked at them. "We remember this kid bragging to us before that this ship didn't have a propulsion system. Do you still remember?" When Li Shimin said this, Zhang Sun Wuji's heart trembled. He couldn't help but ask, could it be that this place is going to install the steam engine that the kid mentioned? When Zhang Sun Wuji said this, Li Shimin suddenly understood. However, he also understood the situation on the mountain. If he wanted to study it, he could only wait until everything on the mountain was settled. He then asked, "General Zhang, can this ship be driven?" "Yes, but in terms of speed, it is the same as a normal ship. It isn't at the terrifying level that Prince Zhang said it could travel millions of li in a day." Of course, it wasn't at that level. Li Shimin knew this. After all, the steam engine hadn't been created yet. This ship could only reach its limit. Thinking of this, Li Shimin couldn't help but sigh deeply. How much iron is left in the shipyard now? How many ships are still under construction? When Li Shimin asked this question, Zhang Liang's face couldn't help but turn bitter. Replying to the emperor, "The iron that can be used in the shipyard has been smelted. However, at present, there is only enough iron for half a ship. Basically, the shipyard has no iron at this time. The original iron source was directly announced to be out of stock yesterday morning. Basically, in 3 days, the shipyard will have to stop work." When Li Shimin heard this, his face turned cold. The people next to him also saw the anger in Li Shimin's eyes. They couldn't help but feel nervous. Looking at the empty hole, Li Shimin's eyes suddenly burst out with killing intent. "It's time to go to the mountain. These 7 clans are really too much. Do they really think that we are easy to bully?" Chapter 1166. The incident at the shipyard didn't spread. However, after Li Shimin left the ship, he went straight to Shao Mountain. However, this still caused this matter to be in hot water. Most importantly, The people from the 5 families and 7 clans were still quietly waiting for something. They seemed to be waiting to see how Li Shimin would deal with this matter. But in the end, they heard a rumor in the crowd. It seemed that there was a problem with the ship's construction and the emperor was angry. This time, the spies from the 5 surnames and 7 clans were also confused. They didn't know what was going on, but they still spread the news immediately. As for the shrewd people in the crowd who knew these people, they immediately realized a problem. Why did the metal disappear for no reason? On the other side, when Wei Zhang and the others were about to reach the mountain, they hurriedly returned to Chang'an with Li Shimin's orders. Li Shimin and Little Gizi went to White Deer College alone. Li Shimin hadn't been to White Deer College for a long time. The last time he came, it was at night and he didn't notice the situation in the college. At this time, when he went up the mountain, he saw that the 2 stones at the gate had been engraved with gold powder. In the middle of the gate, there was a statue of an old man that Li Shimin didn't recognize. He had a big beard and a pair of sunglasses that Zhang Feng had given to Li Chengqian. Li Shimin couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Who is this person?" Little Gizi was worried for a long time, but he still didn't know what was going on. He hurriedly went up to the only entrance of the gate and asked around. Then he said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, they don't know either. I heard that he is Prince Zhang's teacher." Teacher? Hearing this, Li Shimin couldn't help but look at him with interest. This statue's hair was actually not the same hairstyle as it was now. Instead, it was short and combed in the middle. Although it looked a little awkward, it had its own unique style. The thing over his eyes set off his face value, which was not considered fat. Although he looked a little ordinary, there was also a unique charm to him. On his body, he was wearing something that couldn't be described. It looked like a cloak, but it didn't look like one. The clothing was also very strange. Li Shimin didn't know which country this clothing came from. Then, he remembered that Zhang Feng had said that his teacher had traveled around the world. Li Shimin was even more convinced. Or else, how could Zhang Feng know so much at such a young age? Thinking of this, Li Shimin's eyes were slightly burning. He bowed to the statue, then slowly walked up the mountain with his hands behind his back. In the mountain, the places where the houses and shacks were built before had been planted with green holly trees. On the cement ground on the mountain path, there were also craftsmen laying something on it. Although it smelled a little pungent and it was a little sticky when stepping on it, it was very comfortable. This undoubtedly brought another surprise to Li Shimin. Li Shimin couldn't help but make a small calculation in his heart. Thinking of the cement ground on this abandoned mountain and the palace, Li Shimin couldn't help but feel a little jealous. He didn't use this thing, but this kid actually wasted it here? This was all money. Thinking of this, Li Shimin walked up the mountain faster. On the road, Gonzhuan saw Li Shimin early. He wanted to kneel down and greet him, but he didn't dare. He could only clasp his fist to Li Shimin in return. Li Shimin smiled and pointed to the black thing on the ground and asked, "What is this thing?" "This is something we got from Niu Pai Huang's rubber factory. The director said that we should use it on the roads. Now, the roads on the mountain are all paved with it. At first, it smells a little bad, but after this thing dries, it's fine. It's very soft. The director calls this thing asphalt." Asphalt? Li Shimin heard a new term again. Just when Li Shimin wanted to ask Gonzhuan to send someone to make this thing in his palace, he happened to hear Zhang Feng's voice. "Hey, what a rare guest. Lao Li, why are you here?" When Li Shimin heard that, he laughed bitterly and said, "Good lad, where did you go this time? What is this thing on the ground?" Li Shimin had a lot to say, but this wasn't the place to talk. He put his arm around Zhang Feng's shoulder and walked up the mountain. As they walked, Zhang Feng kept bragging to Li Shimin about how he wanted to make the mountain look like. When Li Shimin sat down in Zhang Feng's cabin, it was already half an hour later. At this time, Shiva didn't wait for Zhang Feng to speak. He took the initiative to serve tea and stood to the side. Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Feng, I have a good thing and a bad thing to say. Which one do you want to hear?" "The bad thing." Chapter 1167. Zhang Feng didn't even think about it. Li Shimin didn't know what to say after hearing Zhang Feng's words. He smacked his lips and said, "The bad thing is there's no iron." "There's no iron?" Zhang Feng paused for a moment, but he didn't think much about it and asked again, "What's the good thing?" While talking, Zhang Feng gave Li Shimin and Shiva a cigarette and asked Shiva to sit down. After lighting the cigarette, Li Shimin said, "The good thing is, there's news from the shipyard. The iron ship is ready according to your request." Really? Zhang Feng was a little excited. But after thinking about it, he felt that something was wrong. Damn it. The ship was made, but there's no iron? Lao Li, tell me, isn't there a lot of iron? Why is there no iron? Seeing that Zhang Feng finally realized the big problem, Li Shimin smiled bitterly and said, "Do you still remember what happened in Lantian? When you were in Lantian, didn't you see someone? I suspect that he's from the Wang clan. In addition, I heard from Lord Zhang's son that in today's morning court, those people from the Wang clan wanted to gang up on you, but later those dukes and the emperor protected you, but the emperor was also very dissatisfied with you because of this." Shiva couldn't help but frown. Zhang Feng's face was also a little gloomy. "Damn it, Lao Tzu didn't mess with you, but you're messing with me first?" At this time, Li Shimin didn't need to say anything. These mines were basically in the hands of the Wang clan in Taiyuan. As for the other families, although they also had mines, according to historical records, only the Wang clan had the most iron. Although there were many coal mines in Xianxia, they occupied more than half of the iron mines in the Tang dynasty. The shipyard had no iron. What did that mean? Zhang Feng saw the Chang'an shipyard from afar when he was strolling around. He knew the rules of that place. At that time, there was an endless stream of merchants transporting coal, charcoal, and iron ore from morning till night. Now that there was no iron, there could only be one reason. Someone had destroyed this thing at the source. Otherwise, in this world, other than the Wang clan, there were other places that had iron. However, this was the only place that could make a shipyard run out of iron. Besides, not only the shipyard, but the smelter on the mountain also seemed to be unable to hold on for much longer. Once he ran out of iron, everything that Zhang Feng had planned to do in the future, including his plan to increase his reputation, would go down the drain. "I have something to say." Right at this moment, Shiva said softly in a timid voice. Zhang Feng and Li Shimin looked at Shiva at the same time. This fellow's identity was not simple. Now that he could speak, could it be that this kid? If you have something to say, then say it. Could it be that you want to transport iron or from Zhenla to Chang'an? Zhang Feng instantly thought of this point. But then he saw Shiva nod. Zhang Feng frowned slightly and looked at Li Shimin. "Lao Li, do you think it's feasible?" Li Shimin frowned slightly. "It's feasible, but from Zhenla, we have to pass through the places of the 5 surnames and 7 clans. It's inevitable that there will be some mistakes. This is not a solution." "Then you mean?" Almost at the same time, Li Shimin and Zhang Feng asked at the same time. The next moment, the two said again, "Or do we have to deal with the threat of the 5 surnames and 7 clans?" Shiva was dumbfounded. How could these two think and say the same thing? Li Shimin nodded slightly. "It seems that we have the same idea. This time it's not Guanlong's people. Although Guanlong is also a big clan, after all these years, coupled with Emperor Yang of Sui's targeting, they can no longer stand shoulder to shoulder with the people of the 5 surnames and 7 clans. Coupled with the trade with them, although they won't do anything to us, you can't expect them to help you in this matter. Yes, we have to think of a foolproof plan." Li Shimin had a headache. The sphere of influence of the 5 surnames and 7 clans was too large. The most important thing was that these people were of the same breath and branch. If one of them had a problem, the other 6 would definitely not ignore it. Li Shimin couldn't help but think of a way, and that was the method that Zhang Feng had used to deal with Guanlong. He asked, "Why don't we use Guanlong's method on them?" Hearing this, Zhang Feng smiled somewhat speechlessly. "Do you want to let the tiger return to the mountain, or do you want to draw fire to yourself? I did think about it last time. Did you think that my plan last time was really to deal with Guanlong? Are they worthy?" Li Shimin was stunned. Shiva was also stunned. Was it not? Zhang Feng had a headache as he smoked. "Last time, my main target was still the Wang clan of Taiyuan. As long as I took him down, then the mineral resources of the world would basically be in my hands. However, these guys simply hid too well. No matter what I did, they still refused to show up. So, for the time being, Guanlong's people benefited." The plan that Zhang Feng had formulated previously was indeed to deal with the 5 surnames and 7 clans. However, these guys were simply monkeys to the extreme and were extremely united. They were basically in an invulnerable state. Now, to deal with them, it was really a little difficult. Zhang Feng was silent. Li Shimin and Shiva saw Zhang Feng's expression and didn't say anything. They could only wait silently. At this time, they could only see if Zhang Feng had a solution. If even Zhang Feng didn't have a solution, then Li Shimin could only use that method. Although he really didn't want to use it, but these 5 surnames and 7 clans really needed to be taught a lesson. Chapter 1168. I see, after a moment of silence, Zhang Feng muttered. Things are a little tricky, but it's not impossible. Li Shimin's eyes lit up when he heard that. Tell me about it. Zhang Feng smiled slyly. Actually, it's still the same old way. Attack with public opinion. Didn't he stop the iron mines? Believe it or not, he'll stop the supply of coal next. In that case, seeing that it's already the autumn planting season, the people need iron farming tools more urgently than us. The 5 families and 7 major clans have thought of a way to remove the firewood from under the cauldron, but this is also our chance. You're saying? Li Shimin instantly thought of Zhang Feng's promotion of the bone-strengthening powder and deep-fried locusts in Chang'an City. However, at this time, Zhang Feng's words made Li Shimin feel that if they spread the rumors at this time, it would be twice the result with half the effort. Not only did he offend Zhang Feng and himself this time, but he also directly disregarded the lives of the people. Would the people agree? However, Li Shimin also knew that this was almost impossible. He couldn't help but ask, this is a good idea, but how can we make the people really like what we think? Do you still need to think about it? Have you ever heard of a saying, water can carry a boat, but it can also sink it? After saying that, Zhang Feng slapped his forehead and said, I forgot, this is what the current emperor said. You probably haven't heard it. Water can carry a boat, but it can also sink it. Li Shimin's mind was a little shaken. He really didn't know that he had said this sentence, and he didn't know where this kid heard it from. However, this sentence seemed to be very true. However, this wasn't the time to talk about this. Li Shimin shook his mind and hurriedly asked, Then tell me, how are you going to deal with those people? Do we still need to deal with the people? Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin deeply. Seeing that Li Shimin really didn't understand, he slowly said, In fact, I just said that water can carry a boat, but it can also sink it. The 5 families and 7 major clans are the boat, and the people are the water. Do you think their behavior this time has endangered the lives of the people? The people of the Tang dynasty in the south suffered floods this year, the drought in the north, plus the locust plague and food shortage. I believe that there aren't many people in the Tang dynasty who have surplus food. There aren't many people who can survive until next year. Li Shimin seemed to understand something. He nodded and motioned for Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng then said, Actually, this matter is very easy to deal with. Right now, all the people have placed their hopes on this autumn planting. Food is their lifeblood. Now that there are people who want to kill them, do you think the people still need us to incite them? If killing people isn't illegal, I think that as long as we spread the news, they will be killed by countless people in an instant. Hearing this, Li Shimin couldn't help but be shocked. Shiva also seemed to understand something. At this time he couldn't help but exclaim, Teacher, you mean, we just need to spread the news? Zhang Feng looked at Shiva with some admiration and said, That's right. Continue to talk about your thoughts. After all, you are also a prince. I also want to see how much you have learned from me. Hearing this, Li Shimin slightly raised his eyebrows. After all, this person was not from the Tang dynasty. Although he reluctantly let him come, he didn't want him to learn too much. This person was not from the Tang dynasty. In addition, which one of the things Zhang Feng came up with wasn't beneficial to the country and the people? This, Li Shimin couldn't help but pricked up his ears. He wanted to hear what this Prince Jinla Shiva had learned. Shiva was a little embarrassed, but when he saw that Li Shimin's expression didn't change, he breathed a sigh of relief. This student heard from Tainyo and the others a few times about how teacher dealt with Tubo, as well as your enthusiasm for the Guanlong aristocrats this time, and summed it up myself. It's like this. This student believes that there is indeed no way to deal with such a monolithic entity. However, if we were to break through from the weakest point, this student believes that we can make use of public opinion as the main attack. Then we can send people to find the iron ore. In this way, wouldn't the Tang dynasty be able to overcome this crisis in an instant? That's right. Zhang Feng patted Shiva's shoulder and praised, Although what you said is a little one-sided and perfunctory, this is undoubtedly the best way. Didn't the 5 families and 7 clans claim to have all the mineral veins in the world? Didn't they claim that as long as there are mineral veins in the world, there is nothing they can't find? But this coal mine in Lantian, how did we find it? What does this mean? It means that the Taiyuan Wang clan is not invincible. This iron ore, if it was someone else, they really wouldn't be able to find it. Seeing Zhang Feng smiling so cheekily at this time, Li Shimon's eyes couldn't help but light up. Kid, don't tell me you have another idea? Yes. Zhang Feng smiled confidently. He took a puff of his cigarette and said, "What is the place above Longsho Mountain called?" Zhang Feng was really an idiot about the names of places in the Tang dynasty. Even though he had seen many maps, he still didn't know about many places. Above Longsho Mountain was Luochuan in northern Xianxia, but this place didn't seem to be called Luochuan. He couldn't say that it was Luochuan in northern Xianxia, could he? It would be strange if he wasn't treated as a freak. Li Shimon was a little confused, but he still said, "That place is called Longsho Mountain." "What's wrong?" "That's right." Zhang Feng slammed the table and said excitedly, "Send people to look in that direction. Last night I was watching the stars and found that there was a strange light flashing in that place. Come on." Li Shimon was speechless and interrupted Zhang Feng. He said with a headache, "Don't brag. Are you sure there is an iron ore there?" Chapter 1169. Zhang Feng naturally knew that what he said was not true. However, he did not know where the iron mine was. He only heard that there was a super large iron mine in Luochuan. Zhang Feng patted his chest and said, "If there isn't, we'll do whatever you say." "Okay, that's enough. Gizi, did you hear that? Send people to Longsho Mountain to find it immediately." "Yes." Li Shimon was not careless. He made a prompt decision to transfer people out. If there really was an iron mine, if there was an iron mine above and a coal mine below, the 5 families and 7 major clans would not be able to suppress the military enterprises of the Tang dynasty and the production and living of the people. This was really good news for Li Shimon. He could not help but be excited. Chotzi City was still waiting for military supplies. Although he had secretly gathered hundreds of skilled blacksmiths and smelters in the Tang dynasty, he still could not replace the triangular bayonets for all the soldiers. Not to mention, the firearms that Zhang Feng mentioned were still in the process of developing the parts. Even if he wanted to deal with the 5 families and 7 major clans, he had to have something to take out. At the very least, with the iron mine and coal mine, he would have a strong army of his own. This was the most important thing. With military power in his hands, who would Li Shimon be afraid of? However, the most frightening thing was still the problem of resources. Once there was a shortage of iron, the forging workshop on the mountain would stop working for a day. This would be a huge loss. He could not afford to lose it. He could not afford to wait. He could not afford to wait. In addition, the situation on Zhen La's side and Tubo's side could not be relaxed. Once the news that the 5 families and 7 major clans had blocked the iron mine of the Tang dynasty spread, then, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Li Shimon could not help but ask worriedly, "Fengzi, doesn't that mean that the firearms, the forging workshop on the mountain will also go on strike?" "It can't be, right?" Zhang Feng wasn't sure. "I remember that I went there yesterday and saw that there was a lot of iron ore and scrap iron. It shouldn't stop production. You can rest assured about that. However, where is the sword you promised to give me? Yang Guang's personal sword?" When Li Shimon said this, Zhang Feng remembered this matter again and asked. Li Shimon was stunned. Only then did he remember this matter. He laughed awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry. Next time, I won't wait for you to open the academy. How about I personally send you up the mountain? We should be nearing the Great Pass by now." Zhang Feng was speechless. But he didn't force it. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about it." Li Shimon hurriedly asked, "You should be aware of the current situation. If the Indian and Tubo Turks know about this, the 100,000 soldiers in Chotzi will probably be isolated. The southern gate of the Tang dynasty will be wide open. Firearms. Any signs?" Yes. Don't rush me. In 10 days, at most 10 days, I'll be able to get it done." Zhang Feng was a little guilty. Previously, he had indeed patted his chest and promised that he would be able to get it done before the academy opened. But he didn't expect this thing to be so complicated. Without the help of the advanced technology of the future, it was completely manual production. It was simply a waste of time. But he had no other choice. Who asked this matter to be so difficult to handle? At this time, the seamless barrel of the firearms had just been developed and was still in the state of being polished. After thinking of many ways, he had no choice but to use a water wheel and sand to make a model of a perpetual motion machine. Only then did this matter stabilize. As for the manufacturing of the gunbolt and other complicated things, although he had handed it over to Arkanon, it was still Zhang Feng who took care of the tedious matters. As for the locksmiths, proud and arrogant, they were kicked down the mountain by Zhang Feng the next day. You motherfastrous cur. You don't do anything. If everything is right, what does Lao Tzu need you for? But Li Shimin was still a little worried. After all, Zhang Feng's expression was a little evasive. He asked uncertainly, Fengzi, are you sure? This matter can't be joked about. I swear it's true. Zhang Feng hurriedly said with certainty. Then, Zhang Feng hurriedly interrupted. Well, I still have things to do on the mountain. You guys talk first, I'll be back soon. After saying that, Zhang Feng wanted to slip away, but Li Shimin had already seen through everything and stopped him. All right, I still have things to do. This is just one of them. Take a look at this thing called asphalt of yours. Can you give me the recipe? After all, the place where I live now is still. Sure. Go back and tell your son that this matter is under his management, but don't think about the asphalt for now. That thing can wait until I find the asphalt mine. At this time, this is not enough for me to use on the mountain. As for the cement, you can get as much as you want. I have a lot of it here. I really have something to do, Lao Li. I'll leave first. While saying that, Zhang Feng hurriedly slipped away while Li Shimin was still in a daze. He had to run. The Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet was the day after tomorrow. Once the meet ended, it would be the day of the opening of the school. Adding up the whole process, it was less than 5 days. If he did not give it his all in 5 days, how could he get the firearms? Damn it. He was too careless. Chapter 1170. As soon as Zhang Feng left the hut, he rushed to the workshop to check on the situation. If what old Li said was true, then this matter was really serious. This was not only because of the iron ore, but also because of the firearms. He did not expect that the people of the 5 surnames and 7 nobles would calculate the time so viciously. They were so impatient that they wanted to make a move? Could it be that they had predicted what would happen in the future and deliberately waited for this moment to deal with him? Now was not the time to think about this. After pondering for a while, Zhang Feng decided to personally supervise the production of the firearms. After all, if he really went against the 5 surnames and 7 expectations, then the firearms would be his biggest barrier. Only when he had a sense of security in his own hands would he be truly safe. Anything brought by others would be nonsense. At the thought of this, Zhang Feng no longer hesitated and hurried to the smithing workshop. He even greeted everyone along the way vaguely, thus fooling them. The amount of steel consumed on the mountain was uncountable. He was not sure how much iron and steel was left on the mountain. If there was no more, then this time it would be very interesting. He had to quickly change his plan. If there was, then the matter of the 5 surnames and 7 expectations could be delayed. After all, Zhang Feng did not expect to be shameless with the 5 surnames and 7 expectations so soon. Once they were shameless, would the 5 surnames and 7 expectations, who did not even put Li Shimin in their eyes, care about a small shrimp like him? At this time, the workshop had expanded by at least 10 times from its original location at the edge of the cliff. The edge of the cliff had become the core area of the workshop. Usually, there would be countless sturdy guards patrolling back and forth. The number of people in the forging workshop had also increased from 30 top-notch blacksmiths captured from the western region to about 70 people. Half of these people were the original people, while the other half were top-notch blacksmiths that Old Li had found at the foot of the mountain. They specialized in refining steel. As for those people before him, they were researching firearms and manufacturing-related technologies. Now that Arkanon and Mokido had more time, they were fully immersed in the study of the principles of firearms. After all, the situation in the north was tense. As for Lao Li's businesses, he didn't know how long they would last. These were all money. If it was really Lao Li's alone, then Zhang Feng wouldn't hesitate to ask him to give it up. These guns could be used for anything. But now, the academy needed money everywhere, and some of these industries belonged to him. Most importantly, once Xiaoxi city was stabilized, it would be very important for trade. It was the key channel to the Middle East. This was the reason why Zhang Feng insisted on analyzing that if they really wanted to rescue Zhenla, they would have to besiege Wei to rescue Zhao. After all, this Xiaoxi was the key to the problem. It didn't matter if the Turks were an army or if they had obtained any benefits from Tubo and India. Once they returned to the Turks, Xiaoxi would be their greatest obstacle. They would take this city. He didn't expect brother Lao Li to really tell this to Lord Zhang's son. Although Zhang Feng absolutely believed that he could think of this point, how could Li Shimin, who had the 4 war gods, not think of this point? However, Zhang Feng could not help but suspect that the emperor had planted a spy by his side because of the repeated coincidences with his own ideas. But now wasn't the time to think about this. By the time Zhang Fengyi raised his head, the workshop had already entered his sight. At the entrance of the workshop was a huge boulder. Arkanon was squatting on the boulder and smoking with a frown on his face. The guard at the entrance of the forge was the first to notice Zhang Feng. He immediately exclaimed, "Isn't this the dean? The dean is here. Everyone come out." Following this roar, everyone suddenly turned to look at the entrance of the mountain, at the white-clothed youth who had hurriedly arrived. If this person wasn't Zhang Feng, who else could it be? Arkanon also noticed Zhang Feng from this roar. He hurriedly stood up and bowed. "Dean!" At this moment, he was already full of admiration for Zhang Feng. The internal structure of the godly weapon, which had dozens of components, could actually be assembled into a gun that could be picked up with one hand. How miraculous was this? At this moment, it wasn't just Arkanon. Everyone in the forge was also full of admiration for Zhang Feng. When everyone heard the commotion, no matter how busy they were, they had to stop and hurried to Zhang Feng's side to greet Zhang Feng along with Arkanon. "Greetings, Dean." Chapter 1171. Before this, Zhang Feng only had envy, respect, and yearning for them. But after seeing Gao Feng bring those people up the mountain during the mid-autumn hunt, and seeing the unconventional changes in the academy and the miraculous ability of exchanging lives with blood, everyone started to respect Wang Zhang. Everyone set up a godly position for Zhang Feng in their hearts. Except for the immortals. Who could exchange lives with blood? Who could even connect necrotic bones? This made everyone admire Zhang Feng from the bottom of their hearts. It seemed that at this time, Zhang Feng had become a goal that everyone on the mountain wanted to pursue. If they didn't put in some effort, they would have the illusion that it would be very embarrassing. Zhang Feng's interest was also piqued. After greeting everyone with a smile, he asked everyone to return to their posts. However, the guards were reluctant to leave. After all, they were recruited by Cripple Wang. Although they had informed Zhang Feng in advance, this was the first time they saw the real Zhang Feng. Who would not be excited to be in such close contact with him? They rubbed their hands and wanted to say something to Zhang Feng, but Zhang Feng was not interested in talking at this time. He could not find Mokido. He looked around at the dozens of burly men who had just recognized him and asked, "You are?" Zhang Feng promised. He really did not know these people. It was as if they had just appeared on the mountain. He had not seen these people in the forging workshop before. If it was under normal circumstances, Zhang Feng would not bother to pay attention to them. However, this was not a normal time. This was a special time, and Zhang Feng could not help but be more careful. When the guard commander saw this, he quickly said, "Headmaster, my name is Chuck. I was introduced by Cripple Wang. I used to be a soldier in the Shazhou military camp." Hearing this, Zhang Feng suddenly realized and said, "So you were introduced by Brother Wang. Then you can stay here first. When the academy stabilizes, we will talk about other things. How about that?" Zhang Feng was not in the mood to deal with these trivial matters. Zhang Feng's words were like an imperial edict. At this time, these veterans were so surprised that they trembled with excitement. After all, for people like them, once they retired from the 5th Military High School, other than guarding other people's homes, doing odd jobs, or escorting some goods, they would only be left with the lowest job. At worst, they could only squat outside the city and wait for food or run errands for others. However, at this time, not only could they survive on the mountain, they could also earn more money than anywhere else in half a year. How could they not be excited? Not to mention that a position in White Deer Academy was extremely popular. It was rumored that even a crippled old soldier was able to obtain a beautiful woman to serve in White Deer Academy. Who wouldn't desire such a position? Who did not want to stay on the mountain? Everyone wanted to stay. Zhang Feng did not know what they were thinking, nor did he have the mood to know. Even if he knew, what could he say? As a person who had made great contributions to the country, he would do whatever he could to help. This was a piece of cake for him. Moreover, he could get a few more helpers. That was all. At this time, on a remote mountain outside the workshop, Zhang Feng, Mokido, and Arkanon were sitting behind a large rock that was blown away by the wind. Zhang Feng asked, "Let me ask you too, how many iron ores are left in the forge? Or are you talking about scrap iron?" Mokido didn't know why Zhang Feng asked this, but since Zhang Feng asked, he didn't dare to not answer. He quickly replied, "Dean, there are still about 100,000 stones of iron on the mountain. As for scrap iron, there should be about 50,000 stones." Mokido didn't know why Zhang Feng asked this, but since Zhang Feng asked, he didn't dare to not answer. How long can it last? Hearing this, Mokido and Algernon were stunned. Didn't they ship iron ores to the mountain every day? Although the amount delivered these 2 days was a bit small, the two of them didn't care. At this time, after hearing Zhang Feng's words, the two of them couldn't help but have some doubts in their hearts. However, they still didn't know where the problem was. They just felt that there was something wrong. Algernon quickly said, "If there are only a few ores left in the mountain, based on the amount of ores sent to the foot of the mountain every day, it should be able to last for about 10 days. However, I can't guarantee that these ores can last for 10 days. This was Algernon's most conservative estimate. It was based on the amount of ores stored and the amount needed every day. If they included the ores that were not smelted in time and the ores in the furnace, they should be able to last for another half a month. However, could it be that there were no more iron ores at the foot of the mountain? The two of them seemed to have thought of this at the same time. They could not help but look at each other. Zhang Feng frowned slightly. 10 days. This meant that the ores on the mountain, as well as the ores stored for research and development, as well as the ores used for experiments, could only last for 10 days? What if they could not find ores or transport ores after 10 days? Zhang Feng could not help but feel his scalp go numb. Zhang Feng sighed. From now on, I will personally supervise the production of some of the secret parts of the gun. All the research on the mountain will be suspended. Just send the ores to the foot of the mountain on time every day. As for the mountain, Zhang Feng pondered for a moment before saying, prioritize the research on the gun first. As for the rest, we will talk about it after we find the ores. Now, Arkanon and Mokido finally understood why Zhang Feng had suddenly asked about this. This was exactly as he had predicted. There were no more ores. Chapter 1172. There were only 3 days left before the start of the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet. After deciding on the direction of their future research, Lin Li and Arkanon rushed into the cave that had been expanded into a warehouse and a workshop. The cave was no longer the same as it used to be. At this moment, all the smelting equipment had been moved outside. Although there was no sound in the cave, Zhang Feng could not help but feel nauseous due to the combination of heat and stuffiness, the sour stench of smoke, and the stench of feet. However, Arkanon and the others seemed to have gotten used to this smell since they were young. For them, Zhang Feng seriously wondered if they had fallen in love with the smell. With the passage of time, Zhang Feng had already learned from the others. He took off his clothes until he was only left with a pair of underpants. He didn't even dare to sit on a stool. Hot butt. He simply lay on the table and explained the principle of the firing pin to them. However, these old perverts kept staring at his butt, which made Zhang Feng a little angry. Damn it, why are you looking at Lao Tzu's butt? However, he did not say it out loud. He could only patiently explain the relevant principles. He did not know how to forge these things, but he was still a talent who came from a professional class. His knowledge of oral knowledge had already reached the point of perfection. Moreover, he had trained in the great Tang dynasty for so long, so he knew a little about what to make for these people at this time and place. Even though Zhang Feng had already skipped the most important parts, these people still felt uncomfortable listening to Zhang Feng. However, they were deeply attracted by the mechanical structure and the interlocking mechanism described by Zhang Feng. It was not easy. Zhang Feng explained this matter from beginning to end for at least 6 hours. He even directly picked up the charcoal on the ground and listed out the calculation formulas on a piece of white paper over and over again for everyone. After much difficulty, he finally taught everyone how to do it. When Zhang Feng walked out of the workshop, he felt as if he had taken a walk in hell. His mouth was dry and his eyes were blurred. At this time, he just wanted to find a jar of water and take a big gulp. "Dean, you're out." At this time, the guard commander, Chuckle, came forward and handed a cucumber to Zhang Feng. He was a little distressed, but he still handed it to Zhang Feng as if nothing had happened. "Dean, I know you're not used to the tea there, so I've already prepared a cucumber for you." Cucumber was the old name of cucumber. Looking at the cucumber in Chuckle's hand, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. He took it, wiped it, and began to eat it. After eating 2 cucumbers, Zhang Feng finally calmed down. He cupped his hands towards Chuckle and said, "Thank you. You don't have to say, this thing doesn't taste good on a normal day, but now that I'm eating it, it really does feel good." "What's your name?" Zhang Feng wanted to say thanks, but he really couldn't remember the veteran's name. The veteran didn't mind and laughed. "Dean, call me Chuckle. Old Chuckle is fine." "All right, Dean, I heard from the brothers at the foot of the mountain that someone in the market said that the iron on the mountain is about to run out. Is that true?" When Zhang Feng heard this, he couldn't help but become alert and asked, "Who did you hear that from?" Without waiting for Chuckle to speak, Zhang Sun rushed over breathlessly. "Fengzi, let's go, there's a problem." Zhang Sun's iconic off-white robe, coupled with his coquettish style and the embroidery of white deer college that was one size larger than others to show off his status, coupled with his current appearance, really made Zhang Feng turn pale with fright. He thought that someone from the 5 surnames and 7 desires had come to attack him. He hurriedly asked, "What happened?" Zhang Sun was gasping for breath. How could he have the time to talk? He just pulled Zhang Feng along and ran. He also grabbed the remaining courgette in Chuckle's arms and gnawed on it as he ran. Zhang Feng really didn't know what had happened, but he knew that if it wasn't something huge, Zhang Sun wouldn't be like this. Zhang Feng didn't say anything. At this moment, he couldn't speak even if he wanted to. With Zhang Sun's speed, Zhang Feng seriously doubted that if Lu Xiang was here and ran at the same time, Lu Xiang wouldn't even be able to see this guy's shadow. What the hell? Zhang Feng was almost caught between Zhang Sun's arms. Even so, Zhang Feng still felt like he was about to suffocate. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the two hurriedly returned to the small wooden house. The small wooden house was already filled with people. Even Gao Can and Yuqi Bao Lin had returned from the army. Seeing Zhang Feng like this, Gao Can instantly stood up and directly lifted Zhang Feng from Zhang Xuan's pigeon nest. He pushed Zhang Feng to the head of the table and then stood behind Zhang Feng. Just like before. Zhang Feng wanted to shout. But at this moment, he was so tired that he was about to faint. He was too lazy to shout. He looked at everyone and asked, "What happened? Why did you all come back?" The day after tomorrow, the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet. Hearing this, Zhang Feng's expression became unusually interesting. He pointed at Li Chengqian, trembling with anger. That's it. Chapter 1173. Because of this thing, he was directly caught by Zhang Sun and brought back from the workshop. Even if Zhang Sun was chasing him, he wouldn't be so crazy, right? This was going to cost him his life. But it was useless to say this now. Zhang Feng calmed down for quite a while before he recovered. His face was dark as he gulped down a large basin of water. Only then did he comfortably lean back on the chair. "Tell me, you guys didn't come back because of the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet, right?" Li Chengqian nodded and put away the folding fan in his hand. He nodded and said, "Indeed. Just 2 hours ago, someone spread the news about the shipyard and the lack of iron in the shipyard on the mountain. Do you know?" Zhang Feng glanced at Li Chengqian and then at the people sitting there. He suddenly realized something. This method seemed very familiar. Did you guys do this? Li Chengqian and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. "I told you, we can't hide this from Fengzi. You guys didn't believe me. Do you believe me now?" Mother Fastris Kerr, are you guys looking for trouble? Zhang Feng exploded. These people were so stupid that he wanted to cry. They did think about spreading the news about the lack of iron, and Lao Li also mentioned it. But now, why did they spread the news about what happened on the mountain? This was equivalent to adding fuel to the fire, okay? This was definitely not something that Lao Li would dare to do. It was definitely done by these idiots. Otherwise, these people wouldn't be so happy at this time. Du Go saw that Zhang Feng's expression was abnormal at this time and was about to flip out. He hurriedly said, "Fengzi, we did this because Lao Li told us to." Zhang Feng was stunned when he heard this. He asked, "Why did Lao Li do this?" What he means is that in this way you can stimulate the anger of the masses faster. At this time, you have already become a godlike existence in the hearts of the people in Chang'an. Think about it, if you lack iron, how can the people at the foot of the mountain not be anxious? In just 2 hours, the market at the foot of the mountain has collected about thousands of kilograms of ironware, not including those delivered to Chang'an City. By doing this, on the one hand, it can ensure that the forge on the mountain will not stop, and on the other hand, it will arouse the hatred of the people. Isn't this the psychological warfare that you taught us before? Zhang Feng was taken aback. That's right. By doing so, the power of the masses would be unleashed to the maximum. Most importantly, this matter was a double-edged sword. Once it got out, it would bring both advantages and disadvantages to him and the people of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. The key to weighing the pros and cons was whether they could find the iron ore within this period of time. Zhang Feng looked at the crowd at this time and sighed heavily. He spread out his hands and said, "Come on, this matter is not good for any of us. If we can't find the iron ore, let's wait and play." Li Chengqian heard this and could not help but be surprised. He said, "Didn't you say that there is an iron ore on Longzhou Mountain? Could it be? Longzhou Mountain is so big. Are you stupid? Are you sure that once you find it, you can move it back and use it? Won't it take time to move it back and forth? Besides, this thing is definitely underground. If you really do that to him, then this time, it will be a big joke. Do you understand?" Zhang Feng forgot to tell Lao Li that the Luochuan iron mine was the same as the coal mines in Lantian County. They were both underground mines. How could they have a chance to get it? It would have been dug out by the Wang clan. Li Chengqian and the others became anxious when Zhang Feng said this. If that was the case, then there was really a big problem. Once they could not find the iron ore, it would be self-defeating. They could not help but look at Zhang Feng in a hurry, trying to find a way to remedy the situation. What could Zhang Feng do at this time? Looking at the few of them staring at each other for a long time, they finally took a deep breath. Everyone thought that Zhang Feng had a solution, but after waiting for a long time, they heard Zhang Feng's 2 words. "Get out." Zhang Feng was really stumped this time. The root of all the problems was to solve the crisis of the iron shortage first, then find the people with the 5 surnames and 7 hopes to settle the score. However, he forgot that these idiots would directly lay their cards on the table. What was there to fight then? Before he even took action, he had already revealed his secret. How could this be? Li Chengqian and the others were also a little confused. It was the first time they met Zhang Feng, but they could not handle things well. They could not help but squat in front of Zhang Feng's door, looking at each other with a guilty conscience. There are only 3 days left until the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet. If this is not the case, let's go and find. Oh, right. Li Chengqian slapped his head and pointed at Yuqi Baolin. "You Baolin, do you still remember what happened in Jiangnan? I remember that there is an iron ore in Jiangnan. Why don't you contact your aunt? I think once your aunt knows about Fengzi's situation, she will probably take action." Yuqi Baolin stared at Li Chengqian in a muffled voice. He said unhappily, "If you want to ask, you can send someone to ask. I can't be bothered. I'm afraid of being beaten up." "You can't say that, Baolin. We are all doing this for Fengzi, for our father. You have to think carefully. Even your father and my father can't do this. I think Fengzi can't bring himself to do it. Only you are the most suitable at this time."